Transcended as Lord Buggy from One Piece. Chapter 301, Family. The clown pirates keep going around East Blue to hunt pirates. But they still enjoy their time by exploring islands. Buggy has gone to all of these islands, but it feels very different now that his crew and loved ones come with him. While they explore East Blue, Buggy talks to Belle about marriage. He proposes to her and she accepts it without a doubt. There's nothing fancy when he proposes because both of them have agreed to it since before Buggy started his crew. Both of them also agree to not publicize their wedding. That's why they don't hold their wedding in Kokoyasi village because it will make public. They hold it on Black Pearl with Cricket as their fake priest. Well, they use a fake priest because none of them believe in whatever god it is that gets worshipped by this world's people. Instead of God, they worship the sea because they are sailors. So the fake priest uses the sea instead of God in the ceremony. No one care whether this marriage is valid or not, this is just a ceremony to change Buggy's and Belle's status as a married couple. This will also make Nojiko and Nami officially become their adopted daughters. Buggy and Belle wear a suit and dress that Della made using her sewing skills that have been improved after learning a lot of different things in different places. She also learned a lot about fashion and her design skill is very good now. The wedding suit and dress that she made look simple but also expensive and elegant. What makes them so good are the details that aren't too eye-catching but still visible and make the clothes a lot better. She also made dresses for Nojiko and Nami which make them even cuter. She even made a good priest-like suit for Cricket. The others also order good suits and dresses because they want their captain's wedding to look good. The wedding goes normally without disturbance and both Buggy and Belle officially become husband and wife, at least based on themselves. Well, doesn't matter, they have exchanged wedding rings, so they've gotten married. The most important thing for them now is the party. They throw a very big party, maybe the biggest one that they ever held internally. Usually, a party this big was held when they were with people outside of their crew. Their party lasts for 3 days and nights which depleted their supply. So they go to the nearest island to fill their supply. They also want to explore the islands on East Blue where their captain started his journey. Buggy has explored all islands on East Blue, but it feels different now. It also feels different than his usual exploration. He has a family now which makes him a lot happier because he always wanted to have a family even before he arrived in this world. The family without a family name explores the island and enjoys the town's specialties. It's their first trip as a family, so they are enjoying this a lot. It's like a honeymoon for Buggy and Belle even though they already have children. They stay on this island for 2 days before leaving for another island. Their main goal is still to explore East Blue and hunt pirates for Belle's targets. Then after a few days, they arrive at a place that Buggy has anticipated. Fuchsia Village, finally I'm here again, says Buggy. Why are you anticipating this? Do you have an acquaintance here? Asks Belle. Yeah, and it's not just anyone, it's Captain Roger's lover, says Buggy. Buggy's sentence makes the ship quiet in an instant. They all know that Buggy was Roger Pirate's apprentice. The story of him and the early members saving Rouge is also well known in the crew, but they never thought that they will meet Roger's lover now. Roger is a legend in this world, even more so for pirates like them. Even years after his death, he is still known as the best pirate ever lived. Now they will meet this legend's lover. So of course, they all are surprised and nervous. I wonder just what kind of woman that stole the Pirate King's heart, says Dory as the women gather. The women start to gossip and give their opinions about Rouge. The men then follow them and try to guess Rouge's personality. They even make bets but none of them are betting money, they never bet money in their games now since they already have a lot of money. The losers will swim and push the ship when we leave, suggests Enel who joins the bet. But you and the other devil fruit users won't be able to do it because you can't swim, says a man. Then, let's change it into rowing the ship so anyone can do it, suggests Ruff. That's a good idea, said the others. They finish their discussion right before the ship arrives at the port. The crew works to dock the ship and surprisingly, many villagers are watching them without any worry. Now it's the clowns who are worried because these villagers seem to have low awareness of pirates. That will be bad if hostile pirates come to raid their village. But it's not that bad for them who don't need to worry about the villagers being afraid to interact with them. So they just ignore it and do things as usual. Then they go to the village while some members stay to guard the ship. "Yo, old man, long time no see," says Buggy as he enters a bar. This is the only bar in this village, which will be owned by Makina in the future. But now, it's owned by her parents because she is still 12, after all. "Hey? Who are you?" asks the green-haired middle-aged man. "Oi oi oi, have you forgotten my handsome face?" asks Buggy while raising an eyebrow. "I will never forget someone with a red nose like you," says Makina's father. Buggy just remembers that he used to remove his red nose to hide his identity in the past. Belmir even reminds him of that. So Buggy removes his nose as if it's a fruit and Nami takes it from his hand to play with it as if it's a ball. The old man seems to remember him and so are the villagers. "Aren't you Bob? Ha ha ha, it's really been a long time. Hey, everyone, Bob is here, the best bounty hunter on East Blue has returned." Makina's father shouts to the villagers outside and everyone rushes into the bar. "Hey, it's true, that's Bob, the noseless brat," says a villager, followed by the others who recognize him. "When did he come?" "I only saw a pirate crew arrive just now," says another man. "Who cares about that, he must have his way. Maybe he wants to hunt these pirates," says someone else while looking at the pirates. "No, I won't hunt these pirates. There's no way I can hunt my own crew, right? Also, my real name isn't Bob, that's my alias, I am Buggy," says Buggy. The villagers are shocked, but then they laugh and congratulate him. Now the clown pirates are the ones who get surprised. These people who knew Buggy as a bounty hunter are happy to see him become a pirate. "Ha ha ha, so you've done it. You always said that you'll make a pirate crew, now you've done it," says a man. "But Buggy, hey? That's a familiar name, I've seen it somewhere before," says someone. They all try to remember it and the clowns are waiting for them to get scared for real now. The villagers really get scared when someone finally remembers that Buggy is one of the strongest pirates with a very high bounty now. But then they all congratulate him again, making the clowns give up on these people. Only an old man comes to reprimand them and he is even mad at Buggy. That makes the clowns get relieved because there is someone normal here. They are even glad that the old man gets mad at them because they became pirates. Anyway, Buggy tells them that he will treat them to a round of drinks. So a party appears instantly and they all forget about the matter of pirates. Buggy sits on the bar while his crewmates and villagers are having fun. "Hey, old man, by any chance, was there a woman with a baby who came here around 2 years ago?" asks Buggy to Makina's father. "How do you know?" "Ah, they're your lover and kid," asks Makina's father. Buggy spits his drink and quickly says, "No, I just know them." "Well, it seems they are really here. I'll visit them later, then I'll go home for real." Chapter 302, The Port Gases. After partying for some hours, Buggy leaves the village with Belle and their daughters. They go to the forest after Buggy gave instructions to Cricket. Buggy has asked where Rouge lived and Makina's father told him it is in Dodon's place, just like what he thought. Of course, Makina's father didn't just tell him because they know each other. It's because Rouge has told him that if there's a boy named Buggy with a red nose searching for her, then he needs to tell Buggy her location, and Makina's father has just remembered it when Buggy asked. Anyway, now Buggy and his family are walking in the forest. There are some wild animals looking at them but none dare to approach. Animals have a better sense of danger than humans, so they know how dangerous Buggy is and don't dare to approach. After going around for a while, they finally find Dodon's mountain bandits' hideout. There are some people who are running outside. They aren't just running to train their bodies, they are chasing a little boy who holds some gold in his hands. "Ace, you brat, stop playing with those things!" shouts a fat middle-aged woman with long curly orange hair. "Ooh, so that's Dodin, and that little guy is Ace," says Buggy while watching the show. A moment later, a woman in a wheelchair comes out of the house. It's Rouge, who now can't walk since she gave birth to Ace. But at least she is alive because of Manba's treatment, so she can live with her son even though she can't walk again. "Ace, stop playing, let's eat," says Rouge with a lot of affection. Ace stops immediately and throws the gold to the ground before running to his mom. The bandits immediately jump to collect their hard-earned gold. "What will we eat today?" asks little Ace. "Vegetable soup," says Rouge while smiling. Ace looks disappointed, so he complains, "I want to eat meat." "Vegetables are also important, so you need to eat them too. But you are free to stay hungry for today if you don't want to eat the soup," says Rouge teasingly. But Ace takes it seriously and he panics instantly because he knows his mother will really not give him any food if he doesn't eat the vegetable soup. So he rushes inside to eat the vegetable soup even though he wants meat. His mother's soup is delicious, so he doesn't hate it, he just prefers meat. Rouge wants to follow Ace inside, but then Buggy approaches her. "You look healthier than the last time I saw you, Rouge." Rouge turns around and sees Buggy. It surprises her, but she's also happy seeing him. "Little Buggy, you came, it's been 3 years since I saw you." "Pfft! Little Buggy," says Belle while giggling, followed by Nojiko and Nami, making Buggy gets embarrassed. "Why do you call me Little Buggy all of a sudden? I am a grown man, just use that little title on your son," says Buggy rather pissedly. Rouge just giggles, so Buggy knows that she was just teasing him. Buggy sighs before he introduces Belle and the kids to Rouge. She is very surprised to know that Buggy already has a family now and she congratulates him. Rouge invites Buggy's family to enter the house, which makes them get some stares from the bandits. This is still their hideout, but Rouge and Ace really make it their own and act as they like. She is really Ace's mother and Roger's lover, she acts similar to them. Inside, they see Ace is eating his mother's cooking. He looks at them and then stares at Buggy's nose for a while before resuming his eating. Rouge introduces Buggy and his family, but he doesn't look interested, so he just nods. Buggy and Belmere don't really mind it while Nami doesn't understand it yet. But Nojiko doesn't take it lightly because Ace is very disrespectful to the guests. So she approaches Ace and starts to nag him. "Hey! You need to say something when your mother is introducing someone to you. At least state your own name, we are guests here. You aren't mute, right? So say something," nags Nojiko. Ace is still not interested, so he scoffed, "Humph, why should I talk to you? You're my mom's guests, not mine." Nojiko can't believe what she has just heard, so she gets angry and nags Ace again. Ace is still not interested, but he responds to her with irritating answers. The adults are just watching their banters in amusement without any intention to stop them. Ace finally finishes his meal and says, "Ah, so noisy. A weak girl like you can only use your mouth to talk." "Hey? What did you say?" asks Nojiko angrily. "I say you are weak," says Ace while smirking, "this brat is really irritating as a kid." Nojiko also gets irritated, "Then, why don't I show you this weak girl's strength? Let's fight. You aren't afraid of this weak girl, right?" Ace sees Nojiko's smirk and gets pissed, so he accepts her challenge. This hot-headedness is so Ace. It is one of the factors that killed him in the war on Marineford, after all. If he didn't get taunted by Sakazuki's provocation, he might have survived that war. Anyway, Ace and Nojiko have agreed to fight, so they go outside. Rouge asks Buggy if it will be alright and he tells her that she doesn't need to worry about Nojiko, she should be worried about Ace instead, and Belle nods at it. It confuses Rouge, but she finds out the reason soon afterward. Ace and Nojiko seem equal at first, which surprises Rouge and the bandits. They have seen Ace's growth and he is strong for a 3Y.0, so seeing a girl his age be as strong as him is surprising. But it's normal because Buggy has trained Nojiko with effective training like Belmere, for kids standard, of course. Nojiko also has better techniques than Ace, so she starts to dominate the battle soon, and in the end, she defeats Ace. Ace is quite shocked by his defeat, but it's actually not that surprising. He never really gets any training and only has good strength at his age. So at most, he can only brawl wildly, while Nojiko has been trained by the clowns even if it's just for a few months. A fight between 3Y.0 kids is actually quite interesting. Maybe we should hold a tournament for it, says Buggy out of the blue. Belmere hits his head because of his crazy and stupid idea before sighing. Do you think that 3Y.0 kids are normally like them? They will cry the moment they get hit by other kids. Besides, their parents won't allow it like us. You have a point, says Buggy while nodding. Rouge is stunned by their conversation and says, you two are quite strange, aren't you? Buggy and Belmere just tilt their heads as they watch Rouge approaches Ace and Nojiko. She stops their bout and tells them to be nice to each other while lecturing them. Ace doesn't even have time to be disappointed and Nojiko can't even celebrate her win because of Rouge's long lecture. Both kids look at each other before nodding and have a handshake. They hug each other's shoulders while acting all friendly all of a sudden. Their only goal is just to make Rouge stops her lecture, and it works, which makes them relieved. Buggy knows what these two brats think, which makes him quite dumbfounded. But he doesn't care much as long as they stop their useless fighting. Now, they can finally do more important things. Oh yeah, Buggy, you have made quite a name for yourself on Grand Line, aren't you? Asks Rouge as she turns around from the kids, which relieves them. Well, it just happened, says Buggy while shrugging his shoulders. Hehe, you've grown a lot stronger. The last time I saw you, you were in very bad shape after getting beaten black and blue by Garp. But just in 3 years, you have reached such a level. Oh, right, what about the others? Asks Rouge. Buggy smiles and says, they are waiting for you on the coast. Let's go there. Chapter 303, Goa. On the coast beside the forest, near the mountain bandits' hideout, the clowns are in the middle of docking their ship. Cricket has commanded the crew to move their ship here after finishing their party in the bar. When they are tying their ship's ropes to some trees, Buggy comes out of the forest. He comes with Belle, their daughters, Rouge, and Ace. They are right on time when the crew has almost finished their job. Cricket, Mantis, Jude, and Manba smile widely at the sight of Rouge and Ace. They were the only ones who have joined the crew when they saved Rouge and Ace. Palu joined shortly after that, so he doesn't know Rouge yet. The 4 of them jump out of the ship and run toward Rouge. She is also happy to see them and they ask about each other's news. Rouge knows what happened between Jude and Buggy, and she knows how it ended, so she doesn't talk about it because she doesn't want to hurt Jude. Manba immediately checks Rouge's condition without anyone asking him. He was the one who treated Rogue before she gave birth and he is the reason she could survive the labor even after losing so much life energy. She lost her lower body's function as a result, but at least she's alive. You are healthy, but you need to eat more meat, says Manba. See, Mom? I told you to eat more meat so you can be strong, says Ace. Haha, I don't really like meat now, you know. It tasted quite unappetizing lately, says Rouge. Then eat fish, or maybe eggs. You need protein, says Manba. Rouge smiles and says, all right, doctor, I will try to eat more. Fawebolo. Ha, maybe meat didn't taste good because of how it was cooked. Let me treat you to some good food then. I'll show you the skills that I've improved in these 3 years, says Mantis smugly. Mantis then cooks a lot of food with her team while the clowns introduce themselves to Rouge and Ace. There are many strange guys on the crew and some of them aren't even humans. a giant, some fishmen, strange-looking men, and a skeleton. It's all new for Ace, so he is very surprised to see the diversity in the crew. Buggy orders his men who are free to call the mountain bandits. They will hold a small feast here and they can't leave the bandits. Those guys have taken care of Rouge and Ace for 3 years, so they can't be left. While the guys call the bandits, the kids are talking with Ace. They all are showing off to him because he said he is curious about their strength after he lost to Nojiko. Even Jack, who always stays quiet, is showing off to him. Jack has started to act like a normal kid after joining the clowns. It's a good thing. Ace is very surprised to see the kids' power, especially Alan, who is the strongest kid on the crew. Of course, it makes Ace curious about how they can get this strong. So they tell him that he needs to train, but he also needs to fight strong people that are scattered all over the world. While the kids get closer to each other, the bandits finally arrived. They walk slowly because they are very scared now. After Buggy left with Rouge, they tried to find out his identity, and when they found it, they got scared to the core. So when Buggy's crewmates called them, they get frightened. They didn't even hear what the crew said to them and just follow the crew to the coast. The bandits thought they will be killed, but they don't retaliate because they know they can't do anything. They finally get back to their sense when Rouge talks to them and asks them to help prepare the food for the feast. Now they know that they are just going to eat because the clowns are Rouge's friends. It makes them very relieved because they won't die today. They all have a feast and it becomes a wild party as usual. The clowns have just held a party in the bar, but they will always have energy for another party. That's why this party can last for a whole night, even though the ones who can keep up are just the adult pirates. The next day, many of them get wasted, but it's a usual thing, so the others let them be. They just go with their day as usual, and today they will explore the island. This place is a part of Goa Kingdom, so they all will go to explore the kingdom. Buggy goes with his family as usual while the others form their own groups. Ace joins the kids group who are going with Mantis and Cricket. The kids aren't allowed to move by themselves because it's too dangerous. But the kids won't just do as the adults told them. So Mantis hold their allowance, making them can't go on their own because they don't have money. They've done it many times and it's quite effective. Still, kids are kids, they tend to make trouble even if they don't mean to do it. The kids actually provoke some hooligans on the street, which causes a fuss. But they aren't normal kids, so they beat up the hooligans quickly. The problem is the guards who have come because of the commotion. Cricket and Mantis quickly take the kids away, so when the guards arrive, they've gone. Both of them now have a good time lecturing the kids. Buggy's exploration with his family is far better than that. Nojiko listens well to their words, and Nami is still too small to do anything too troublesome. So they can walk around in peace and buy a lot of good things. The clowns finish Goa Kingdom's exploration in a week. They finished their exploration without any problem, even though they created some trouble. It is impossible to make these guys stay out of trouble. But at least they can fix the trouble they made, so it's good. After they finish their business here, the clown pirates leave the island. They bid farewell to Rouge, Ace, the mountain bandits, and their other acquaintances that they've just gotten on that island. It's time to resume their journey on East Blue. Where will we go next, Captain? Asks Jude, who has fully moved on from Buggy. In the last week, Jude has finally fully moved on from Buggy after getting many lessons from Rouge. It's not just her who gets some lessons, but also Paulu. He has finally gotten closer to Jude and his fear of women has reduced quite a lot now, even though he can still only talk normally to Jude and Mantis. As I've said, it's time for me to go home for real. There's only one place that I called home in the past when I have nowhere to be called that. Set the course to Orange Town, says Buggy. Aye, says Jude before she checks the map and set the ship's course. The Black Pearl moves fast to Orange Town, which is not too far from Goa. They will reach the town in some hours at their ship's full speed. Buggy is anticipating this because the people of Orange Town have taken care of him a lot, so he thinks of them as family, and he misses them. I wonder if they still remember me, says Buggy jokingly. They surely will. No one will forget a man with a big red nose like you, says Belle while smirking. Buggy can't even get mad at her. He can only twitch his mouth pistily before pulling her and hugging her. But you are the woman who gets attracted by this big red nose, says Buggy while lifting her face. You're right, says Belle while blushing. Buggy grins and kisses her before they continue to watch the sea from the ship's head. They watch as an island finally appears after some hours. It's the Orange Town, the place that Buggy used as a base in the past. Finally, home sweet home, says Buggy happily. Chapter 304, Back to Orange Town. The clown pirates arrived in Orange Town and it's still the same as how Buggy remembers it. It's still a peaceful little town without many activities, or so it seems. When Black Pearl gets closer to the town, many people suddenly run to the port while holding firearms. Don't come any closer, pirates. We won't show mercy if you ignore this warning, shouts the old mayor, Boodle. The town folks are pointing their weapons at the approaching ship. They all have very serious and scary looking faces, making the clowns a little dumbfounded. Buggy is the most surprised among them though because he doesn't remember these people to be so aggressive. What happened to them? Asks Buggy with a dumbfounded expression. I think that's a rather normal reaction when civilians see a pirate crew come to their town, says Magnus. I know that, but these people aren't that kind of people. Sure they will fight against pirates, but they look more brutal than normal people. Also, those weapons are too good for civilians like them, says Buggy. Suddenly, two men come out of the crowd on the port. One of them only has his left arm, while the other one only has his right leg, so he uses a metal stick to replace his left leg. Both of them go forward and tells the town folks to stop rushing. Stop, guys. They aren't enemies, says the one-legged man. But, that is a pirate ship, they will attack us, says the old mayor. Mayor, I told you to wear your glasses so you can see things clearly. Look at that ship's flag carefully, says the one-armed man. The town folks now look at the pirate flag carefully as they were told. They get surprised when they finally take a better look at the flag. It's not only them who get surprised, Buggy also gets surprised by what he sees. Belmere smiles and says, "It seems your old partners are here too." Buggy nods and smiles, "Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw the two of them." "Who are they, Captain?" asks Jude. "Burton and Jimmy, my old friends, the ones who hunted pirates with me," says Buggy while smiling. Burton is the one-armed man, while Jimmy is the one-legged man. They were Buggy's comrades when he was still a bounty hunter. Belmere has met them, so she knows them, and they didn't change much, so she recognizes them easily. The Black Pearl finally arrives at the port and the clowns get out of the ship. Buggy walks to the crowd while the others walk behind him. He stops in front of Burton and Jimmy, but none of them say anything for a minute. Then, the three suddenly grin, and they take out their weapons. Buggy draws his kopis swords, Burton draws a pistol with his left hand, and Jimmy moves the spear in his right hand. Buggy moves his swords to the two, while the two move their weapons to Buggy. They move at the same time at a very fast speed. Their movements just seem like a flash for untrained eyes and they seem equal. But the result shows that Buggy is much faster. His swords have hit the two's weapons and pushes them back a bit. "It's my 487th consecutive win," says Buggy while grinning. "Sigh, we still can't beat you, hey?" "Damn," says Burton a little pissedly. "Hey, he has become one of the best pirates in the world. There's no way we have any chance to beat him now," says Jimmy. "Yeah, Mr. Great Pirate has left us in the dust," says Burton while grinning. Buggy smirks and says, "Ha, you also have improved a lot since we last met. Long time no see, Burton, Jimmy. I see that you still haven't grown more limbs. Little bastard, your nose also hasn't shrunk," says Burton while grinning. Yet, it also seems to have become redder in the last 3 years. You sure it hasn't ripened yet? Asks Jimmy mockingly. The three mock each other and then get irritated at each other too. But then they laugh and the two older men hug Buggy on the shoulder from both sides. The clowns who watch their interactions are quite stunned, but it also makes them understand that these three are very close. Then, the town folks surround the three and start to ask Buggy about many things. He can't answer them at all because they keep asking questions without stopping. Luckily, the mayor interferes, and he stops the chaos. You can ask anything later. The most important thing now is to welcome the kid. He has returned home after leaving for 3 years, after all, says the mayor, Boodle. The town folks get quiet and then they start to cheer, welcoming Buggy home. It doesn't take long for all of them to start a big party. Pirates and civilians are getting along very fast as if it's a normal thing. You have wife and kids already? Ask the town folks in surprise. Belmere just waves at them while smiling, but Nojiko is quite shy, so she hides behind Belmere. Nami just giggles happily in Belle's arms while shouting some gibberish things because she can't talk clearly yet. Anyway, Buggy introduces his family to the town folks and his old comrades. Then they all throw another party while they are in the middle of one. It makes Buggy realize that the people around him always like a party. Well, who doesn't? So, why are you two here? Weren't you making a business in Logue Town? Asks Buggy to Burton and Jimmy in the middle of the party. We moved here some months after you started your journey. Logue Town has changed so much in the last few years after the Pirate King's execution. We thought it would be better for our business plan if the town gets more visitors, but it didn't, says Jimmy. FEENV.com. Right before we started our business, we found out that we like a more peaceful place to live. We have quite a lot of money from our bounty hunting with you, after all, enough to live leisurely till we die. So we decided to move here because this is the only place that we visited the most other than Logue Town. The people here also know us because we were your partners, so it's the best place for us to move, says Burton, resuming Jimmy's explanation. We also want our children to grow in a more peaceful place. Logue Town gets visited by pirates too often, they might be bad influences on our kids. Not all pirates are like you, after all, says Jimmy. Most pirates aren't like me, they are just evil people without care for human lives. You made the right choice and I'm thankful for that. I was always worried about this place's safety. But with you here, I won't need to worry at all. You can handle any pirate in East Blue with ease, after all. So, how's your progress with Haki? Asks Buggy. The two of them smile bitterly and Burton says, we still can't use armament, it's just too difficult. Maybe it's because we never fight people stronger than us since our bounty hunting team got disbanded. You always said that fighting strong people will stimulate our growth. But that's the only thing that we can't get. Don't worry though, our observation haki has gotten better. We can even cover this whole island with our observation haki, says Jimmy. Ooh, that's not bad at all. Then how about this? You guys can spar with anyone in my crew to improve your skills. I'll also make sure you awaken your armament haki, says Buggy while grinning. Is that necessary? We are good enough without that. Devil fruit users are very scarce on East Blue and it's even rarer to find the ones that are immune to physical attack like how you are immune to sharp weapons, says Jimmy. Buggy gets serious and says, you guys are too naive. Anything can happen and bigger threats might come to this place. This is my hometown, the hometown of an emperor of the sea. Do you think marine or big pirate crews will just stay still if they find it out? Burton and Jimmy widen their eyes in realization. Marine might not be low enough to do it, but other pirate crews might come to use this place to threaten Buggy. Now they know that they need to get stronger to protect this place because they like this town already. Buggy sees their strong determination and says, then, let's begin tomorrow. Chapter 305, The Real Plan. A day after the clown pirates arrived in Orange Town, Buggy explores it with his family. The training with his old partners has been delayed because the two of them think that it's too sudden. They also said that he needs to enjoy his time first since he has just come back after 3 years. He agreed with them and now he explores the town with his family. His crewmates also do what they want as usual and the town folks accept them really fast because they are their Buggy's crewmates. He is like everyone's favorite here that they don't mind him being a pirate. When Buggy walks around with his family, a boy suddenly calls him from afar. He looks at the boy and recognizes the boy immediately. The boy is the one who was training with him when he lived here, Rio, which has turned 12 now. "Bro Buggy!" shouts Rio from afar. "Oh, look who's this? Isn't this the persistent brat, Rio?" asks Buggy while smirking. "So it's really you, you've really returned," says Rio happily. "You didn't know? I have arrived yesterday, you know," says Buggy. "I was not in the town because I followed one of our ships selling items on the other islands. We've just returned, then I heard that you've come back," says Rio. "Oh, no wonder. But what is this? You look happy after finding out that I've come back. Didn't you say you'll be a marine and catch me? Then you shouldn't be happy seeing a pirate in your town," says Buggy while smirking. "Well, that's true, and it won't change. But I never have a problem if the pirate who comes to my town is you. I will still catch you after I become a marine though. Anyway, I'm excited seeing you've come back because I can finally show you the result of my 3 years of training," says Rio. Buggy laughs and says, "Ha ha ha, so you just want to show off? Fine, come at me, show me what you've got. Arino.cm." Rio nods and looks at Belmere who takes the little girls away from the two of them. Then Rio focuses on Buggy and rushes to attack. Rio is attacking Buggy using a rapier with fast and agile movements. He is very fast and agile for his age, which makes Belmere impressed. His strength is also good, and at this level, Rio can defeat many adults already. However, Buggy isn't included among those adults. "What's wrong? Is this all you've got? Do you want to show off to me with this level of power? If you only get this stronger in 3 years, then you will never catch up to me. Forget about catching me, you won't even be able to enter Grand Line, or join the Marine HQ, and become an officer," says Buggy mockingly while avoiding Rio's attacks with slight movements. Rio grits his teeth in frustration because none of his attacks hit Buggy. Buggy also dodges his attacks narrowly with minimal movements. It's like Buggy is taunting him, but he can't do anything about it. In the end, Rio gets tired and falls to the ground because of fatigue after 8 minutes. Buggy grins and crouches in front of him before flicking his head. The little flick sends Rio flying a few meters away. "Arg! Damn it, it hurts!" shouts Rio in pain as he rubs his forehead. Buggy just smirks seeing that. "Ha, if that kind of attack could make you cry, then you are still far from ready, kid. Don't be a marine, you'll just get killed." "Oi, don't be like that to a kid, you are too harsh," says Belmere. "It's fine, that guy is not as fragile as you think," says Buggy. Rio confirms that himself by shouting back and cursing at Buggy before going away to train harder. Belmere is surprised to see Rio doesn't even shed a tear after hearing Buggy's mockery. He gets even more spirited and determined instead. Buggy tells Belle that he has trained Rio this way in the past. He wants Rio to be not only strong physically, but also mentally. That way, Rio won't be corrupted by the twisted justice in the Marine and world government. He will stay true to his ideal justice, that's what Buggy hopes. "A pirate is teaching a wannabe Marine, such a strange thing," says Belmere. What's so strange about it? If even a pirate can marry an ex-Marine and even date her when she was still a Marine soldier, then him teaching a wannabe Marine isn't that strange, right? Asks Buggy while smiling. Belmere has just realized that she isn't in the position to say that, so she stops talking about it, and they continue their exploration. For the next 4 days, the clown pirates just enjoy their time in Orange Town. It's hard to find a peaceful place like this in New World, after all, so they will enjoy it as long as possible. Then after that, Buggy starts Burton's and Jimmy's training. In the last 3 years, he has improved his teaching ability because he has trained a lot of crewmates. So he teaches armament to Burton and Jimmy with better and easier methods. Both of them understand it fast because they've learned armament for almost 5 years now. So just in a few hours, they awaken their armament haki. Now, they just need to master it, and the fastest way to do it is by fighting. So Buggy sets a sparring session for Burton, Jimmy, and even Belmere. He sets them up with some of his crewmates so they can spar. It's also a good chance to see Burton and Jimmy's current level clearly, and it surprises Buggy a bit. Both of them haven't been active for 3 years, but they don't get weakened at all. They've gotten stronger instead. Currently, they can even go toe-to-toe against high-ranking members below the executive level like Bastia the Owl Man. Damn, they're good. I think they are better than Belmere right now, says Cricket. Yeah, they are stronger and have more experience than her. It's a good thing for us because this means we can make our plans work, says Buggy. I think you're right. With their strength and experience in this field, our plan will work here. Expanding our business to Blue Seas is not easy, after all, says Cricket. That's why we won't sell weapons on Blue Seas. It's very difficult to gain profit because our weapons have New World standards. They are too powerful to be used on Blue Seas. Besides, we can't control the flow directly, which is dangerous because many organizations are already active in this business, says Buggy. So that's why you said we will only gather and sell information on Blue Seas, hey? Asks Cricket. Yeah, it will also help us get information from all over the world. The fastest way to get information is by gathering it ourselves. We will take over this business completely and be the biggest information broker in less than a decade, says Buggy while grinning. And our weapon business will be a good cover for that. We might just sell weapons to pirates, affiliated nations, and even marine, but the scale is big enough to hide our information broker business, says Cricket. Yeah, we will make it so big until we know everything in this world, even the things hidden in the land of gods, Mary Gosa. Knowledge is power. Knowing everything on these seas is something that I always want. For me, the king of the sea is the one who knows everything in the sea. I want more than just reaching Laugh Tale like everyone else, after all, says Buggy while smirking. Cricket also smirks and says, stop acting all cool and shit. King of the sea my ass, you just like to know and learn new things. You are just not that smart and diligent to read books in the library or learn poneglyph like Robin and Odin, so you created an organization where people can do it for you. You can't fool your first mate, Captain. Buggy sweat drops and says, hey, at least help me act cool even if you know it. I just want to impress my friends in this town. Humph, you wish, says Cricket as he walks away, leaving the pissed Buggy. Anyway, they keep doing the sparring and training sessions for a month. Buggy also talks to Burton and Jimmy about the business plan at that time. They agree because they are too free nowadays, so they want to do some work. Then after a month, the clown pirates continue their East Blue exploration. They go to a lot of islands and fight many pirate crews, bounty hunters, or marine squads. Everything goes well for them, until 2 months after they left Orange Town, a piece of shocking news comes. Manhwa runs hastily from the infirmary. Captain! Captain! Your wife is pregnant. Chapter 306, Pregnant. What? Asks Buggy with a very surprised tone before he rushes to the infirmary. Manhwa was checking Belmere because she got a stomachache. But then he found out that she is actually pregnant. Of course, the news surprises the entire crew that is sailing on the sea without any destination set yet. Buggy looks at Belmere who sits on the infirmary bed while smiling. His eyes are widened and his face is stiff because he is too surprised. He wants to say something but his words are stuck in his throat. What is it, B? You aren't happy? Asks Belmere with a fake sad expression. I am happy, I'm just too happy that I don't know what to say, says Buggy hastily as tears flow out of his eyes. Now it's Belmere who gets surprised seeing Buggy cries. The nurses are surprised too because they never see their strong captain cry for real. He is someone who will smile and laugh when he's dying, yet he is crying now, but it's understandable, and it makes him look more human. It's just Manhwa in that room who ever saw Buggy cry like this. He cried when he parted with his first ship, the Little Hunter, on Water 7. But the tears that come out of Buggy's eyes are different now. It was tears of sadness on Water 7, but it is tears of happiness now. Buggy runs to Belmere and hugs her, which makes her smile. She hugs him back while patting his back to calm him down because his tears just keep increasing and his expression is getting weirder. He still doesn't let out a sound though and keeps crying silently. Buggy finally calms down after half an hour, making his and Belle's clothes soaked in tears. They don't really care though as they just keep smiling at each other happily. Both of them will finally have their firstborn, after all. Well, they have 2 daughters already, but they haven't had their biological child yet. So, of course, they are happy to finally get one now. Their family is getting bigger and they are happy about it. Bang! Buggy slams the door opens very hard that it makes a very loud sound that gathers everyone's attention. They all look at him to confirm the news that they've just heard. Clowns, spread all the sails. We go full speed to Kokoyasi village. There is a pregnant woman on the ship. Sailing and exploring islands aren't good for her health, says Buggy while smirking. The clowns who hear it smile because they know who's pregnant. Aye, Captain. They all immediately work and Black Pearl moves at its highest speed since entering East Blue. Staying on the sea might affect Belmere's pregnancy badly, after all. Well, it's just what Buggy thinks, but she indeed prefers resting on land than the sea. The clown pirates arrive in Kokoyasi village just in 10 hours even though they were quite far before. They sailed as fast as they could, after all, and East Blue's weather is very predictable. So they could move very fast, faster than when they were on Grand Line. It's midnight when they arrive, so only a few people notice their return. Buggy immediately takes Belmere and their daughter back home to rest. Nojiko and Nami are excited too because they'll have a little sibling. I hope we'll get a little brother, says Nojiko after they arrive at their home. I'm sure you'll get a little brother as handsome as me, says Buggy narcissically. No. I don't want my brother to have a big red nose like you, says Nojiko strongly. Buggy feels a strong stab in his heart and falls to the floor. Not even his awakened devil fruit can defend against emotional damage. He gets even more hurt when Nami pats his head, copying what he often did to her when she cried. Belle giggles seeing their interactions because it shows that they've become very close. Nojiko and Nami have fully accepted Buggy into their family, so it makes her happy. It was her biggest worry when she adopted Nojiko and Nami, after all. But I think your blue hair is okay, so he can have blue hair, says Nojiko in a hurry because she feels bad. Really? Asks Buggy hopefully. Frio bien. Nojiko nods shyly, and then Belmere asks, are you sure it's not because you have blue hair as well, Nojiko? Well, there's that, but... Anyway, blue hair is okay, but the red nose is not, says Nojiko before taking Nami to their bedroom. Buggy and Belmere look at them leaving before he says, it's not like we can control the baby's appearance. We can only wait. Haha, it's just her hope, let her have it. It won't be a matter how our baby will look like later, says Belmere. Yeah, no matter how they look, they are still our children, and we will love them, says Buggy. The next day, everyone in the village knows about their return. They were also told about Buggy's and Belmere's marriage, which surprised them. The news about Belmere's pregnancy has surprised them even more. That tomboy girl has really gotten married and now she is even pregnant? I won't believe it if it was a few years ago, says Genzo after hearing the news. You were just as shocked when she adopted Nojiko and Nami. She will be fine now because she has enough experience to raise children. Her only problem was money, but now she has a lot of it since her pirate lover arrived. They are the richest family on this island, you know, says the village doctor. That's what makes me worried. I can't believe she gets married to a pirate while she is a former marine soldier, says Genzo. What can we do about that? She loves him and he also loves her and her adopted daughters. That's what matters, right? Besides, he and his crew aren't brutal pirates that do atrocities. We have investigated using whatever we have and found no news about them involving civilians in their piracy. They've just fought marines, other pirates, bounty hunters, or criminal organizations. They are different from other pirates, says the doctor. Sigh, I guess you are right. I worried too much, but what can I do about that? She is like a daughter to me, so I would keep worrying about her, says Genzo. Daughter? I know you look like an old man, but you are just 8 years older than her. So you are her big brother at most, even though your face makes you look old. Don't be overdramatic, says the doctor. Genzo feels a stab in his heart and stops saying anything. The doctor just needs to mention that he has an old man's face, after all. Buggy has turned 21 this year and Belmere is 22, so Genzo is 30, but he looks like a middle-aged man already. Well, Buggy called him old man before because he looks like one. And he didn't even refute it because he was used to being called that. Buggy only knows that they are just 9 years apart after he left Kokoyasi village and Belmere explained it to him. Anyway, Buggy throws a party that day to celebrate Belmere's pregnancy. The whole village is bustling with people, music, anything. They've invited the other villages too, after all, so it's really cramped here. The party is also very big because Buggy is very happy right now. He throws a lot of money into this and made the party very big. Belmere is happy too, but she is also annoyed because she isn't allowed to drink liquor. You really go all out, hey? Asks Belmere at Buggy. Of course, we will have our firstborn, after all, says Buggy. Sigh, it's okay for now, but don't do it again next time. I feel like you will celebrate anything if you can, so don't do it. Keep it moderate, alright? Asks Belmere. Buggy looks disappointed, but he agrees nonetheless. He plans to celebrate anything like what Belmere said. He and his crew like parties and they'll use anything as a reason to throw parties. But he knows he can't do that in his family. Well, we can at least make birthday parties for the kids, right? Just small birthday parties, once in a while, asks Buggy. Belmere sighs and nods, making him happy. So he joins the big party and it lasts for a day. Chapter 307, Return to New World. 2 months passed since they found out that Belle is pregnant. Buggy lets his crew do what they wanted in the last 2 months. Most of them are going around East Blue on their own using small ships or boats. East Blue is an easy sea, unlike Grand Line, so anyone in the crew can sail and navigate here themselves. They are experienced pirates who have sailed in New World, so sailing on East Blue is a very easy thing. Anyway, Belle's stomach has bulged a little in the last 2 months. Buggy really likes to put his hands or ears there just to feel his baby inside there. He really wants to just stay here until Belle gives birth, but he knows it's impossible. There will always be something that makes him unable to stay and that something comes now. Dion returns from his trip with his mermaid girlfriend hastily. He has contacted Buggy about the situation and he also contacted everyone else. Sorry about this, Belle, I need to leave now or it will be too late, says Buggy on the port as his crewmates who have just returned prepare the ship. Don't worry, B. We know it will happen eventually, this is the risk of having that position, says Belle while smiling bitterly. Of course, as a wife, Belle wants her husband to be there with her during her pregnancy. But she also knows that she can't force Buggy to stay. He has a very important thing to do in New World that can't be left. Besides, Buggy has left a Dendon Mushi that won't get hacked by Marine. He used white Dendon Mushi that can neutralize the black Dendon Mushi's interference. There's also a monitor which Ruff made that enables video transmission, A.K.A. a video call. I promise I'll return when you give birth, so take care of yourself. Nojiko, Nami, take care of your mother. Don't hesitate to call me, says Buggy. Don't worry, I will protect them. Nojiko is strong, says Nojiko with teary eyes, while Nami just straight up crying. Of course, you are super strong, says Buggy while patting their heads. Buggy kisses their foreheads before kissing Belle and getting on the ship. The clown pirates leave Kanamai Islands shortly afterward. Belmere, Nojiko, Nami, and the villagers send them off as they sail away. Buggy stays on the rear deck until the island is out of sight. He sighs heavily and then goes to the main deck. His sad expression turns into a serious one instantly as he arrives on the main deck. Dion, what's the situation? Asks Buggy. It's still under control. Big Mom pirates haven't left their base yet. They are still preparing things, says Dion. Good, it seems we've gone for too long. That old hag thinks that this is a good opportunity. We'll show them and use them as an example that no one should mess with us. How dare she disturbs my vacation? I'll give her a good beating, says Buggy. Big Mom pirates are planning on attacking the clown pirates' base. Luckily, Buggy has planted some spies on Toto Land and they found out Big Mom's plan before Big Mom makes a move. Now they just need to get back as fast as possible before Big Mom pirates arrive. The clown pirates move toward Reverse Mountain at their highest speed. Kanamai Islands aren't too far from Reverse Mountain so they can reach it in just an hour. Normal ships will take almost half a day to reach Logue Town and a few more hours to reach Reverse Mountain, so they are ridiculously fast. The Black Pearl doesn't even use its sails, it only uses its machines. It uses all its propeller along with all its jet dials. The ship is so fast that it becomes a speedboat, well, a speed ship that can't be chased by any ship. Of course, the Marine realizes their movement because they don't bother to hide it. But the Marine can't do anything to them because they are too fast. They can only notify their HQ about it so that Marine HQ can prepare for it. The clown pirates climb the Reverse Mountain and reaches the peak fast. But they don't go to Paradise, they go to New World directly. It's not possible for other ships, but it's possible for the Black Pearl. When the ship jumps on the peak, a pair of metal wings come out of the ship's hulls. The Black Pearl turns in the direction of the New World and it flies over the red line. 4 big pipes come out of the back of the ship and strong compressed air comes out of them, shooting the ship across the very wide red line. Captain, we run out of power. We used too much energy on the sea before. We won't have enough power to jump across the red line, shouts Ruff from the cabin. TCH, Enel. Shouts Buggy. All right, but I want some gold later, replies Enel while controlling the ship. Just do it. Shouts Buggy. Enel clicks his tongue but he still pours his power into the machine through the rudder. A pair of jet engines like that of a plane comes out of the hulls, right below the wings. They get activated and spin very fast, making the flying ship fly even faster. The ship finally passes the red line and it keeps flying at high speed in the New World sky. Enel controls the ship to fly at a lower altitude because the air is thin. He also lowers his power output because the ship's batteries have been fully charged, so he only needs to maintain it. Jude, how long till we arrive? Asks Buggy. It depends on how long the ship can move at this speed. If we can maintain it, we can arrive in half a day, says Jude. Oi, do you want to kill me? Asks Enel. Let's preserve Enel's energy, he needs to fight later. Big Mom pirates aren't easy opponents. Ruff, charge all our dials, we will use every one of our machines to reach the base as fast as possible. Cricket, Tell our main force to rest so they can fight well, says Buggy. Roger, replies Cricket while the others nod. The ship flies fast and some minutes later they come across a stormy sky that releases massive chunks of ice. They can't afford to wait until the weather changes, so Buggy makes a move. Don't get in my way, you stupid weather, says Buggy pissly as he swings his sword vertically. Nothing comes out of his slash, but the dark sky suddenly gets split in half. Sunlight shines through the massive gap and no ice blocks fall in that area, giving the Black Pearl a clear path. His power just getting more ridiculous, says Enel while looking at the split sky. Marine will raise his bounty if they see this, says Jude while nodding. This is the minimum power for him if he wants to fare against people like Whitebeard, Big Mom, Garp, or Sengoku. The stronger our captain, the better it is for our crew, says Cricket. Well, that's true, although I still can't understand his pace of growth, says Palu. You'll never understand a monster, so stop thinking about it, says Mantis. Just as they admire Buggy's power, Brooke suddenly says, I wonder if there is a sky island up there. Maybe some people will fall through the gap. The ice rain will become people rain. Stop it! Shouts the others. Anyway, the ship can fly almost half the distance using Enel's power. Then they switch to use the dials. Jet dials, breath dials, engines powered by fire dials. They even use impact and reject dials to push the ship using the recoils. They do anything to move as fast as possible. That's HQ, Captain, our HQ is already on site. Our men have engaged in battle against Big Mom pirates, shouts a scout after they fly for half a day and sail on the sea for an hour. What? They shouldn't arrive yet. Damn, our spies must have been exposed. Everyone, prepare for battle. Let's sink their ships, orders Buggy. The clowns get ready to fight. The war of clown pirates against Big Mom pirates has begun. Chapter 308, Stopping Big Mom. Big Mom pirates have reached the clown pirates' current base island. The clown's subordinates pirate crews and Caribbean are trying to hold Big Mom pirates. But if the clown pirates don't come soon, they will be done for. Their opponents are Big Mom pirates, after all, and Big Mom herself has come personally. No one there has enough power to handle Big Mom. Only Buggy can, so they all hope he comes fast before they die. Hold them back as long as you can, but don't die. Great Captain will come soon with the main crew, shouts a subordinate crew captain. That's too much, Captain. Our opponent is Big Mom, you know, says a member while loading a cannon. I don't care if it's too much or not. If we can't get through this, we won't survive in New World anyway. So get your shit together and stay alive. Shouts the captain. They all try hard to attack Big Mom pirates, but Big Mom's children can stop all their attacks pretty easily. It makes their morales drop slowly and many even think it will be their last day. But none of them even think of running away because they all believe that Buggy will come to save them. Suddenly, one of Big Mom's ships explodes and then Katakuri spreads his machi on the side of the next ship right when the first ship explodes. He covers the wide machi with armament haki and then something hits it. The ship gets pushed and hits the ships beside it until they stop after moving some hundreds of meters. Then, a big pointy bullet that has some lightning zaps on it falls to the sea from the machi. Then everyone looks in the direction where the bullet came from. They all see the Black Pearl moving very fast toward them. Buggy answers his subordinates' expectations and comes right before they get too many casualties. The Black Pearl arrives on the naval battlefield in just a minute even though it was quite far before. Everyone looks at the Black Pearl and the man standing on its head. A very displeased expression can be seen on Buggy's face right now as he looks at Big Mom on her main ship. It's been a long time, Big Mom, says Buggy. Big Mom smirks and laughs, Mama, you finally show up, brat from Roger Pirates. I have a business with you. So this is how you do business. No wonder it never blooms, says Buggy. Ha, I need to show my power, so that you'll agree to do this business, says Big Mom. Buggy unsheaths one of his swords slowly and says, I don't know about agreeing to the business proposal. But I'm sure won't agree to let you go after attacking my base and killing my men. I didn't get this position by negotiation, says Buggy while pointing his sword at Big Mom. Big Mom grins and says, you think defeating Kaido makes you so great, huh? I will think that you are great if you defeat the Kaido of 10 years later. But in my eyes, he is just your average strong pirate. He isn't that strong yet compared to me, not to mention that old man. Buggy knows this very well, but that's why he targeted Kaido first. Not only Kaido would kill Oden and destroy Wano if he isn't stopped, he would be a more troublesome opponent as he grows stronger and reaches his peak power. So what? He was a good stepping stone for me. You too, says Buggy while raising his sword. Mama, you are one cheeky brat, says Big Mom as she transforms her hat into a sword. It's Napoleon. Big Mom makes the first move and swings her sword diagonally toward Buggy. Buggy also swings his sword, but nothing comes out of it, while a big slashing energy comes out of Napoleon. Many people think that Buggy messes up, but the strong ones know that isn't possible, though they don't know what happens either. Suddenly, Big Mom's slash attack clashes against an invisible force and creates a big explosion. The explosion causes the seawater on Big Mom's side to splash in her direction, while the water on Buggy's side shapes into many water cubes that spread in his direction. The seawater gets split into two parts by their clash. Those who thought Buggy messed up are shocked now. They never thought that his attack would be invisible to naked eyes. Only those with good observation haki can sense the danger of Buggy's attack. Big Mom's older children knew that Buggy was attacking properly. But they are still surprised by something else. They never thought that Buggy can match their mother's power. Sure, she hasn't gone all out, but none of them has the confidence to match that attack. I don't know what you did, but that was an interesting power, says Big Mom while still grinning. Buggy doesn't say anything because he is thinking about something now. It seems my assumption is correct. I can't cut force, yet, that's why the slash attack can stop my cut. That means advanced armament and conqueror haki can block my cut too. I still have a long way to go, but I'll make sure I can cut force in the future. Then maybe I will be able to cut even time. Well, that is very absurd, but maybe there's a way. This world is already ridiculous, after all, so anything ridiculous can happen here, thinks Buggy. Should we continue, Killer Clown? Asks Big Mom while grinning. I don't really like that moniker, so stop calling me that, says Buggy as he unsheaths his other sword. I'll take that as a yes, says Big Mom as she jumps on a big cloud. It's Zeus. Zeus has a very dark color now and he looks very menacing. Then Big Mom summons Prometheus and merges him with her hair before he lights Napoleon using Prometheus's fire. So that's the infamous Emperor Blade, Cognac. That sure looks good. Not sure about its power though, says Buggy as he sees Big Mom flies toward him on Zeus. Buggy jumps out of the ship and shouts, "Clowns, attack!" The clown pirates grin as they proceed to move their ship toward Big Mom's fleet. As for Buggy, he is running in the air above the sea. This is an ability that he gets after he awakened his devil fruit, flight. In the past, he needs to leave his feet on the ground to levitate. But now, he can fly freely up to 50 meters above the ground. The ground can be anything including water, but excluding air. His limit was 20 meters at first, but it became 50 meters after the mastery of his awakened devil fruit increased. So he might be able to fly even higher in the future. But he knows he will hit the limit soon because his devil fruit's ability isn't flying, that's Shiki's fruit. His flight ability is also slow though because its true nature is levitation, not flight. But he can move faster by running, which makes it looks like Marine's Jeppo. It's far easier to use than Jeppo though and faster. Buggy and Big Mom meet in the middle and both of them coat their swords with armament haki. Big Mom swings her flaming sword down vertically. Buggy now uses both of his swords by swinging them diagonally in a different direction to create an X attack. Boom crackle crackle. Their attacks meet, but their swords aren't touching each other because they use advanced armament and conqueror haki. The clash creates a great explosion and shockwave that pushes a lot of seawater away. Black lightning strikes also appear in the sky as the clouds get darker. The clash of their conqueror haki is very strong that the black lightning strikes cover the sky at the size of a big island. It can even be seen from the nearby islands, and the marine fleet that come to prevent the war from afar can even feel it as some marine soldiers faint. Damn, we are too late. Both of them have started fighting, says Garp, who was sent along with Aokiji and Dalmatian. What should we do, Garp-san? Asks Aokiji. We will just watch from afar while getting ready to move anytime. There's no way we can intrude on this scale of war. They will gang up on us, which will put us at a big disadvantage. Luckily, the war happens on the sea, so the nearby islands will be safe, hopefully, says Garp. Just how did those clowns reach this place so fast? They were just on East Blue yesterday, says Dalmatian. We can worry about that later, let's focus for now. Get ready to move anytime, says Garp. The marine can't do anything about the current situation, so they can only watch from afar and prevent bigger destruction. Chapter 309, Against Big Mom. The war of clown pirates against Big Mom pirates has started. Buggy and Big Mom are fighting in the air at a very close range. They are clashing their swords that have big size gaps, just like both of them. Buggy is far smaller than Big Mom, but he isn't losing at all. Big Mom has monstrous physical power since she was born. But Buggy has a monstrous determination that makes him able to keep training every day to improve himself. He can't slam a giant at the age of 5 like Big Mom, so there was a big gap between them. But he keeps training to close that gap slowly, and now he can hold his ground against this monster. He always pushes his body to its limit, and this is the result. Buggy trained harder since his brief clash against Whitebeard. He was still far from Whitebeard's level, so he needs to train more. He always find time to train while he was on East Blue, even with all his activities there. That's why he can improve this much, and his crewmates are even surprised by it. He always looked relaxed while spending time with his family on East Blue, after all. But he actually trains harder than any of them and gets stronger too. Big Mom is also surprised by his power because she thought he isn't this strong. But it makes her more interested. Mama, so it wasn't luck that made Kaido lose. I guess you aren't just all talk like the others. Luck, is it? I never rely on luck, but I consider myself lucky because it comes quite often. If I'm unlucky, then big names like you or the Marine Admirals would have killed me when I was weak. But that didn't happen, so I'm very lucky. Besides, do you think Kaido is someone who can be defeated with mere luck? Asks Buggy. Big Mom just grins and they continue their sword fight. Buggy only uses his swordsmanship and haki to go against Big Mom's sword. He only uses his devil fruit ability to fly as they fight midair. He doesn't use other skills even though they are very useful. Buggy has many strategies to be used against Big Mom with a high winning rate. This sword fight isn't one of them, but he uses it nonetheless. The reason is, as usual, training. A training maniac like him who wants to surpass his limits by fighting strong opponents won't let this chance go easily. Big Mom is still very much in her prime, at her peak of strength. She is also one of few people that are standing above him now. He might be able to defeat her using his strategies, but he won't grow stronger. Improving his power is getting harder by day because not many people can rival him now. So now when he can fight one of those people, he will take full advantage of it. Big Mom Pirate's attack annoys him, but this is the risk of being in this position. This sword fight isn't a battle of swordsmanship, it's a battle of strength and haki which will help him grow stronger in many aspects. Big Mom's swordsmanship is shit compared to Mihawk, but she has overwhelming strength which makes that weakness disappear. The current Buggy has far better swordsmanship than Big Mom. but he lacks physical strength and haki mastery compared to her. Her mastery of armament and conqueror haki is still better than Kaido at this point of time, so fighting her will help Buggy grow stronger. That's the reason he chose to fight her using just his swords and haki. He keeps using all his advanced observation, armament, and conqueror haki while clashing against her. Big Mom also does the same and she is pushing him back slowly. Why does Captain fight like that? He keeps blocking Big Mom's attacks without dodging any of them at all, asks Yamato. Well, I guess you don't know it yet because you haven't seen it since you joined. It's one of Captain's bad habits. He likes to exploit his opponent for his benefit, says Alan. Exploit? Benefit? I can only see him overpowered though, says Jack. But do you see him losing? Asks Alan. Yamato and Jack look at Buggy more carefully now and they can see his excited expression. Alan nods seeing their confused expressions, and then he says, that's what Captain often did. Every time he finds a strong opponent, he used his opponent to push himself to the limit, and improve himself. In another word, he is a maniac. In a sense, he is similar to Kaido-san, says Jack. No way. He isn't cruel like Kaido, says Yamato angrily. It's not that, it's their thirst for battle. Just like Kaido-san, Captain seems to enjoy fighting strong opponents, says Jack who has acknowledged Buggy fully as his new captain. Humph, don't say they are the same again. Captain has taken care of me in a few months more than Kaido did in 8 years. They are very different, says Yamato before she looks at Buggy's fight again. But suddenly, Cricket shouts to everyone on the ship, grab your weapons. We are attacking. Don't bother to use the cannons or railgun. Captain has forbade us to use them. He said we need to improve ourselves too, so we will fight TGE enemies directly. The old members are cheering while the new members who joined after they defeated Beast's pirates are dumbfounded. Buggy doesn't just make his battle more difficult, he makes their battles more difficult too. Still thinks he is better? Asks Jack. Oh of course, this is nothing, says Yamato as she takes her metal club. The old members are quite happy with this because it's been a long time since they did this. When fighting Beast's pirates, they only focused on winning because their opponents are very strong, and making mistakes mean death. However, they've gotten a lot stronger than when they fought Beast's pirates. Big Mom pirates are strong, but the gaps between their power aren't too far apart. So the clowns can be a little lenient in this war. The new members have just found out what kind of crazy crew they've joined. But it's just a matter of time for them to get used to it and become like that too. Everyone was like that at first, after all. Cricket, which one is our target? Asks Enel who controls the ship. Their main ship, the biggest one. We'll leave the other ships to our subordinates. Big Mom's older children are on their main ship, after all. Only we can handle them, says Cricket. Queen Mama Chanter, hey? It's the first time I see it. That's a very big ship, maybe as big as Moby Dick, says Jude. We'll go around quite far on the left. The impact of Captain's battle will push our ship if we are too close, says Enel. Are you Vel.M? Alright, just make sure to catch up to their main ship, says Cricket. Buggy's battle against Big Mom is shaking the area around them. None of the ships can get closer to them, so they need to go around the affected area. The clown pirates target Queen Mama Chanter while their subordinate crews target other ships. Cricket who takes over the lead instructs other ships through Denden Mushi. He just gives them one of the strategies that the clown pirates have made for war like this. The subordinate crews are ordered to use their upgraded cannons that have a longer range than the enemy's cannons while the clown pirates won't use them. Big Mom's older children who are on Queen Mama Chanter also target the clown pirates on Black Pearl because they're the only ones who can handle the clowns. It's a good thing for the clowns because they are also the only ones who can handle Big Mom's older children like Katakuri, Perospero, Oven, etc. Both ships get closer to each other and Queen Mama Chanter shoots its cannons when the Black Pearl gets into their range. But none of their attacks hit the Black Pearl because the clowns protect it well. Soon, the two ships get side by side, and the clowns get on Queen Mama Chanter. Cricket stands in the front and grins, "Let's dance, Mama's kids." Chapter 310, Clown Fleet's First War. The war finally started for real now because the clown pirates have reached Queen Mama Chanter. Their subordinate crews, however, are still attacking from afar using their long-range cannons. They are still outnumbered by Big Mom pirates that have thousands of homies. So they focus on attacking from their cannons' max distance just as Cricket instructed. The Big Mom pirates' attacks can't reach their ships because their cannons can't shoot that far. Their weapon technology's levels are too far apart. "Oi! Come here, you bastards! Fight like real men!" shouts one of Big Mom's officers. The clown fleet ignores him and keeps shooting from afar. They've damaged and sunk a few of Big Mom's ships using this strategy, so it's very effective. When they run out of ammunition later, they've sunk more than half of Big Mom's ships, which reduced the enemy's number too. Now, they can only fight at closer range, so they get closer to Big Mom pirates' ships. But it makes them enter the enemy's shooting range. Big Mom pirates shoot their cannons, but the clown fleet can defend themselves because the cannons that Big Mom pirates use are just normal ones with normal speed, which don't pose a big threat to them. The clown fleet finally gets close to the enemy ships and each of them gets between Big Mom's ships. But they put some tens of meters distance to those ships. The distance prevents Big Mom pirates to get on their ships, but they also can't get on the enemy ships. It's not a problem though because they have another weapon type. From the sides of the clown fleet ships, many normal cannons suddenly come out. Big Mom pirates are very surprised because they thought that the clown fleet has ran out of ammo. "Haven't you run out of ammo?" asks a Big Mom officer in disbelief. "We have run out of ammo, for our long-range cannons. But we still have our normal cannons and the ammo for these cannons is still full. Now, feel despair. Fire!" shouts a fleet captain that has been appointed as the raid leader by Cricket. All clown fleet ships shoot their normal cannons at the same time. Their distance is close enough, so no one misses their targets. Each ship shoots the enemy ships on their left and right. The bombardment destroys Big Mom's ships, but they also retaliate by shooting back using their cannons. However, as the clown fleet is the one that attacks first, they've inflicted more damage. Many shots hit Big Mom's ship's cannon chambers, so Big Mom's ships lost a lot of cannons first. In the end, Big Mom pirates lost 80% of their ships in this confrontation. They brought 20 ships excluding Queen Mama Chanter, so they've lost 16. While the clown fleet only lost 2 out of 10 ships, excluding Black Pearl. So now, there are 4 remaining ships on the Big Mom side, and there are 8 ships on the clown side. The table has flipped in a short time because of the clown's excellent strategy and weapons. But they can't get relaxed yet because Big Mom pirates still have more members on those 4 ships than the clown fleet on their 8 ships. The real war starts now. We have truly run out of ammo for our cannons and so are they. The only choice left is direct confrontation. Let's show those mommy's boys our power. Show them the power of clown pirates fleet. Shouts the fleet leader. "Oh. The fleet members roar to increase their own morale. Both sides get closer to each other and then they jump on each other's ships. Melee weapons, ranged weapons, or even bare hands. They all start to fight using their battle skills and blood starts to shed. The clown pirates also have started to fight on Queen Mama Chanter. The executives and stronger members are fighting against Big Mom's children and officers. As for the weaker members, they are fighting against homies or weaker members too. Enel is fighting against Katakuri right now even though the plan was for Cricket to face Katakuri. He should be fighting against Oven, but he used his lightning power to overtake Cricket and attack Katakuri first. Cricket is pissed, but he needed to attack Oven because Oven almost attacked their men. Bam! Cricket hits Oven's face from the left, flinging him onto the main mast. That bastard needs to be disciplined later, says Cricket while looking at Enel who fights Katakuri, ignoring Oven that he has just hit. He knows why Enel wants to fight Katakuri. It's because Buggy told them that Katakuri has a strong observation haki and can see a glimpse of the future like Buggy. So Enel, who has the strongest observation haki after Buggy, wants to face Katakuri to improve his observation haki. To get a better result, Enel attacks Katakuri using his lightning-covered gold staff. Katakuri fights him using a trident just like what he used in his battle against Luffy. Fighting at a close range will force him to use all his observation haki because a shorter range means shorter reaction time. Enel shapes his staff into a spear before thrusting it at Katakuri. It's very fast and almost hits Katakuri's face, but then his head disappears, it turns into mochi. Enel grins excitedly when he sees it because only Buggy could react this fast before, not even Cricket or Palu can do it. Ya ha ha ha, finally a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary, says Enel excitedly, using a line that Buggy taught him. God of Thunder, Enel, it seems the rumor about you isn't exaggerated. You are indeed fast, maybe almost as fast as Marine Vice Admiral Borsellino. Mama is quite interested in you, says Katakuri. I'm not interested in an old woman. Maybe I'll consider it if it's one of your sisters. By the way, I prefer smoothie or cinnamon, says Enel. I'll give you a chance to talk with them as long as you join our crew, says Katakuri. Just a chance to talk? Asks Enel. Whether they accept you or not is their choice. At least I can give you a chance which not many men can get, says Katakuri. Well, I don't need a chance given by you. I will get that chance when we destroy your crew, says Enel while grinning. Then you'll never have it, says Katakuri while thrusting his trident at Enel. Enel doesn't see it coming and almost gets hit on the face. But he has a very good reflex because of his lightning power and evades it by flashing away using his lightning at the last moment. The trident still grazes his left cheek, making it bleeds. You're better than I thought, says Enel while grinning wider before rushing to attack Katakuri again. Both of them then exchange moves using their weapons. The pissed Cricket is still looking at them even though Oven is walking angrily toward him. Oven gets angrier because Enel ignores him, making his body gets hotter. How dare you ignore me, you bastard! Shouts Oven as he sends a punch at Cricket. Bam! Oven scoffs, but then he widens his eyes when he sees Cricket catches his hot fist with his bare hand. Cricket only uses basic colorless armament haki to catch his hot fist. Sorry for ignoring you, someone is pissing me off. But man, I heard your devil fruit is heat fruit, so I thought your fist will be hot, not warm like this, says Cricket with a disappointed tone. Oven gets even angrier and his body becomes even hotter. Cricket grins as he pulls Oven's hand and headbutts Oven's head. Oven gets pushed back and almost falls on his butt. He can balance himself though and avoid embarrassing himself. Cricket still grins and taunts Oven using his hand, come. Help me warm up before the real battle. Chapter 311, Clowns vs Mama's Boys. Cricket is fighting, playing with Oven right now because Oven is an easy opponent for him. This guy is like an open book and his attacks are easy to predict. Oven only has a strong physique and good devil fruit mastery. But his fighting skills are garbage compared to Cricket. It seems you never met strong opponents that forced you to fight better. I guess all good opponents were taken care of by your brother and mom. That's why you are weak like this. Such a disappointment for Katakuri's triplet brother, says Cricket as he parries Oven's attacks. Bastard! Curse Oven angrily and he gets even hotter now that the floor starts to burn. Cricket smirks because this guy is very easy to provoke. Then as he predicted, Oven charges at him and attacks him again with his hotter fists. Cricket simply uses his armament haki to counter Oven's attacks. Oven doesn't realize that he is being used by Cricket to train. To block Oven's max heat power fully, Cricket needs to use his armament haki to the max too. Cricket hopes that by using his armament to its limit, he will be able to reach the advanced level, just like Buggy. Palu watches from the side as Cricket taunts Oven to use stronger attacks and size. Then he jumps away to avoid a lot of candy arrows falling from the sky. He lands and looks at Sparrow who shot those arrows. "Hey, I was still watching a show here. Can't you just wait for a moment?" asks Palu. "You clowns are really as irritating as the rumors that I heard. I'll wipe the floor using that arrogant face of yours, Pararin," says Sparrow while keep smiling as his big and long tongue hangs there. "Why don't you wipe it with that tongue, candy licker? I'm sure the dirt will taste sweet for your tongue," says Palu while smirking. Sparrow just smiles, he isn't as hot-headed as Oven. Then he shoots a candy wave at Palu and Palu gets ready with his warhammer. Palu then swings his warhammer at the candy wave while smiling. When the hammer hits the candy wave, some ripples appear between them. Palu uses his Hashoken to block the candy wave. He is the best Hashoken user in the crew right now, surpassing even Cricket who starts to rely on physical strength, haki, and other martial arts. Palu's Hashoken attack breaks the candy wave into pieces. The vibration even flows through the candy and almost hits Sparrow. But the candy licker jumps away before it hits because the destruction is visibly coming toward him. "As I thought of candy, so soft," says Palu while smirking. "You sure like to talk," says Sparrow rather pissedly. "Of course, I have a mouth, after all, although not as big as yours," says Palu before rushing at Sparrow. Palu jumps and swings his warhammer at Sparrow who makes a candy wall to block Palu. The warhammer hits the candy again and Hashoken ripples appear again. Of course, the candy wall breaks again even though it's harder than before. Then Palu keeps moving toward Sparrow and attacks him using warhammer. Sparrow blocks Palu's warhammer using his candy cane coated in haki. Ripples appear again from Palu's attack, and the floor around them is cracking. However, Sparrow's candy cane is fine because it is strong enough as it is, and his haki makes it even harder. Still, Palu's attack is strong too, and Sparrow can't fully stop it. Sparrow gets pushed back and almost flies out of the ship, but he stops it using his candy. "Quite persistent, aren't you?" asks Palu who has caught up to Sparrow. Both of them clash again and exchange their techniques. They seem to be equal with no one overpowering the other. The same thing happens on the front deck where two giants are fighting each other. Big Mom pirates don't have any giants, but they have Deifuku who can summon a genie. The genie can grow big enough to match a giant's size. Magnus is currently fighting against Deifuku's gigantic genie. Unlike his usual calm self, Magnus is very serious right now. He has been silent since he knew that Big Mom pirates were attacking their base. No one talked to him too because they know that as a giant from Elbaf, he has a deep hatred toward Big Mom. Magnus wanted to fight Big Mom himself, but he knows that he isn't strong enough for that. So he fights whoever it is that gets appointed as his opponent. Cricket chose Deifuku to be his opponent because of the genie and Magnus accepted it without any complaint. Right now, Magnus is just focused on fighting Deifuku. He doesn't care about anything like trying to improve his abilities. His only concern is winning and damaging Big Mom pirates even for a little by defeating one of their high-ranked officers. Magnus is still in his normal form and uses an axe to face against the genie that uses a big halberd. They are quite equal, but then the genie suddenly gets stronger, and Magnus is getting pushed back a little. Magnus doesn't want to play anymore, so he transforms into his full Azure mode. He holds another axe using his two left arms while the previous axe is in his two right arms. He still has a free arm on each side and he bumps both fists. The genie also actually grows bigger as Magnus grows a little bigger. Deifuku keeps rubbing his stomach to keep the genie out there. If Magnus can stop Deifuku, then the genie will disappear. But he doesn't care because he will destroy the genie and Deifuku to show them a giant's strength. "Giant, you should have joined our crew. You are the one who Mama got interested the most. You will get special treatments in our crew," says Deifuku. Magnus isn't in the mood to answer, but he still says, I'm not interested in joining that monster's crew. Then I will force you to come, says Daifuku. Try me, if you think you have the capability to do it, says Magnus with a low voice. Daifuku controls the genie to swing its halberd at Magnus. Magnus also swings his left axe to counter the attack. He blocks it and then swings his right axe at the genie. It gets blocked by the genie's halberd's handle, but then the genie gets hit on the stomach by Magnus' free right hand. Don't forget that I have 6 arms now, says Magnus as he grabs the genie's head using his free left hand. Magnus pulls the genie's head down and kicks it using his right knee. He is getting more versatile at using his devil fruit abilities now. The battle then turns one-sided as Magnus starts overpowering Daifuku and his genie. Ooh, he's really angry. Having 6 arms gives you a big advantage in a battle. Isn't that right, Charlotte Cracker? Asks Mantis while blocking a sword using her staff. She is fighting Cracker, who also has 6 arms and wields 6 swords like Magnus now. Of course, it's Cracker's fake appearance, but no one in the clown pirates knows it except Buggy. He didn't tell them because their intelligence team hasn't discovered anything, so it will be strange if he knows. Besides, they will fight better if they think that the 6-armed man is Cracker. Although Cracker isn't as strong as when he fight Luffy 19 years later, he is already strong enough now. Big Mom pirates haven't made Sweet Commander's positions, but Cracker is already one of the strongest among Big Mom's children. Mantis the dancer, clown pirate's cook. Why don't you join our crew? We have the best cooks in the world. You can learn a lot of dishes and improve your cooking there, says Cracker. Why are you guys keep trying to recruit us? Does Big Mom stops making children already? Asks Mantis. We simply desire talents like you, says Cracker. Ha, you only desire talents that have shown. We were found by Captain and he was the one who polished our talents. People like you who can only have talents when they shine won't interest us. You are simply no match for Captain, says Mantis. Humph, he's just lucky to find you, says Cracker. Yeah, and you are lucky to be born of that hag. You will be nothing if you aren't her son, says Mantis as she attacks Cracker. He blocks her staff and attacks her using his 6 swords. She evades them all gracefully with dance-like movements, showing him why she is called the dancer. They keep fighting and the war continues. Chapter 312, Clowns Battle Games. Other battles also happen on Queen Mama Chanter. Some clown pirates executives even need to fight multiple enemies at once. Dion, Ruff, Brook, Manba, and Jude are the ones who fight some enemies at once. Dion and Manba are fighting together against the Quintuplets brothers. They fight against Opera, Counter, Cadenza, Cabaletta, and Gala together. It's 2 against 5, but Dion and Manba are not worried even a bit. Both of them are working together against the Quintuplets with good teamwork. Dion has improved his Devil Fruit mastery a lot and now can suddenly disappear. He can even hide his presence in an instant when the enemies attack him, and then he attacks them from different angles. While Dion distracts the enemies, Manba will attack them using his spear. Ruff has installed Axe, Impact, and even Reject dials on Manba's spear. So each time he thrust, it will either creates a shockwave or a slash attack on top of its basic thrust stabbing damage. Manba can even point the dial's damage at one spot to create bigger damage. The Impact and Reject dial's shockwave can become a concentrated deadly shock. While the combination of his thrust and axe dial can create a very strong stabbing power with deadly penetrating power. Both of them are covering each other perfectly. Dion will disappear and then attacks the 5 fat identical dudes from the sides or back to distract them. Then Manba will attack them one by one using deadly attacks. Using that strategy, Manba and Dion take out the quintuplets one by one quite easily. Mamba's attacks will injure the 5 badly using shocks and stabs. Then Dion will finish them by strangling their neck using his long chameleon tail. They will pass out because they can't breathe, and then Dion will throw them away to distract their men and siblings. Dion isn't just making his battle easier, he makes his crewmates' battles easier too. He and Manhwa are the first ones to finish their battles among the executives because it was an easy fight for them. Meanwhile, Brook and Ruff are also fighting together against not 5 but 6 opponents. They fight against Zukato, the triplets Nustort, Basecart, and Dazmarch, Noisette, and Moscato. Both Zukato and Moscato were attacking Jude, but as gentlemen, Ruff and Brook provoked the two of them to fight both of them instead of Jude, which they complied. This makes Jude doesn't have any Charlotte to fight because, for this war, Big Mom only brought his sons from Perospero the eldest to Moscato the 16th son. She doesn't bring any of her daughters or younger sons because they need to guard their territory. Also, she thought that the 16 of them and their men are enough to go against clown pirates, but it's not. Even Brook and Ruff can handle their 6 opponents quite easily. Ruff, who has made many weapons, are attacking them using his silly bombs that he made in his free time. His bombs will immobilize the enemies, making Brook can attack them easily. Ruff is using slimy bombs that create slimy substances on the floor and enemies' bodies. There are also sticky bombs that create sticky substances to stop the enemies from moving. Deadly smell bombs that create super smelly gas that also hit him and Brook. And itchy bombs that spread powder that makes one's body itchy. Ruff uses all those bombs on each of the 4 Charlottes to maximize the effect. Brook then makes the effects of Ruff's bombs worse using his music. He makes them hallucinate when they are suffering, which makes their conditions worse. Both Ruff and Brook are laughing evilly seeing their opponents suffer. Jude, who helps her crewmates fight the homies and Big Mom's men, is sighing seeing the two of them. She knew that they didn't take over her opponents out of kindness, they just want to play around, and do an experiment on them. Brook and Ruff have a quite twisted sense of humor, after all. It can be said that they have won their battle, but they keep playing around for a rather long time before finishing it. Well, Buggy told them to use their opponents to train, so that is what they do. Their crewmates are either cheering at them, laughing, or sighing tiredly. However, their enemies don't like it even one bit, especially the Charlottes. Katakuri is the most upset one seeing his little brothers being humiliated like that, so he stops playing around. He predicts Enel's attack and moves forwards to avoid a strong lightning spear. Then he makes some mochi donuts that shoot haki-covered mochi fists to attack Enel. Enel avoids them, but then Katakuri suddenly appears on his escape route and attacks him. Katakuri doesn't show mercy and stabs Enel using his trident. Enel has reacted, but he still gets stabbed in the stomach by the trident's left spear. Then Katakuri kicks him strongly toward Brook and Ruff so he can take care of the 3 at the same time. However, Enel's flying body suddenly gets hit by Oven's flying body. Oven has been beaten black and blue by Cricket just now. He saw Katakuri getting serious and knew that it was dangerous. So he gets serious too and beats Oven up before throwing him at Enel when Katakuri kicks the lightning man. "Oi, Cricket! What are you doing? Why are you throwing this thing at your friend? This is friendly fire," protests Enel after crashing into the ship's wall. "You should be fine if you still can protest like that. Just be a good boy and take care of that Worm dude," says Cricket. "Worm?" asks Enel confusedly before suddenly, Oven grabs his leg angrily while lying on the floor and heats his hand that holds Enel's leg. "Oh, it's really warm. I thought your power was heat fruit," says Enel while smirking. Enel is lightning and lightning has a very high temperature, so he can handle strong heat. That's why for him, Oven's heat just feels warm. But for Oven, Enel's lightning will be painful enough, especially when they are this close. "I heard that you are triplets with Katakuri and Daifuku. But I wonder if the two of you are as strong as him or at least close to his level. I have used this on him and he could handle this without any problem. But how about you?" asks Enel while pointing his right palm at Oven on the floor. "Don't underestimate me," says Oven angrily. "So what if I am? Max 300 million Vari," says Enel smugly as his lightning gathers on his hand and then it shoots toward Oven at the same time. Oven gets shot by Enel's highest lightning voltage at such a close range. He is immune to the heat because of his power, but he still gets electrocuted as lightning spread through his body. Cricket has beaten him up, making Enel's attack feels worse, and in the end, he can't stand it, so he passes out. Humph, weakling. Well, I am still weak too, says Enel while looking at his wound before looking at Cricket's fight against Katakuri. Cricket isn't as fast as Enel, but he can handle Katakuri's attacks better. He can even damage Katakuri more than Enel even with fewer hits. He simply has better fighting skills and strength than Enel has. It makes Enel quite frustrated, but he also gets more motivated to get stronger. He asks Manhwa to give his stab wound first aid for now so he can fight again. But then he hears something big approaching with his sensitive ears, so he looks at it. Enel widens his eyes before he shouts, "Watch out! Attack from 8 o'clock!" Everyone on the ship stops their fight to look at where Enel points it. They all widen their eyes before scattering away, even Katakuri and Cricket stop fighting to get away. What fly toward them at high speed are Big Mom and Buggy. Both of them crash onto Queen Mama Chanter and push it away. Their crews are looking at them confusedly because they were fighting before, but now they crashed together. Buggy and Big Mom gets out to the deck and looks at where they came from. Buggy clicks his tongue and says, "Damn it, so troublesome." Chapter 313, Four Sides. Buggy and Big Mom are looking at where they came from. Everyone else also looks there because these two suddenly flew and crashed into Queen Mama Chanter. "What are you doing here, Whitebeard?" asks Big Mom while smiling sinisterly. On where Buggy and Big Mom fought, everyone can see Whitebeard there. He is standing on top of a gigantic bird made of blue flame. Marco becomes Whitebeard's transportation so he could attack Buggy and Big Mom who fought midair. "Gururera, I just have a business with the red-nosed kid. Go home, Linlin. Don't meddle in my business," says Whitebeard as Marco flies closer to Queen Mama Chanter. Mama, I am not someone you can order as you please, Whitebeard. "Do you think I won't dare to go against you?" says Big Mom while getting ready to fight again. However, the clown pirates suddenly leaves Queen Mama Chanter. They return to their ship that was moving around quite far from Big Mom's ships. Buggy ordered them to return, so they followed his order immediately. "What are you doing, clown? This hasn't finished yet," says Big Mom as Buggy jumps to his ship too. "It has finished. I don't mind if it's just Whitebeard, but another old monster is coming here. You old monsters can fight here, I will not meddle in it as the youngest here," says Buggy while looking in the opposite direction of Whitebeard. Everyone looks at where he is looking and they immediately understand why he wants to stop. 3 marine ships are moving toward their location and the one in the front is a ship with a big dog head figure. "Garp," says Whitebeard with a displeased tone while looking at Garp standing on that dog head figure while grinning and eating his rice cracker. Garp only comes with A.K.A and Dalmatian crews, but that is not a big problem. He alone is enough to threaten all the pirates there. The strongest marine alive, that title is enough to shake every pirate who faces him. Buggy, Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Garp. If these 4 clash, then the battle will shake the entire world. But before the world even hears it, this place will be destroyed. Of course, Buggy doesn't want it because this is his territory, so he will try to avoid battle. The others don't need to worry about that, but fighting also won't be beneficial for them. They will just lose their men in this 4-side war. The reward is too small compared to the loss that they might suffer. "Such a merry meeting, let me join you guys," says Garp when his ship gets close enough. "So you've decided to appear after spying for so long, hey, old man?" asks Buggy. Oi, I'm not a pervert, I'm just someone who does his job. Anyway, you want to continue the fight or not? "My fists are ready to go anytime," says Garp while cracking his fists with a grin. "You old people can go at it if you want, but do it somewhere else, don't do it at my place," says Buggy. The 4 of them get silent and stare at each other. No one says anything and it makes the atmosphere very tense. Everyone else can feel the tension rises and the weaker ones even tremble in fear. Mama, let's stop here. I only come for a business with that kid, not you old men, says Big Mom. You are just a few years younger than me, so you can't call me old man, Linlin. But I agree with you, let's stop it here. I came here to stop your stupid fight, after all, says Whitebeard. Ha, do you think I'll believe that? Someone like you come so far to this place just to stop a fight? I'm not stupid, Whitebeard, says Big Mom. You can believe it or not, but I'm leaving. Let's go, Marco, says Whitebeard as Moby Dick finally appears there. Marco flies to Moby Dick and then Whitebeard pirates leave without saying a word. Big Mom clicks her tongue before ordering her crew to leave too. The clown pirates also leave, then the marine also leave shortly after that. None of them are on the same side, so they will face 3 opponents each. A 4-sided war will only make them lose too many men and none of them want it. That's why they don't waste time staying there and leaving. They are still watching each other's movement as they leave though. So no one can make any sudden movements and in the end, they all leave the clown pirates' territory. Buggy sighs in relief as all those monsters finally left. Damn, what a bad day. Dion, check our casualties, says Buggy. Dion nods before ordering his team to check on their fleet while he checks the main crew. None of the clown pirates died and they only get minor injuries. But they lost 2 ships and 34 people in the confrontation. It's lower than the casualties on Big Mom's side, but they still lost their men. They could lose more if the others on those 2 destroyed ships couldn't save themselves after the ship sunk. So from an organization's perspective, they didn't lose too much, but as people, losing even one person is still a loss. Buggy asks his assistant, Della, to handle everything regarding the war's aftermath. He needs to know why Big Mom decided to attack so suddenly. So the next day, he calls her through a secure line to avoid Marine hearing them. Oi old hag, tell me your reason, says Buggy as soon as she picks up. Mama, now you finally want to talk to me. As I said, it's about business. I want you to sell your weapons to me too, says Big Mom. What weapons? Asks Buggy. No need to hide it, kid. Everyone knows it's you who made that Caribbean group that sells all those new weapons. But your group doesn't want to sell any weapon to me, and I guess it's the case for Whitebeard too. Tell me what you want so that you'll sell your weapons to me, Jester, says Big Mom. Buggy isn't surprised that Big Mom knows that much and even knows his codename in the Caribbean. He planned to make the Caribbean a hidden organization. But he knows it's impossible because of how big the scale of the business it has. Besides, all the weapon productions are being run on the clown pirates' territories. They can't use other locations, after all, and that's enough to show that the Caribbean is owned by clown pirates. Buggy knows that all big organizations know this now when the group has started working. Fine, I'll sell my weapons to you. In exchange, let my crew explore your territories in the future, says Buggy. Mama, it seems you really don't want to sell anything to me, says Big Mom with a low angry voice. Sigh, I think you know more things about me. If you investigate more, you should know what my crew likes to do. We have explored all 4 blue seas and recently we were exploring East Blue before we need to leave because of you. Our next agenda is exploring Grand Line and you should know what it means, says Buggy. So you want to explore Paradise and New World, is it? But you can't explore New World freely because of me and probably Whitebeard too. Is it also your reason to remove Kaido? Asks Big Mom. Who knows? Asks Buggy while smirking. Big Mom laughs loudly, Mama. You cheeky brat. So you want to say that if I don't want to end like Kaido, I should let you explore my place? Is that it? You also didn't sell your weapons to me so you can talk to me about this, hey? Buggy just grins and doesn't confirm or deny Big Mom's statement. He just lets her think what she wants to think because there's no need to tell her his real intentions. So how about it? Do you agree or not? Asks Buggy. Big Mom smirks and says, fine, but I want better weapons than the ones you sell now. I know you have them. Also, you will be supervised tightly in your exploration. Buggy grins and says, deal. Chapter 314, Clown Lord. Some moments after calling Big Mom, Buggy talks to his men who managed the Caribbean. He tells them to sell weapons to Big Mom with some restrictions like the number of weapons that she can buy per year. There's no way he will let her buy as many weapons as she wants. Then after he finished the talk, Della comes up to him and gives him a newspaper. The headline is the short confrontation that happened yesterday. Buggy and the Clown Pirates become the main characters of the news today. Clash of Emperors, the Young Fangs. That is the title of the headline in the world news that spread all over the world. All the news in the newspaper is about the confrontation between three pirate emperors and marine. But the news highlights the Clown Pirates and Buggy who are still shrouded in mysteries. When they become an emperor crew, the world didn't see the process at all. They only knew that Clown Pirates have defeated Beast's Pirates when they sent Beast's Pirates heads to a marine base. So their true power hasn't been revealed to the world yet. That's why the confrontation yesterday becomes such big news. The world finally can see just how strong the Clown Pirates are. It was short, but it was still a war against another emperor's crew. Buggy has shown that he has the power to go against Big Mom. He didn't clash directly against Whitebeard or Garp. But they all retreat without any fight might mean that even Whitebeard and Garp consider Buggy to be around their level, and fighting him will have big consequences. The Clown Pirates also showed themselves to be a strong and solid crew. They were dominating the war against Big Mom Pirates and even sunk most of Big Mom's ships. The executives also hold their ground against Big Mom's children, and some even won fast. Big Mom Pirates haven't shown their full power, but it is still a fact that Clown Pirates have repelled Big Mom Pirates. The war didn't end properly, but it can be said that Clown Pirates have won because Big Mom Pirates got more casualties. With this, the Clown Pirates have shown that even as a young crew, they have the power to compete against the veterans. And Buggy as a young captain can stand side by side with the monsters like Whitebeard or Big Mom. That's why the title is Young Fangs. It represents the young pirates who have bared their fangs to the veterans. Those are the things that are mentioned in the news. Of course, the journalists spread the truth, but with a lot of spices to entice their audience. With their good play of words, the news becomes a big sensation, and it shakes the world. It's not only the news that shakes the world, but also their new bounties. The Marine has decided to raise some of their bounties. It's like the Marine and world government finally know how big of a threat this crew is, especially with their new organization that sells high-quality weapons to pirates, so they raised the Clown's bounties. Clown Lord Buggy, 3.5 billion. Red Fist's Mont Blanc Cricket, 1.69 billion. Black Hammer Palu, 1.23 billion. Thunder God Enel, 1 billion. Demon Giant Magnus, 911 million. Mantis the Dancer, 567 million. Fatman Manba, 434 million. Rainbow Hair Bunglan Dion, 422 million. Soul King Brook, 387 million. Ash Girl Ariella Jude, 373 million. The Inventor Ruff, 356 million. Lord's Hand Della, 100 million. Surprisingly though, Buggy only gets a 50 million raise. His bounty was high enough, but the Marine wants to make sure his bounty is raised because they've confirmed his threat level. Also, they changed the hideous moniker of Killer Clown into Clown Lord. I thought they would change it into Jester because they know about the Caribbean. But it makes sense that they didn't change it because it's my crew's name and the name Clown has stuck on me. Besides, I'm sure they want to buy my weapons and establish a business with me. That's why they can't expose my Jester code name because they'll expose themselves too when they try to strike a deal with me, says Buggy while grinning. Rol.c. Cricket, Palu, and Enel who come with the others to check on the new bounties aren't as chill as Buggy though. Their bounties didn't change at all, which make them very pissed. Mantis's bounty also didn't raise, but she doesn't really care about it, so she doesn't react much. But it's understandable if they consider their opponents in the confrontation. Even Katakuri, Big Mom's strongest child, hasn't reached the 1 billion bounty yet. His current bounty is still just 768 million. Even Enel already has a 1 billion bounty and Katakuri could handle him. That's why it's not just the clown pirates who have their bounties raised, some of Big Mom pirates also get it. Well, it's just Katakuri and Perospero though, because they could handle Enel and Palu who have more than 1 billion bounties. The Marine just raised Katakuri's bounty to 950 million and Perospero to 700 million though. They only get that much because they aren't as active as the clowns at creating trouble. Also, it's mostly Big Mom who destroys things, that's why her bounty is very high, it's already at more than 4 billion. The F***CK. I was just playing around with that candy liquor and they thought he has a chance against me? These Marines are dumb, says Palu pissedly. Yeah, I also, says Enel before Cricket chimes in. There's no way that you were playing around like Palu. Don't be ashamed to admit that someone with a lower bounty than you has almost defeated you, says Cricket while grinning. Enel clicks his tongue and looks at the others who seem happy because their bounties raised. Manba, Dion, Brooke, Jude, and Ruff have their bounty raised by 200 million each. They finally feel like proper Emperor crew executives now. Meanwhile, Della is sighing while looking at her newly released bounty. The Marine decided to give her a bounty now because they know she is Buggy's assistant. She isn't as strong as the executives, but she is still stronger than any member. Besides, Della's threat level isn't decided by her strength, but by her position as Buggy's assistant. That means she is the one who manages every official stuff in their groups. Clown Pirates, Clown Fleet, the Caribbean, Territory Management, she is the one who handles them all. Of course, she has many subordinates to do all the jobs. But every official report will get to Buggy through her. She is Buggy's third hand, and that's enough to make her a big threat to the world government and Marine. It's not only the executives who get their bounties raised. Their crew members and subordinates who have bounties also get them raised, although none surpass 100 million yet. Many who haven't had bounties also get new bounties like Della, with a far lower number though. The clown pirates then hold a party together with their subordinates to celebrate their new bounties. Those who didn't get a raise are bitter though, but they forget it once they start drinking. These drunkards won't think of anything else once they drink. Captain, many people are wondering where your sworn brother is. He hasn't shown up at all for a few months. It's like he and his crew suddenly disappear, says Manba while reading a new newspaper. Who cares about that redhead's whereabouts? He didn't even help me when we fought Beast's pirates on Wano. I don't even want to know where he is. One thing is for sure though, he is still alive, somewhere, and will return, says Buggy. Maybe he has a kid already. You said you want to take it slow once your kid gets born. So maybe Red Hair Shanks also think the same, says Cricket. Buggy gets silent for a moment and thinks that it's possible. There are many things that haven't been revealed about Shanks when he was sent to this world, after all. That's possible. That bastard is similar to the young Rayleigh-san about women, after all. They can't control their ding-dongs. Maybe he knocked up one of his girlfriends, says Buggy without any care before resuming the party. Shanks can do what he wants and Buggy will do what he wants too. They have their own adventures and their lives. Chapter 315, Giving Birth. The clown pirates stay low for a few months since the confrontation against Big Mom pirates. They focus on managing their territories and their organizations. Also, they have a big project right now, they are building a new base. Big Mom pirates' attack has shown them that their current base is not good. It's not that the island itself is bad, but it's not a proper base yet. They don't have a strong defense system, which made their casualties quite high in the war. So now, they focus on improving their base and making it into a great stronghold. It will be a proper base for an Emperor crew. Besides, this is also the Caribbean's base, so it needs a strong security system or they'll lose their goods. Many will try to steal their weapons, after all. Strengthening their base will also make them can explore the world again. They don't want to be called so suddenly because their base gets attacked like before. So they need a strong base and men that can defend against their enemies. That's why they are also recruiting more men, but they still use their strict requirements. Buggy doesn't want to have subordinates who will go against his principles. The requirements are also to prevent people with ulterior motives to enter. Just within a week since the clown pirates start the recruitment, they've found 13 spies trying to enter and steal their weapons or technologies. Most of the spies are from world government and nations. They all want the technologies that are used to create the clown pirates' advanced weapons. Other than those things, Buggy also established businesses with Big Mom and Whitebeard. He has called Whitebeard and they have made the same deal as the deal with Big Mom. The clown pirates are allowed to explore Whitebeard's territories and they'll sell weapons to Whitebeard. With this, Whitebeard and Big Mom will also protect the clown pirates' base even if Buggy doesn't ask them. If his base gets destroyed, they won't get any weapons from him. They won't attack the base too because they will be wary of each other attacking them from behind, so the base will be safe. The clown pirates focus on their base and manpower for a few months. They are a new Emperor crew, after all, so they have many things to do to stabilize their position. Their rivals aren't rookies anymore, after all, it's Whitebeard and Big Mom. Clown Pirates base improves a lot after a few months. All their tests have shown great results that satisfy them. They tested their weapons by using them on the enemies that try to invade their base. Even if the clowns have shown their great power, there will always be idiots who overestimate themselves and try to attack them, so they use those people as test subjects. Then, the clown pirates finally leave their base after a few months. There is a special occasion that requires them to leave, after all. Belmere is about to give birth because it's almost 9 months, so Buggy needs to go home, and the crew needs to follow their captain. Their trip to East Blue is still undetected by anyone as before. Even when Marine and other organizations keep an eye on them, they can just suddenly disappear without anyone's knowing. People only find out after the clowns have gone very far. The clown pirates arrive at Kokoyasi village just in 3 days because they move fast. Before the ship even reaches the port, Buggy jumps to the port first. He is quite impatient and wants to see his family as soon as possible. He runs very fast that the villagers only see a blurry figure running with dust scattered behind him. Buggy arrives at his family's house and sees Nojiko playing with little Nami outside. Both of them see him and they smile immediately before running to hug him. "Ooh, do you miss me, my little princesses?" asks Buggy. "Yeah, we miss you, Dad," says Nojiko. "Wee-wee-oo," says Nami, trying to imitate Nojiko, but she fails because she can't talk clearly yet. "It's not wee-oo, Nami, it's miss you," says Nojiko. "Ha ha ha, she will be able to do it eventually." "Where's your mom?" asks Buggy. "We'll tell you for 100 belly," says Nojiko with an innocent smile. "Belly," says Nami very clearly. Buggy's face darkened seeing his daughters charge him for an answer. Nami can even say the word belly very clearly even though she couldn't say miss you properly. Her money-grubbing personality has started to show up already. "What the hell did she teach these two while I was on New World?" thinks Buggy while sighing. He tells the two that he will give them the money after they tell him where Belmere is, but they won't budge. They know he tries to trick them and won't give them the money later. Buggy sighs and gives 100 belly to them, which they take happily. 100 belly is nothing to him, but it's a lot for children like them. They can buy some candies or cookies with it, after all. He could just give them more money, but he thinks that giving too much money to children will create bad effects. Anyway, the two girls finally tell Buggy where Belmere is before they run off, surely to use the money. Belmere is in the backyard, so he goes there immediately. He finds her sitting on a rocky chair while knitting a sweater. "Welcome back," says Belmere without any hint of surprise. She has heard Buggy's conversation with their daughters and she heard his footsteps. "I don't know you can knit," says Buggy. "I have a lot of free time lately because I wasn't allowed to do many things. Doc told me that I shouldn't get tired, so I rest most of the time. But I'm bored, so I tried to do something new, and then Auntie Sherry taught me this. It's almost winter, so Nami and Nojiko need warm clothes. The baby too," says Belmere while rubbing her belly that has gotten much bigger than when Buggy left. "What about me? I also need warm clothes, you know," says Buggy while placing his head on her bulging belly. Sure, I will make a scarf for you later," says Belmere while patting his head. "Great, I'm waiting for it," says Buggy. Sometime later, Buggy's crewmates arrive, not all of them though, just the executives. Manhwa immediately checks Belmere's condition and she is very healthy. "Can you predict the birth date?" asks Buggy. I estimate it to be around 7 to 9 days, says Manhwa. Manhwa's estimation is a little off though because Belmere gives birth in 10 days. "Well, it doesn't matter though, it's not a problem at all. The important thing is the labor now. Belmere's and the baby's safety depends on how they handle this, after all. The ones who help Belmere give birth are Manhwa and his team. Manhwa has helped Rouge when she gave birth to Ace, so this is not a problem for him. Furthermore, he has 7 nurses to help him. Belmere is giving birth using the normal method even though Manhwa offered a caesarean section with Buggy's help. It won't be painful and they'll finish fast. Buggy could open her belly so Manhwa could take out the baby, then Buggy would restore her belly. But she refused because she wants to feel being a real mother by giving birth normally. She knows it will be very painful, but for her, that pain is the proof of her effort for her child. That's why she gives birth using the normal method, and she regrets it. Arg. Damn it, it hurts. F***ck you clown bastard, you better take responsibility for making me go through this pain, yells Belmere while clenching Buggy's hands that she holds as hard as she can. But it's you who want to use normal labor method, thinks Buggy. Buggy thinks that, but he just stands there silently as she clenches his hands as if she wants to crush his hands while cursing him. The labor must be very painful, after all, so the best he can do is accept her emotion. Then after 2 minutes that feel like forever, the baby finally comes out. The baby cries as Manhwa cuts the umbilical cord. "Congratulations, Captain Belmere, it's a boy." Chapter 316, Leonardo. Belmere pants very hard after she gave birth. Buggy rubs her hair while smiling at her before kissing her forehead. "Thank you for your hard work," says Buggy. Belmere still pants as she answers, "Next time. I will use whatever method that you think isn't painful." Buggy blinks his eyes and says, "I'll take that as a pass to have more children." "I take it back, 3 is enough," says Belmere after a pause. A nurse then cleans the baby with warm water while Manhwa checks on Belmere. The mother and baby are healthy. She just needs to rest and eat healthy food. "We will check your breast milk later so we'll know if you can produce enough milk for the baby. By the way, have you decided on a name for your son?" asks Manhwa as the nurse gives the baby to Buggy. "Yeah, his name is Leonardo," says Buggy while smiling as he holds his son. Buggy chose the name Leonardo because he idolized some figures with the name Leonardo. Leonardo da Vinci, Leonardo DiCaprio, and his favorite character of TMNT, Leonardo, the oldest one among 4 mutant turtle brothers. He wanted to be like them in his past life, but that was impossible. "I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool," says Manhwa. Well, even Buggy also doesn't know what it means, it also just sounds cool to him. But he has a hope for his son by using that name. He hopes his son will be a great person like those that he idolized. Buggy puts Leonardo beside his mother so that Belmere can see her son. She looks at the baby with a lovely smile and hugs him happily. The little guy also smiles as his mother hugs him, which makes Buggy jealous because he didn't do it while Buggy carried him before. Soon, the others who waited outside enter the room. Nojiko and Nami are looking at their little brother curiously. The others also do the same even though they are adults. They never really watched a baby this close, after all, so they are very curious. Later that night, Buggy throws a big party to celebrate his son's birth. Leonardo has shown a passion for a party on his first day living in this world. He keeps giggling as he sees everyone dancing and singing merrily. Buggy then takes him and his sisters to dance with everyone despite Belle's protest. She can't do anything, after all, because she is still very tired. So she can only watch as Buggy plays around with their newborn. Well, luckily, genetics is also a very important factor in this world. So even though Leonardo isn't even a day old yet, he is stronger than average babies. His body is strong enough to handle the little dance and Buggy is very careful even though he looks like he is rough with his dance. It still doesn't end well though because he gets punished. He isn't allowed to sleep with his wife and children. Belle isn't pleased by his action and asks him to sleep outside the house. He isn't even allowed to sleep in his ship or others' houses, and everyone is more than willing to help Belle, so he sleeps on a hammock behind his own house. Damn, I have a house and a ship. Yet I am not sleeping in any of those. Damn, it's my first time being a homeless person in this world, says Buggy while shivering from the cold. The next day, Buggy is allowed to enter the house, but he is still forbidden from carrying his baby. His crewmates don't even sympathize with him, they are laughing their asses off from the sides. It's a very rare chance for them to see their captain suffer this way. Then for the next week, he is only allowed to carry his baby for just an hour a day. He also finally promises to not repeat what he did. So after a week, he is finally allowed to hold his baby whenever he wants. After a month, Buggy takes his family on a trip around East Blue again. His crew hasn't finished exploring East Blue before Big Mom pirates attacked their base. So now, they want to finish it before other urgent things appear again. The Caribbean's business and their fleet are doing well in New World. So they can enjoy their trip on East Blue for now. They have solidified their base and their men's power to be able to go against most forces in New World. As for Red Hair Pirates, there's still no news about them. Buggy also doesn't want to search their location because it's none of his business. Shanks is someone who will be an emperor in the future, so there's no use worrying about him. What worried him the most is someone who hasn't appeared for a few years and had a plan to attack East Blue. Since Roger's execution a few years ago, Buggy always keeps a tab on a name. He keeps trying to find the news about Shiki since that day. In one of One Piece's movies, Shiki appears again when the Straw Hat Pirates have started their journey. But Buggy has changed so many things that he can't rely on his future knowledge anymore. Shiki might suddenly appear and threaten East Blue, the place where his family and close friends live. So he always tries to find Shiki's whereabouts because he can't rely on the Straw Hats who haven't even formed yet. Also, the way the Straw Hats defeat Shiki's crew in the movie is just too nonsensical for him to be true. Shiki is a legendary pirate who has fought against Roger, Whitebeard, Big Mom, etc. But then he gets defeated by Luffy who hasn't even known Haki yet. And that Luffy who defeated Shiki in a movie is struggling too much on Sabayati, Impel Down, and Marineford. Buggy also can't rely on the assumption that the things that happen in the movies won't be real just because those are movies, not the main series. He just needs to make sure that he uses everything he knows and handles all the problems as best as he can. There are some more events that will happen before the Straw Hat Pirates appear. Shishibukai System, Fisher Tigers attack on Mary Gioase, Revolutionary Army, etc. Buggy needs to find them all because all those things might affect his life too. That's also one of the main reasons he expanded the Caribbean for information networks. For Buggy, information is one of the greatest weapons. By knowing more, he will know the best thing to do. He isn't Luffy or Straw Hats, so he can't rely on luck for many things. His plot armor isn't as strong as Luffy's plot armor. So he can't rely on that, and gathering more information to build the best plans is one of his way to make sure everything goes well for him. Although Buggy has felt like the main character with everything he has done in this world. He even becomes an emperor faster than Shanks. Well, it won't be faster than Luffy, who will surely be the Pirate King at a young age because he has the real god of this world, Oda, behind his back. Anyway, Buggy's trip around East Blue is taking quite a long time. He has many acquaintances here and there, so he stays for a rather long time. Besides, he wants to enjoy his time with his family while he can. Another reason is that he is recruiting people for the Caribbean's information business. His men are spreading their network around New World for now. So he tries to make it faster by expanding his business in East Blue. He already has his old friends, Jimmy and Burton, to manage the East Blue branch. Then slowly, he will take over the information business around the world. When that happens, he will know everything he wants to know easily. Buggy and the Clown Pirates stay on East Blue for 8 months before they return to Grand Line. They still have things to do and can't stay here forever. Buggy leaves despite his unwillingness, but this is the consequence of his choices. Chapter 317, Restarting. The Clown Pirates have returned to New World using the same method as before after spending 8 months on East Blue. They take care of a few things first in New World, mainly about their business through the Caribbean. There are also many pirate crews that want to join their fleet, so they need to take care of them first. After they finish everything, the Clown Pirates go to Paradise again. Buggy has listed the things he wants to do, and exploring Paradise is the first on the list. They haven't finished exploring Paradise before because they needed to leave as the time to attack Beast Pirates has come. So now, they will finish their exploration in Paradise. It's also been a few years since they last set a foot on any island in Paradise. So they all agree to start exploring Paradise from the beginning. That means they will explore it from Ruff's home island. It won't be just an exploration, it's also time for some of the crew members to go home for a moment. For those who came from Blue Seas, they will go there in the future. For now, they will focus on exploring Grand Line. The Clown Pirates have collected every known island's eternal pose. They even collected the eternal pose for marine bases. But they won't go there, for now, because it will become a troublesome problem. They go to Ruff's home island without trying to hide anything, unlike when they went to East Blue. There's no need for them to go stealthily, after all, so they just go openly. The Marine has let them go around on East Blue freely, so going around on Paradise won't be a problem. The crew arrives on Ruff's home island, which has a gigantic volcano in the center of the island. As soon as they land, Ruff runs to the town because he wants to meet his mother. Everyone laughs at him and teases him by calling him Mommy's boy, making him grumble along the way. After the crew secures the ship, they go to the town together, only leaving 5 people to guard the ship. They are creating a ruckus when they reach the town. This is Grand Line, so the people here know about what happened in New World, and they know just how powerful the Clown Pirates are. But the locals who know them are not that wary of them because they know Ruff is their crew member. The locals are still talking about them though, because their crew is the center of attention in the world lately. Although they talk about the crew, the locals aren't afraid because they know the Clown Pirates and Ruff. It's the newcomers who are very wary of them. The newcomers are afraid that the clowns will destroy this island on a whim and kill them all. Wow, so this is the first island that many people visited when they enter Grand Line, says Yamato. Yeah, but I want to experience coming here through the reverse mountain too, says Alan. Weren't you originated from here? Asks Jack. No, my brother and I were from a different island on a different route. It's also the second island in that route and we never pass the reverse mountain, says Elon. It's not the time for us to go through the reverse mountain. We will finish exploring Grand Line first before we can go there. Someone has a promise to be fulfilled, after all, says Buggy while looking at Brook. Yes, my previous crew promised Laboon that we will meet him again through the other side of the wall. I am the only one who can fulfill that promise now, so I won't go to Reverse Mountain before fulfilling that promise, says Brook. You hear him, so we will explore Grand Line till the end before going down the Reverse Mountain, says Buggy. Does that mean we will go to Laugh Tale? Asks Alan. I don't know, but even if I go there, I won't take you kids with me, says Buggy while smirking. So mean, says the kids while pouting. If you want to go there, then do it with your own power, says Buggy while walking away. Our own power? What does that mean? Asks Yamato. I don't know, you can ask him, but it seems he won't give you any answer, says Alan. The kids are busy wondering what Buggy means and soon they arrive at Ruff's home. They thought they will see a heartwarming reunion of a mother and son, but they don't. What they see is Ruff being chased by his mother who seems angry while holding a broom in her hand. What happened? Asks Cricket. Do you think I know? Asks Palu. Let's leave before we get dragged into this, says Buggy. Everyone agrees and turns around to leave, but they are too late. Ruff has seen them and runs toward them while asking for help. Everyone doesn't want to get involved, so they run away as fast as possible. If Marine or big pirate crews see this, they will be dumbfounded. An emperor crew with total bounties in billions is running away from an old woman with a broom. Kaido will cough up blood if he sees the man who defeated him is afraid of an old woman. Captain, help me! Shouts Ruff while running after Buggy. Buggy looks back and he can see Ruff's mother staring at him intensely. It's as if she is saying, I dare you to do that if you want to feel this broom on your ass. It sends a shiver down his spine and Buggy runs faster. Jude, Ruff said he missed his mother, right? Help him! Shouts Buggy while blinking an eye. Jude understands it immediately and nods before looking back at Ruff. Suddenly, under Ruff's feet, a lot of ash particles appear. The ashes catch his feet and trip him. He falls and looks at his crew members who are looking at him with not-so-sorry faces. Rest in peace, my friend, says Enel while closing his eyes and bowing his head a little. Ruff widens his eyes and says, damn you traitors! I'll remember this. I'll haunt you in your dreams. You'll regret this. That is the last thing they ever heard from Ruff, on that day. He gets caught by his demon-like mother after his friends betrayed him. It's just their first day here, but they've been put in danger already. Grand Line is truly scary. Anyway, the clown pirates explore the island after being saved from Ruff's mother. They don't know why she is angry, but that's a family problem, so Ruff needs to solve it himself. The others just want to enjoy their adventure on this island, after all. But well, they'll know the reason sooner or later even if they don't want to. And the next day, they finally know it when Ruff and his mother go to their ship. Ruff looks very tired though. It seems he gets an earful of nagging from his mother last night. So, why were you so angry yesterday? Asks Mantis while serving food to everyone. How could I not get angry? Do you know what this damn son of mine said when he come home? He asked me, Mom, are you still alive? That's what he said. Did he expect me to have died or what? Asks Ruff's mother angrily. Everyone looks at Ruff in disbelief before sighing at the same time. Ruff gets flustered and says, all right, I made a mistake, that was a very poor choice of words. But you don't need to be so angry at Dot. Ruff stops talking when he sees his mother glaring at him. The crew sighs in relief because it's not a big problem. They thought Ruff's mother was angry because of something big. Well, maybe it's something big for her because her son has just returned but he asked her like that. Anyway, things are well after that, and they can explore the town peacefully. No one dares to mess with them and even if some dare to do it, they are just too weak for the clowns. Defeating those people require no effort whatsoever. The clown pirates enjoy their time on the island and they take their time exploring it. They are not in a rush, after all, and they are also expanding their information business here. Well, they take it slowly, and with this, their Grand Line exploration has started again. Chapter 318, Time Skip. After finishing their exploration on Ruff's home island, they continue to explore Grand Line. But they don't follow the route because they've done it when they first explore Paradise. So now they explore the first islands on every route. They've done this before, but they haven't had all these members. So they explore the first islands again while expanding their business. They make the Caribbean's branches on all these islands stealthily. The expansion needs to be hidden because they are being watched by their enemies. World government and other organizations keep watching their movements, after all. So they need to be very careful with their movements. Sometimes, they don't even need to recruit people to start their branch from the start. They just need to take over a small organization or even use small nations' leaders in exchange for protection. But the clowns don't make those places their territories and still build hidden organizations without the national leaders' knowledge as an assurance. It takes 3 years for the clown pirates to finish exploring Paradise while doing their business. They can finish it faster, but they took their time to visit their families every once in a while. So Buggy can see his children's growth and his crewmates can see their families, for those who have it. But just like what Buggy said, they never enter Grand Line through Reverse Mountain. They were crossing Calm Belt back and forth, so Brook can keep his promise. Sometimes, they even found islands on Calm Belt. But they didn't explore those islands because it was not the time yet. They just made eternal pose for those islands so that they can return in the future. Those islands were unexplored because Calm Belt itself is unexplored, so they are anticipating their trip there in the future. These 3 years weren't easy even for the clown pirates. They've been chased by marine, attacked by pirate crews or criminal organizations, and also bounty hunters. Luckily, they can handle all of those and didn't lose anyone. Some get injured or lost limbs, but Ruff could make prosthetics for them. After exploring Paradise, they explore New World. Unlike when they explore Paradise, now they follow the log pose. It's because they didn't follow the log pose in the past. They were in a hurry to attack Beast's pirates at that time. So now they enjoy their adventure in New World and it is far more dangerous than Paradise. There are many strong enemies here and the sea itself is more challenging. The absurdity of the New World is unmatched by any sea in this world. The enemies here are also unmatched by any place. In Paradise, not many people dare to attack them, only the ignorants or those who overestimate themselves. But in New World, their enemies aren't ignorant. They know the clown pirates' level but still attack them. That means they have high confidence and they prove it by giving the clown pirates more fight. In New World, the only way for pirate crews to survive is to either join big crews or oppose and defeat them. Currently, there are many big pirate groups aside from the 3 emperors. These groups are made of some pirate crew alliances or big pirate fleets led by big crews that aren't strong enough to be emperor crews. Some pirate captains have bounties higher than 1 billion, after all, but their bounties are still lower than 2 billion, so they aren't qualified to be Emperor of the Sea. These groups are tough enemies even for the clown pirates. They all have more members than the clowns which only has 107 members. Those groups have hundreds of members, after all. Even if they are weaker, their number is still a problem for 107 men. But the clown pirates can always handle those enemies. In the last 3 years, the clowns never stopped improving themselves, they always train which makes them far stronger than before. They just have hard times because they often used their battles as training. Everyone is following Buggy who likes to fight using the skills that he isn't good at. They all know that they can't rely on just what they are good at. There are many kinds of enemies, so sometimes their skills won't work, so they need to have a lot of skills. But sometimes, they are treating their battles as games when their enemies are quite weak. Buggy also often just sent his crewmates to fight without the executive's help. Or sometimes, it will be only some or even one of the executives against a whole pirate crew. By doing that, everyone in the clown pirates has improved significantly. Their bounties haven't been raised at all in the last 3 years because they haven't fought enemies with a higher threat than them. They also didn't deliberately attack anything affiliated with the world government. The government just doesn't know that they have become far more dangerous now. Not only their power has improved, they are spreading their influence everywhere. Their growing information and weapon business are more dangerous for the world government than their battle power. They just don't create or get involved in big events that happened in the last 3 years. To be precise, they weren't directly involved. They still get involved in some events through their hidden organizations. One such event that they get involved indirectly is very recent. It's the incident on Manhwa when Fisher Tiger attacked it and released many slaves. That incident happened 6 months after the clown pirates started exploring New World. Buggy knew when Fisher Tiger would attack Manhwa through Neptune and Odo him. The Ryugu Kingdom has become one of the clown pirates' partners. Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory now, but they can do business with anyone they like, so it's not a problem. When Fisher Tiger attacked Manhwa, Buggy sent some people to help Fisher Tiger stealthily. The ones that he sent were ninjas from Wano who were trained for infiltration. Odin agreed to do it because he also wanted to know more about the celestial dragons. Their actions were not detected by the world government because Fisher Tiger was the one who became the center of attention. Also, these ninjas are very good at erasing their traces, so even Cypher Paul couldn't find any trace of them. As the result, almost all slaves get freed in that incident. They couldn't save everyone, but they saved more than what Fisher Tiger could achieve alone. This incident won't stop the celestial dragons from getting more slaves, but at least they get some damage. The ninjas weren't just helping Fisher Tiger release the slaves, after all. They also created a lot of destruction in Manhwa that injured and even killed many celestial dragons. Furthermore, they stole many important documents from the world government. Because of that, the world government is very furious. They know that there were people other than Fisher Tiger who get involved. There's no way that Fisher Tiger, a mere ex-slave, could do all of those things, but they couldn't find out who was involved. They have an organization that they suspect, but it's not the clown pirates. The clowns are just pirates and they were busy in New World, after all. The world government's biggest suspect is the organization that has started getting bigger, the Revolutionary Army. Unlike pirates, the Revolutionary Army is opposing celestial dragons openly. So the WG immediately suspected them to be involved in that incident. Of course, Buggy and his crew were laughing when that came out in the newspaper. Almost 2 months have passed since that incident and it is almost time for another important event. The Sun Pirates that Fisher Tiger made will reach Full Shout Island soon. They go there to send Koala back home. Buggy grins as he reads the report about Sun Pirates' movements, another chance to change the history. Now, what should I do? Chapter 319, Full Shout Island. The Sun Pirates have arrived on Full Shout Island, Koala's homeland. Just like what happened in the canon, Fisher Tiger escorts Koala personally to her family. Everything happens just like the canon, and the Sun Pirates got attacked by Rear Admiral Strawberry after the villagers reported his arrival to the marine. Fisher Tiger is strong, but Strawberry is stronger and has more battle experience. He is someone who has fought Buggy in the past. Although he got defeated, he can brag to his friends that he has fought an Emperor of the Sea and survived. His defeat and Buggy's raise to Emperor rank have made him more determined to get stronger. So he has trained harder and as the result, he has gotten stronger than he should be in the canon. Strawberry is already at the Vice Admiral level, he just lacks merit to get promoted. His unit quickly overpowers the Sun Pirates and he is overpowering Fisher Tiger with a big margin. But before his unit can even give significant damage to the Sun Pirates, a pirate ship is approaching the island. The ship's appearance immediately stops the war and everyone is looking at it. Strawberry is surprised when he sees the flag on the ship. Damn, why are they here? This will be troublesome. The pirate crew that appears is Rose Pirates, a subordinate crew of clown pirates. So they have two flags on their ship, their own flag which is a skull with roses around it, and the clown pirates' flag. It's a pirate crew composed of women, led by a muscular beauty with long scarlet hair tied in a ponytail and tan skin. Her name is Rose, which is then used as her crew's name. She only wears long blouse pants and covers her big breasts with bandages. Rose Pirates are rookie pirates that challenged the Clown Pirates 2 years ago and lost. Mantis was the one who defeated them single-handedly. After that defeat, they pledged loyalty to the Clown Pirates because they admire Mantis, who defeated them even though she doesn't have devil fruit ability. Then they stay in paradise to hone their skills as a preparation to enter New World. They don't want to rely on the Clown Pirates' name in New World, so they train to get stronger. Now, they are ready to enter New World, but Buggy gives them a job first. He sent them to Fool Shout Island to interrupt the war between Sun Pirates and Strawberry's unit. But he wanted them to play it beautifully to hide their intention. So they went to the route that would lead them to the island and follows it until they could reach this island at the right time. Buggy didn't even tell Rose Pirates to save Fisher Tiger or make sure he escapes. He just told them to fight the infamous Sun Pirates and Strawberry's unit at the same time. If they win or at least push their enemies back, that means they are ready to enter New World. So it's a test instead of a job for the crew. To fool his enemies, one needs to fool their friends first. This way, the Marine will think that it's just a coincidence for the Rose Pirates to reach this place at this time even if they try to inspect it. If he didn't do all of that, then the Marine and WG might find out that the Clown Pirates are deliberately helping the Sun Pirates. It will make them think that the Clown Pirates were the ones involved in the attack on Mary Gosa. Buggy and his crew don't have a problem even if the Celestial Dragons are targeting them. But it will be very bad if the ones getting targeted are their loved ones. That's why Buggy made all these scenarios. Well, would you look at this? Rear Admiral Strawberry and the infamous Fisher Tiger, along with the crew that took all the news headlines lately, the Sun Pirates. You seem to have fun here, mind if I join you? Asks Rose while grinning widely. Rose and her crewmates are known as battle maniacs who like to fight others. That was also the reason why they challenged the Clown Pirates before getting defeated easily by Mantis. The Marine even hesitated to attack them sometimes because these women are crazy. Scarlet Rose, what are you doing here? Asks Strawberry. Scarlet is Rose's moniker which she got from her scarlet hair. Why are we here? We just follow the log pose, you idiot. It is us who should be asking why the man who almost become a vice admiral is here. Are you here to increase your merit point? Well, capturing the infamous Sun Pirates will surely give you enough merit to become a vice admiral. Strawberry is irked by Rose's accusation, but he is still calm. Even if you follow the log pose, it is quite strange that you arrived right at this time. Well, you're not wrong. We might just follow the log pose, but we tried to reach this island at this time. We are just curious about the Sun Pirates' strength. People said that fishmen are stronger than humans, so we want to see if it's true, says Rose while grinning excitedly. Strawberry believes that reason immediately because he knows well of Rose Pirates' battle obsession. He also doesn't need to know how they know that the Sun Pirates would come here. With the Clown Pirates behind them, Rose Pirates can get access to a lot of information that other crews don't know. This situation puts Strawberry in a dilemma because now his unit gets more enemies. But they can't leave too because subduing the Sun Pirates is a direct order from Celestial Dragons. So he looks at his men who are determined to fight before finally making a decision. Then, let's see who will fall here, says Strawberry as he raises his long katana. Rose grins and wears her red metal knuckles, followed by her crewmates who are ready to fight. The Sun Pirates also get ready to fight the Marine and the new enemies. This is a three-sided war now, so this will be very difficult. No one moves even after a minute, they are still trying to find the best strategy. But then, Rose breaks the silence by rushing at Strawberry first. She knows that he is more troublesome than Fisher Tiger because the Marine won't send him if he doesn't have a chance against Tiger. Rose jumps and sends a punch at Strawberry from above. He moves back to evade her punch, so her punch only hits the ground. But then, everyone is surprised to see her punch destroy the ground, and big cracks spread everywhere. Strawberry is surprised to see a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million have this kind of power. Rose's bounty is just a mere 43 million belly. It is low because she and her crew haven't done anything big. After all, they were just training for the last 2 years. Fisher Tiger and his crewmates are even more surprised than Strawberry, especially those who think that they are superior to humans like Arlong. They never see a human with such strength, after all. But Arlong and Co are still in denial that humans can be stronger than fishmen. Only those who are open-minded and know more about the world like Fisher Tiger and Jinbe can accept that humans can be stronger than fishmen. They all still don't want to lose to the humans though, so they want to attack too. But Fisher Tiger has a different thought than his crewmates. He stops them and orders them to escape while their enemies are fighting each other. They want to protest, but they stop when they see Tiger's glare. So they follow his order and escape from the battlefield. Of course, it surprises the Rose Pirates and Strawberry's unit. They immediately stop fighting and chase the fishmen, but they are too late. The fishmen dived into the sea and swim away very quickly. Both Rose and Strawberry click their tongues because they know they can't chase fishmen in the sea. So they can only watch as the fishmen disappear from their sight. But this hasn't ended yet because they are still in a war. So both sides fight again and they are equal in their fights. Rose can hold Strawberry fairly well even with her lack of experience if compared to Strawberry. The war doesn't last long though because suddenly Strawberry's unit gets an order to stop the war and return to HQ. Without any hesitation, they leave the island and return to Marineford. It's a direct order from the Fleet Admiral, after all, so they can't disobey it. Rose pirates aren't chasing them because they know they will lose if the war drags on. So they let the Marines leave for their safety. Rose clenches her fists and says, "Next time, we will surely win." Chapter 320, Nox Pirates. Rose calls the clown pirates as her crewmates treat their injuries. Della picks it up before passing the Denden Mushi to Buggy. "What's up?" asks Buggy. Says Rose through the Denden Mushi. A tick mark appears on Buggy's forehead because everyone calls him Lord Buggy nowadays. It's because of his new moniker, Clown Lord, that the Marine made after the war against Big Mom. His crewmates were making fun of him by calling him Lord Buggy, and then his subordinates also started to call him Lord Buggy. What makes him irked is because that Lord Buggy reminds him of why he died in his past life. He died because he hated the jokes about the Lord and Saviour Buggy. So it feels like everyone wants him dead again. But he can't get angry because everyone like it when he gets angry because of it. "Tell me what happened." Rose starts to narrate what happened on Fool Shout Island. Buggy isn't surprised because he has expected this. Fisher Tiger must have known that his crew isn't a match for Strawberry, so the best thing to do is to run away. Well, losing from someone like Strawberry isn't something shameful. He has the strength of a Vic Admiral, which is comparable to big pirates in the New World. Although I didn't expect him to be this strong. Don't think too much about it and use it as a valuable experience. You all have done great. Now, continue your journey, we are waiting for you in New World, says Buggy. Asks Rose with a surprised tone. Of course, I never said I would forbid you from entering New World. I just want you to know that you guys are still weak in this big world. Don't be satisfied yet and keep improving yourselves. Take your time in paradise to get as much experience as possible, says Buggy. Rose is touched by Buggy's wise words and says, "Thank you, my lord. I promise that we won't betray your expectation and keep getting worthy so that we will be worthy to sail under your flag." "Yeah, see you in New World," says Buggy. Says Rose. "All right, be safe," replies Buggy before closing the call. Learning experience? What a joke. You just used them for your plan, says Della. Hey, it's still a good learning experience for them, so I'm not lying, says Buggy. Sigh, whatever, says Della before they suddenly hear an explosion. What happened? Asks Buggy. Della doesn't need to answer because Dion suddenly enters the room to report it. There's a battle ahead, and it's quite interesting. I think you need to see this, Lord. Dion can't laugh for too long because Buggy's hand has flown toward him and hits his head from above. Buggy then walks over Dion's body while attaching his hand. Della also follows Buggy stepping on Dion's body, which really hurts him because she wears high heels. What happened? Asks Buggy. It's a stray cannonball. There's a battle of a pirate crew against Marine in front of us, says Cricket as he throws a scope at Buggy. Buggy uses the scope to see the battle in front of them. Who? Minx? Hey? This is interesting. The pirate crew that fights in front of them is Nox Pirates. It's a crew composed of a few minks who were searching poneglyphs. This is the crew that Pedro led with Pecom's and Bapo's brother, Zippo as one of their members. They still look young now. What should we do, Lord? Asks Cricket. Buggy can't even be bothered to get angry. Let's approach them and see their reactions. The Black Pearl keeps moving forward and soon it gets close to the battlefield. Both Marine and Nox pirates stop their war because they've seen the clown pirates getting closer. The Marine unit is led by Rear Admiral Doberman that hasn't had too many scars on his face. Yo, what a merry party, do you mind if we join? Asks Buggy while sitting on his ship's head. Doberman looks annoyed, but he knows that his unit isn't a match for the clown pirates. Rear Admiral, I have received an order from Admiral Sengoku. We need to retreat, says Doberman's communication officer who has moved fast and reported clown pirates' arrival to Marine HQ. Proceed to retreat immediately. Don't think that this is your lucky day, Minx. We are better enemies than them, says Doberman before his unit retreats. The clowns booed the Marine as they leave without a fight. Thank you for your help, Wano's saviors. Master Nekomamushi and Inuarashi have told us about you, says Pedro while bowing. No problem, it's just a coincidence that we met, after all. So, what are you doing here? Asks Buggy. We are on our way to Wano to talk with Master Nekomamushi and Inuarashi because they called us. It might be because the world government labeled us as pirates, says Pedro. Oh, Wano, hey? That brings back memories. Hey, why don't you come here for a party? We haven't done anything fun for the last few days, says Buggy. Pedro and his friends are hesitating because they really want to meet Nico and Inu soon. Just take his offer. You guys shouldn't leave immediately either because the Marine is still watching your movements. We also can exchange information. You guys want to find poneglyphs, right? We know a few of them. In exchange, you can tell us about Zo. Nico and Inu always bragged about it, so we are very curious, says Cricket. The minks realize that Cricket might be right. Doberman's unit has just left, so if they also leave, then Doberman can chase them immediately. Staying with the clowns for some time might be the best thing to do. We'll take the offer then, says Pedro after his friends agreed. Both crew then hold a party after the minks attached their ship to Black Pearl. The minks are very surprised to see the clowns' party. They had never seen such a chaotic but fun party where everyone just does what they want. The wariness in their hearts disappears soon as they hear Brook's music. Brook can use his music to affect people's souls, after all. He uses his music to calm the minks and create a friendly atmosphere so that everyone can get closer to each other. While their crewmates are having fun, Buggy and Pedro have a talk on the side while drinking. They talk a little about each other first to get closer before. Pedro said that he and Buggy has met before Roger went to Laugh Tale, although it was the original Buggy. Ooh, you are that kid who asked Captain Roger to let you join us, hey? Hat, you've finally started your adventure, says Buggy as if he doesn't know anything. Yet, Roger's words have inspired me so much. But the challenges of the world are harder than I thought, says Pedro. There's nothing easy here, especially because this is new world. You started in the most difficult sea without enough preparation or knowledge of this world. So of course, you will find it very difficult, says Buggy. Yet, I must admit that I overestimate ourselves a little. But what can we do now? It has happened, and we can only continue with it, says Pedro. You're right, but there's always a solution for every problem. I have 2 solutions for your problem. First, you need to get stronger as much as possible, so ask Nico and Inu to train you. Don't start again until they say you are ready. Second, join my fleet and sail under my flag. Just by carrying my flag will give you additional protection because when the enemies attack you, that means they also attack us. Don't worry, I don't need any kind of payment from you. I just want to form a deeper friendship with Zoe through you. Besides, I can't just let Nico and Inu's friends stay in danger if I can help, says Buggy while grinning. Pedro seems touched before he thanks Buggy and gives Buggy the infamous minx skinship, Garku. Buggy gets surprised and jumps away. His crewmates are laughing at him when they see him being kissed on the cheek by a man. Though, they can't laugh for too long because the other minks also start to give them Garku after Pedro announced that both crews will be friends. The happy minks immediately give Garku to everyone. Of course, most of them try to avoid the kiss, and everything becomes chaotic as usual. Chapter 321, Chaos. Soon after the party ended, the Nox pirates leave for Wano. The marine has really gone now, so they will be fine. The clown pirates wave their hands before they continue their way to the next island. Wano, hey? We haven't gone there again since our battle against Beast's pirates. Let's go there after we reached the last island pointed by log pose. I want to see how Wano is after opening its border, says Buggy. Yet, many changes must have been made there, so it will be interesting to see. Our samurais must have wanted to go home too, says Cricket. The clown pirates keep going to the next island while still keeping tabs on the news all over the world. Their next destination is one of Whitebeard pirates' territories, Port Gibraltar Island. Buggy has told Whitebeard that his crew will enter the island, so there shouldn't be any problem. While they are on Port Gibraltar Island, they get news of Red Hair pirates. The crew has finally entered Grand Line again after being silent for a few years. The clowns have known that they were on Blues before and that Shanks really has a daughter, something which surprised Buggy. But it doesn't matter for Buggy because it's Shanks's business. He has his own matters while Shanks also has his. Buggy just keeps tabs on Shanks because the red hair will be a key to some important events. He is the one who inspired Luffy to become a pirate, after all. The clown pirates leave the island after staying for 2 weeks. Then right after they left, Pedro calls them. Nox pirates have decided to join Clown Pirates' fleet after consulting with Nico and Inu. They will be safer by sailing under an Emperor's cruise flag, after all. Buggy tells Pedro to go to Clown Pirates' base island. His men will give them some advanced weapons that will strengthen their crew. These advanced weapons are the reason why Clown Pirates' fleet becomes very strong even though it's new. Time flies and the year changes. Clown pirates have almost reached the last island pointed by log pose, Lodestar Island. Coincidentally, the crew never visited on key islands that Straw Hat pirates visited on this journey. Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, Wano, or even Elbaf that always being talked about. The route that they got is different from those islands' routes, so they never get there. However, the difficulty doesn't get easier just because of that. The enemies aren't the problem for them, but the sea and weather are the main problems. Buggy has known this because he has joined Roger Pirates when they reached Lodestar Island. Roger Pirates were the first ones to visit Lodestar Island after 800 years. Many great pirates have failed not because of their enemies, but the sea's absurdness. Still, their enemies also get stronger as they sail further. The ones that become their biggest enemies are the Marine and World Government. Those guys don't want any pirate crew to reach Lodestar Island. That island contains the key clue to finding Laugh Tale, after all. Well, big pirates have known that they need to find and decipher Road Poneglyph to find Laugh Tale. However, Lodestar Island still holds important information about it and the Void Century, which the WG tried to hide. Even though they know that Buggy has visited Lodestar Island in the past, the WG is still worried about the possibility that Buggy will use the information he got there to be used against them. If he really reaches Lodestar Island, then he will be the closest man to be the next Pirate King. Furthermore, as an ex-member of Roger Pirates, Buggy knows the way to reach Lodestar Island. It's something that even Whitebeard doesn't know and hasn't been able to do. That's why WG is very worried about Buggy and Shanks, but Shanks hasn't made any big move yet, so Buggy becomes the center of their attention. So before the clown pirates can reach Lodestar Island, the WG does many things to stop them. But so far, they haven't succeeded because they were underestimating the clown pirates. To be precise, they were underestimating the Black Pearl and the technologies on it. Marine and World Government have ships that can move faster than most ships. But they are just no match against Black Pearl's speed. Even without using machines, Black Pearl can travel faster than their ships because Palu has improved a lot of things using Ruff's research data. The clown pirates never really fought the Marine because Buggy thought it was just a waste of time. But they can't keep avoiding battle forever because sometimes a battle is unavoidable. Those times are when they stay on the islands to fill their log pose's magnetic power. They could get away or defeat the Marine and Cypher Paul that tried to stop them. But the clown pirates always emerged victorious and they become the nightmares of Marine soldiers along their route. Many New World Vice Admiral units have tried to stop them, but no one succeeds. The Marine needs to send stronger people if they want to succeed. They need to send Garp or Sengoku if they really want to stop the clown pirates, but it's not that easy. The clown's attempt to reach the endpoint of log pose has risen the tension in New World. Many pirate crews try to follow them, which gives the Marine a lot more jobs. These crews were rather silent before, but when they know that the clown pirates have gotten closer to Lodestar Island, they immediately make a move. None of them want to be left behind because they all want to reach Lodestar too, and even Laugh Tale. Even Whitebeard and Big Mom have started moving because they know that Buggy might make it to Lodestar. Both Whitebeard and Big Mom are still pirate captains who want to find Laugh Tale. So they don't want to lose to a young pirate captain who leads a young crew. They have their pride as the strongest pirates. Clown pirates are big trouble already, but now many pirate crews and even the other two emperors join them to create more trouble. All their activities have stirred the New World, making it even more chaotic than usual. Many organizations also make use of this situation. Revolutionary Army is one of them. The group makes use of the chaos to expand their group and also do their mission to destroy corrupt national governments. But because of the chaos, other problems such as Fisher Tiger have been put aside. The Marine and WG are focusing on restoring the peace in New World. To do that, they hasten one of their plans, which is to create a warlord system. Warlords of the Sea, a system that the Marine and WG made to keep the balance of the world. They need a way to match the three emperors' rise in power and influence. It's a system where they'll recruit rising pirates to work for them by giving benefits. They want to do it slower, but the situation has escalated too fast. So they immediately start their plan and contact their warlord candidates. They will use the warlords to help them control the situation in New World. The first candidates that they contact are Gecko Moria, who has fought against Kaido, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and the current most famous swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. These four have risen fast and have enough power to suppress most pirate crews, so they get chosen. The four of them eventually accept the offer after some negotiations. So now, the Marine sends them to New World to stop the pirate crews. Of course, they won't be sent to stop the three emperors. They are sent to stop the other pirate crews. Buggy reads the news about the warlords of the sea. He smirks and says, "So this stupid system has finally started. Keeping the balance, my ass. They are just supporting criminals even though they should be law enforcers." Suddenly, Dion calls him, "Cap Lord, there's a big problem. GARP is coming here." Buggy closes the newspaper and sighs, this is indeed a far bigger problem than the warlords. Chapter 322, Blockage. "It has been a long time, isn't it, red-nosed brat?" asks Garp through a speaker after his ship gets closer. "It sure is, Gramps," says Buggy. "Who are you calling Gramps, you brat? I'm not your grandfather. I don't have a pirate as a grandson," shouts Garp. "Really? When you have grandson, he might be a pirate, you know," says Buggy while smirking. "Ha, he will be a marine when he grows up, not a filthy pirate like you," says Garp smugly. Buggy wants to laugh at it, but he holds it, and he just smirks. "I hope that it will really happen. So, what do you want, old man? You even bring some big names behind you. Is it that infamous Buster Call?" Behind Garp's ship are 4 more ships led by big names in marine. Kuzan, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Tsuru. The 5 strongest vice-admirals have come here as if it's a Buster Call. Some rear admirals and captains even join on these 5 ships, so this is very problematic. "Well, Kong-san told us to talk with you. We won't do anything as long as you go back and not resume your attempt to reach Lodestar," says Garp. "That's what you called talking? It sounds like a threat to me," says Buggy. "Will you really stop if we talk kindly to you?" asks Garp. "We will, when your grandson becomes a pirate," says Buggy while raising his middle finger. "You want a beating then," says Garp. Suddenly, the sea freezes almost instantly, and all ships there get trapped by the ice. Kuzan has frozen the sea after confirming that the clown pirates won't stop. The marine can't let them escape using their super fast speed, after all. But even if he doesn't do that, the clown pirates never intended to leave. If they keep escaping, the marine will just keep bothering them. So they will end Marine's chase here by defeating these big shots. This will be the most exciting battle since the war against Big Mom pirates. Wait. That wasn't a proper war, so it will be the first after the war against Beast's pirates, says Buggy. Are you sure about this, brat? Asks Garp. Are you? Asks Buggy while unsheathing a sword and pointing it toward Garp. The clowns are grinning excitedly because they can finally have a real war after a few years. They won't back down even if their enemies have a lot more numbers than them. In the last few years, they have trained hard to get stronger, and each of them is strong enough to lead their own crew in Grand Line now. Both sides stare at each other and get ready to fight. Then after a moment, the clown pirates open attack. Their ship's front side suddenly opens up and the railgun comes out of it. The railgun has been loaded and is ready to be fired. Destroy them, says Buggy before the railgun shoots its bullet. The bullet it shot is a pure lightning ball that is made of Enel's power. It travels at a very high speed toward the marine ships. But right before it hit any ship, Borsellino appears in its path and shoots a light beam at it. The lightning bullet explodes, but it doesn't disappear. Instead, it splits into many lightning bolts that spread and move toward the ships. Borsellino clicks his tongue, but he can't stop every lightning bolt himself. So the strong marine officers try to stop the lightning bolts. But many still hit their ships and men, causing a lot of damage. Just one attack from the clown pirates has damaged them greatly. The marine has thought of this though because the railgun is clown pirates' signature attack. They've also faced it many times and still can't fully stop it. So they've prepared to get some damage and the best they can do is to reduce the damage. However, even if they are ready for the railgun, they aren't ready for the next attack. Buggy swings both of his swords horizontally in different directions. Nothing comes out, so the marine doesn't know what he does, they have never seen him do this, after all. Then suddenly, the marine ships get cut by two invisible horizontal attacks. The attack on top cuts at the level of the marine ship's deck, so many people get cut in half. While the attack below cuts the ship's hulls, which cut many things like weapons or even the men in the cabins. The marine ships get cut into 3 levels with those 2 invisible attacks. Top, middle, and bottom levels that get attached to the frozen sea. It's already scary enough for the marine soldiers, but Buggy hasn't finished yet. His awakened ability doesn't just cut things, he can control what he cuts, even if it's big like these ships. Buggy has raised his awakened devil fruit mastery in the last few years. So he can control all the ship's parts that he cut. He can't do too much though because of the range and their weights. But he still can flip them over and make them crash to each other. The quick-witted marines who didn't get cut can jump out of the crashing parts immediately. But many of them can't even react and get crushed by the top parts. Just with the railgun and this attack, the marine has lost half of their men. Not all get killed, but they still get serious injuries that make them unable to fight. The inability to fight just makes them useless because the war hasn't even started yet. So the marine has lost half of their battle power in a mere minute. Do you still want to continue? Asks Buggy with a very intimidating face which makes him look very different from before. Garp looks very serious right now and so are the other vice admirals. They know Buggy is strong, but this is beyond what they've thought of. His full power was still a big mystery to them because he never revealed it completely. We have come this far, so we can't just go back. It's either we or them that perish here. If we let him go, he will just get stronger, and he will be a far bigger threat than Whitebeard, says Sakazuki while walking with magma coming out of his right arm. Sakazuki is right, there might be no other chance for us if we don't stop them here. Every one of us here is ready to die since we become marine soldiers. There is no need to hesitate, says Tsuru firmly, it's such a rare sight. The other marine officers and soldiers agree with that statement. It will be different if Sakazuki uses this statement on other people. But Buggy and Co are pirates, so no marine will oppose destroying them right now. Alright, those who are ready to die today, come forward. Let's destroy them, says Garp while cracking his fists. The 5 vice admirals stand in the front with the officers behind them. Then the marine soldiers line up behind the officers. Many of the soldiers are very nervous after seeing Buggy's power. They are trembling hard, but they still hold their weapons and get ready to fight. Buggy looks at them before jumping out of his ship and walks forward coolly on the ice with his hands in his pants pockets. His crewmates follow behind him with various expressions. But none of them look afraid or nervous because for them, lives get more exciting when they get closer to death. The clowns stop around 50 meters in front of the marine group. Buggy stands in the front while the executives stand behind him, except for Ruff and Della who are nowhere to be seen. Then the normal members stand behind the executives, waiting for the attack signal. I've given you the chance to avoid this war, but you insisted on doing it. So don't blame me for your own ignorance, Marine, says Buggy. Say that to yourself, pirate, says Sakazuki before sending a massive magma punch at the clown pirates. Buggy just stands there and watches the giant magma fist coming towards him. Suddenly, a shadow flashes in front of him. It's Cricket who jumps to punch the giant magma fist using his Hashoken punch. Cricket's attack blocks the giant magma fist and scatters it on the ice. But none of it gets past him because his punch's vibration stops it. He lands on the ice in front of the scattered magma while grinning as he rubs his fist. A crook needs to wait its leader's command, right, Sakazuki? Asks Cricket while grinning. Sakazuki clicks his tongue but doesn't do anything else. Then after a moment, Garp finally gives the signal to attack, so Buggy follows it. Both sides rush at each other. This will be the greatest war of the year. Chapter 323, Great War. The marine units and clown pirates have started their war. Both sides rush at each other on the frozen sea. Their numbers are very different as the Marine has more than 1,000 men left while the Clown Pirates only have 107 in total. Even so, the clowns are not backing off and still rush at their enemies confidently. Everyone is rushing forward except for two people. Buggy and Garp still stand on their spots while staring at each other as their men clash against each other. They spread all over the place to attack their enemies. The Clown Pirates executives also join the war immediately. They strike the Marine soldiers on the front line and defeat these small fries easily. Magnus even just needs to jump around and his gigantic feet will crush a lot of enemies at once. Of course, the Marine officers can't let him rampage on the battlefield and defeats their men. So they need to stop him and Borsellino moves first. He flashes toward Magnus' head and sends a yellow light kick at Magnus' face. However, something bluish-white suddenly flashes, and his kick gets blocked by another kick. Enel flashed toward him and stopped his light kick with a lightning kick because Enel has heard Borsellino's thoughts with his unique mantra and anticipated this attack. Well, isn't this Vice Admiral Borsellino? The one who get defeated by our Lord, Captain Buggy before we even entered New World? What are you doing here? Coming for another beating? Asks Enel mockingly. Thunder God, Enel. You weren't this strong at that time, but you are still arrogant like before. Though you shouldn't be so arrogant. Today, it will be you guys who get beaten up. I heard Garp-san has beaten him up in the past. It will happen again today, says Borsellino rather pissedly because Enel reminds him of his defeat from Buggy. Oh, you become more confident now when you bring your uncle here. But you know, our Lord Buggy won't start a war he can't win, says Enel while smirking. Both of them stop talking and start fighting using their devil fruit abilities. They move everywhere at a very high speed and clash everywhere in the air. Enel's mantra makes him know Borsellino's next moves and he follows that. The Marine soldiers are surprised that Enel can catch up to Borsellino's speed. Lightning is fast, but it's not as fast as light. So Enel shouldn't be able to chase Borsellino with the same speed if they just consider the two's devil fruits. However, both of them are still living beings, not the lightning or light themselves. Even if Borsellino can be light, he can't actually move at the speed of light. It's because his mind can't keep up with that speed and it will be useless if he can't think. So his highest speed is the limit of what his mind can follow. The same also applies to Enel with his lightning speed. So both of them can move at a similar speed because their minds can only process well at this speed. Still, they are a lot faster than others because their minds have been enhanced by their devil fruits to handle the speed. Their thought process is fast when they fight. Although for unknown reasons, Borsellino speaks slower than most people even though his power is light. At least Enel isn't a slow talker like him. Anyway, the Marine still tries to stop Magnus, and now Kuzan tries it. He runs at Magnus as his body gets covered by coldness. Kuzan tries to freeze Magnus' feet, but he can't touch them because a warmer hits his body, breaking it into many ice chunks. What's the rush? You need to chill, Iceman, says Palu who hit Kuzan just now. Kuzan reforms his body while saying, Black Hammer, Palu. You are the one who made the Black Pearl, right? The government is interested in you. They want you to build high-speed ships for them. They'll even give you many things if you work for them. Palu smirks and says, that's interesting, special treatment by the world government. Well, tell those old men that if they want my ships, then they need to eat their shits. Palu says that while raising his middle finger. As I thought, there's no need to talk about it. Though I also kind of want to see that scene which will never happen, says Kuzan rather lazily. That will be hilarious, says Palu while preparing his warmer again. I'm sure it is, says Kuzan as ice starts appearing on his hands and face. Both of them rush at each other and fight at close range. Kuzan is using his haki-coated ice fists to go against Palu's warmer. He usually made an ice sword or spear, but they aren't suitable to be used against a heavy blunt weapon like a warmer. It's not just Kuzan who tried to attack Magnus, Sakazuki also tries it. He sends a big magma attack in the shape of a hound head. But Magnus sees it coming and punches it away toward a broken marine ship, destroying it even further. Sakazuki wants to attack again, but he stops when someone walks toward him. Cricket is cracking his fists while walking slowly towards Sakazuki. He will go against magma, so it will be very hot, but it is also exciting. Red fists, says Sakazuki, calling Cricket's moniker. What's up, magma dude? You still look so angry and serious today. Have you checked your blood pressure? Asks Cricket jokingly. Shut up, says Sakazuki. Ooh, so cold. Are you sure you ate the correct devil fruit? You should eat that ice fruit instead of that magma fruit with that cold personality of yours, mocks Cricket. Sakazuki doesn't like the joke and he immediately attacks Cricket with a big magma punch. It has been predicted by Cricket though, so Cricket also sends a punch. Their punches meet and the magma scatters around Sakazuki because of the vibration that Cricket made using Hashoken. Well, my Hashoken is still good although Paulu's Hashoken is better, says Cricket while looking at the effect of their clash. Paulu is better than Cricket at using Hashoken now. It's because Paulu focuses on developing his Hashoken while Cricket started to train more on his Haki. Also, Cricket is learning a lot of martial arts because he likes them while Paulu focuses on Hashoken. However, Cricket is great with all his martial arts and still the strongest after Buggy in the crew. Dude is a genius martial artist and the current him can copy any martial arts by seeing it once. The great Norland blood is thick in him even though he doesn't like his ancestor. Cricket and Sakazuki continue their fight with Cricket keeps countering Sakazuki's attack. He can't dodge them because the magma can hit his crewmates behind. There are marine soldiers behind him too, but it's a well-known fact that Sakazuki won't hold back even if his men might get killed by his attacks. So Cricket keeps blocking Sakazuki's magma attacks while his crewmates get away from his fight location. Cricket is fighting using his own martial art that he made by combining all the martial arts he knows to make a martial art that suits himself. On another side, while battles have broken all over the battlefield, two men still haven't made their move. Buggy and Garp are still standing in their initial positions while looking at each other. No one is fighting in their paths because everyone knows they'll die if they get there. You will regret this, kid. I won't let you go again this time, says Garp seriously. No need, I won't lose again this time, says Buggy while clenching his hands. Garp smirks and cracks his fists, you better use those swords or you'll cry later. Buggy also smirks, no shit. Both of them rush at each other and everyone gets nervous to the point they stop their fights. Buggy and Garp then send their full-powered punches at each other. Cricket even comments, here they come. The beasts have been released. Chapter 324, Fighting Garp Again. Buggy and Garp send full-powered punches at each other as everyone stops their fight to see the clash. Both of them coat their fists with haki right before the clash. Then their attacks meet, but their fists aren't touching each other. Boom! Their clash creates a very destructive impact, it's far greater than Buggy's clash against Big Mom. The whole ice field shakes and it gets destroyed into many parts. Everyone loses their footing and many fall into panic because they might sink into the sea. Kyuzen moves fast and immediately freezes the whole area again. He is saving the pirates too with this, but it's not his intention. His goal is just to save the marine soldiers, the pirates are just coincidentally there. To make sure that the frozen sea won't get destroyed easily, Kyuzen increased the ice's volume. It is now wider, deeper, and he increases its toughness. The marine soldiers' lives depend on the ice, after all. Well, thanks for the help, says Paulu who now stands on higher ground. I don't do this for you guys, it just ends up that way. But if those two monsters keep fighting like this, then we all will drown, says Kyuzen. Another strong clash happens between Buggy and Garp now. But they toned it down, so it only affects the area around them. Everyone who stands close to them gets away to avoid their clash's impacts that can kill them. Buggy keeps exchanging punches with Garp without avoiding them. He wants to show the Marine that he is strong enough to fight Garp head-on. Avoiding Garp's attacks will show that he doesn't have the power to handle Garp. Buggy knows the Marine and WG are still looking down on his and his crew's power. They think that the clown pirates won't be on Whitebeard and Big Mom pirates levels without their advanced weapons. It's time to prove them wrong, so Buggy fights Garp like this. Garp is the perfect opponent to show the world that Buggy deserves his Emperor title. If he can at least match Garp, then he has shown that he is strong enough to compete against Whitebeard and Big Mom. Many people are still looking down on him because he is too young compared to those veterans, after all. But Buggy doesn't just want to match Garp, he wants to defeat Garp. One of his dreams is to surpass Roger in battle power. But Roger has died, so he can only do it by defeating Roger's rivals. Whitebeard, Garp, Sengoku, Big Mom, Shiki, or other big names that have fought Roger. The time when he can defeat them all easily is the time he surpasses Roger. However, he needs to be fast or they will get weaker as they get older, especially Whitebeard who will get sickly in a few years. What's wrong, kid? Your punches get weaker, says Garp while smirking. I just matched your punches that get weaker too. Maybe your muscles have withering because of old age. Do you need to rest? Asks Buggy mockingly. Garp just scoffs and strikes Buggy again with another super strong punch. Buggy also faces it head-on again with his own punch. Their battle keeps going like that for some time. They keep exchanging punches against punches that shake the whole area. While the two have a deadly battle, the others start their battles again. There are still many enemies there so they need to fight. There won't be a victory if they just watch Buggy's fight against Garp. Cricket continues to fight Sakazuki but he focuses on defending while moving away. He tries to take the battle away from the others because Sakazuki's magma is too dangerous. He also can't go all out if his crewmates are threatened by the magma that splashes in the clash. As for Palu, he just fights without any burden because Kyuzen isn't ruthless like Sakazuki. Both of them are careful with their attacks so as to not affect their comrades. Kyuzen is now using his haki-covered hands against Palu's warmer and he is actually very good at using his hands. Enel and Borsellino also fights without care, it can even be called reckless. They move everywhere as they fight and they hit their comrades sometimes. But they mostly fight in the air and they don't hit their comrades that strongly because the other will defend when someone almost hit their comrades. They keep one another in check. Meanwhile, Mantis and Tsuru finally fight after only observing each other for quite some time. Tsuru is barehanded against Mantis who uses her staff. They are still not going all out because they are still observing each other even now. Mantis has known Tsuru's devil fruit power, but she is still surprised by how the old woman uses it. Tsuru uses her wash fruit's power to deflect Mantis's attacks before attacking. She uses her wash fruit to make her hands slippery, so Mantis's attacks keep getting redirected. But Tsuru also still can't land any hit at Mantis just like how Mantis can't really land any hit on her. Mantis is very agile with her movements and she has great reflexes. She can evade a surprise attack from Tsuru at a very close range. What a slippery girl, says Tsuru after Mantis kept avoiding her attacks. Why don't you look at the mirror, auntie? Asks Mantis back. Call me sister, little girl, says Tsuru while attacking Mantis using her open palm. As if I will call someone my mother's age a sister, says Mantis while crouching and attacking Tsuru's feet. Tsuru evades and spins midair before using Soru and Jeppo at the same time to shoot herself toward Mantis. They are very close, so it's really hard for Mantis to evade that. But she still manages to do it by rolling to the side. Boom! Tsuru doesn't use her devil fruit ability now, she is using Shigen. Her finger hits the ice and punctures it easily. A deep small hole gets created before cracks spread everywhere from the spot that she hits. Damn, a veteran's Rokushiki is at a whole different level than those half-assed marine officers. I never saw a Shigen this powerful. It's also the first time I see someone combine Geppo and Soru and then used Shigen immediately. So this is the reason you can keep Garp and Sengoku in check, says Mantis before sighing in relief because she didn't get hit by that. Well, I think you do the same in your crew too, says Tsuru while taking her finger out. Yeah, there are always idiots anywhere, says Mantis. Agree, says Tsuru before they fight again. Meanwhile, the other executives are facing marine officers who came too. Manhwa fights Rear Admiral Doberman who they met a few weeks ago. Dion fights Rear Admiral Dalmatian, Brooke fights Momanga, and Jude fights Jun. As for Magnus, he is facing several marine officers at the same time. Rear Admiral Inigamo and Yamakaji lead 6 marine captains to go against the giant. Magnus hasn't even transformed yet, but the marine officers already have a hard time against him. They need at least a vice admiral to handle Magnus, but they are short on people. With so many pirate crews moving in New World, the marine could only send 5 vice admirals to stop the clown pirates. They made up for the vice admiral's place using 2 rear admirals and a few other officers, but it isn't enough. What's wrong, Marines? Is this the power of your justice? If so, then I can see why your justice never stands tall. You didn't even send John or other giants to face me. I don't know if you are confident, arrogant, or just overestimating yourself. But I know for sure that you are underestimating me. Don't look down on a warrior of Elbaf, says Magnus seriously before he finally transforms. Boom! Buggy and Garp exchange their punches again before they look at the transformed Magnus. Buggy smirks and says, well, I think you should say goodbye to those officers. Not before your crew says it to you, says Garp before they clash again. The war continues and no winner can be seen yet. Chapter 325, CP9. As the war rages on the ice battlefield, a few men in black suits come out of a small submarine that resurfaced near the Pearl. They are Cypher Paul agents that were given a mission to steal things on Black Pearl, mainly technologies and research data. The group of 16 men climbs onto Black Pearl, but they can't get on it because suddenly they get shot from above. Ruff and Della who stay on the ship have seen them coming. Buggy has anticipated this, after all, so he told them to stay on the ship. I don't know how many times you've tried to steal our technologies anymore. You've done this so many times that I have lost count of it, says Ruff while looking at the agents from above. The agents are still alive because they aren't just normal agents. There's no way the world government sent normal agents to do this mission. These agents are from CP9, and they are the main agents of the group, so they are strong. Some of them got hit by the bullets, while the rest escaped right after Ruff and Della started shooting their comrades. The ones who get shot also just get light injuries because they have moved slightly before getting shot. So the bullets didn't hit their vital spots. I think I've seen their faces before, says Ruff. They are CP9 agents, the second strongest group after CP0, says Della. Ooh, no wonder they look familiar, we've seen their pictures many times, especially that guy, who's who if I'm not wrong. He is said to be the genius of CP9, right? Asks Ruff while pointing at the young who's who. Correct, replies Della shortly. I see. But I don't see their leader, Spandine. The Lord has ordered us to kill Spandine if ever see him, says Ruff while looking around. Then we will do it when we see him, says Della. All right. For now, let's take care of them, says Ruff confidently. Ruff isn't a fan of fighting and he prefers to avoid it if he can. But he was forced to fight many times against strong opponents. So slowly, he gets stronger to the point where he can take care of a rear admiral. He has found confidence and skills in fighting that he didn't have in the past. However, fighting is still not his main forte, it's still science and weapons. He shows it immediately by activating unexpected weapons. Many small gun barrels suddenly come out of the ship's railings on all sides. It surprises the CP9 agents while Ruff is just grinning while holding a controller. It looks like a game controller because Buggy asked him to change his original design and he liked it. Anyway, Ruff starts controlling the guns and attacks the agents. They try to evade the very fast bullets, but only a few have the ability to do that. Some try to block using their famous Tekkai, but none of their Tekkai can block the bullets that can even pierce armament haki. Only a few with good speed and Kami-e or observation haki can evade the bullets. However, even if they can evade the bullets from Ruff's attacks, they still have another opponent. Della is helping Ruff from the back using 2 pistols in both hands. She shoots the ones who evade Ruff's attacks using her pistols. Some of those agents start using their Devil Fruit abilities, which are all Zoan type. Almost all of them are normal Zoan like lion, rabbit, horse, kangaroo, and fox. The only exception is who has ancient Zoan, saber-toothed tiger, or also known as saber tiger. Zoan users have tough physiques, but they aren't immune to physical attacks. The normal Zoan users can't defend themselves against Della's advanced pistols. They get pierced by the bullets even though they've hardened their bodies using Tekkai, which makes their tough bodies even tougher. In the end, only who survives the barrage of shootings. He still gets hit though, but not on his vital spots, so he still can fight. His body has transformed into a gigantic saber tiger that dwarfed normal people. Ooh, a big kitty. Do you want some fish? Asks Ruff. That's not S big kitty, that's a big dude in a kitty's form, says Della. Ah, that's right. Humph, I hate dudes who act cute, says Ruff, even though who never acted cute, he looks menacing instead. Who can't even be bothered by their conversations, and he just thinks, didn't they say these 2 are the weakest among the executives? But these 2 have taken out all the agents except me. How can weak people even manage to do this? Well, Ruff and Della indeed are the weakest among executives. But they are the executives of Clown Pirates, one of the strongest pirate crews in the world. So they can't be compared with the executives of most crews even if they are the weakest. Besides, Ruff and Della are the weakest in physical power. They are not weak in battle power because they can use their brains well. Ruff is the creator of the technologies that the crew has, so he can use all the weapons well, which makes him good at battles. Why don't you go back, big kitty? Asks Ruff. Go back? I will do that anytime if it's ever an option. Even if I die, I will never go back during a mission, says who while transforming into a human beast mode. Wow, such determination. Well, I guess CP9 and CP0 are different from other groups because they were raised by WG and Celestial Dragons since they were kids. But you know, sometimes you need to do what's best for yourself, says Ruff before clicking a red button in the center of his controller. After he clicked it, 9 metal balls with propellers fly out of a box beside him. The metal balls then surround who on 3 different levels. So there are 3 balls at the bottom, 3 at the middle, and 3 at the top. Who is wary of them, so he decides to destroy them before Ruff does something using them. He thrust his maw forward at high speed toward the metal balls. Then 9 blasts of compressed air are shot toward the 9 balls. It's his technique that he calls Fang Gun, a variation of Shigun that he made. The 9 balls get destroyed very easily because they were made to get destroyed. Ruff will destroy them using his controller even if who doesn't do it. So rather than saving himself, who is digging his own grave. After they get destroyed, the metal balls release 3 kinds of different attacks. 3 balls at the top release high voltage lightning bolts that strike who at the same time. He can't move as the 3 balls in the middle shoot fire at him. FEBNL.com. The 3 balls at the bottom then release a lot of oil which makes the fire bigger. He can't move because the lightning bolts have paralyzed him, so he gets burnt by the big fire. The fire won't disappear soon, so he won't survive if he can't get away. But he isn't the current strongest member of CP9 for nothing. He can get out of the fire despite getting a lot of damage. Most of his fur has been burnt along with some parts of his skin, but he is still alive. Ooh, he can hold Enel's lightning quite well. maybe it's because the lightning bolts aren't the strongest that Enel can make. I still can't make something strong enough to store his strongest lightning, after all. Maybe I can make some improvements on these parts, says Ruff while taking notes after observing the effect of the attacks. Stop taking notes and focus on your enemy, says Della. Sorry, I need to take the data, it's valuable data, after all. Can you hold him for a moment? Asks Ruff while still taking notes. Della sighs and starts shooting Who's Who from higher ground. Who's Who runs to evade the bullets even though he still feels hurt. He runs first to buy time so he can recover a bit. But he doesn't realize it yet, that Ruff wants to use him as a test subject for some new weapons. Chapter 326, Reinforcement. The war keeps going on and the clown pirates are having the upper hand. No marine soldier or low-ranked officer can hold against the crew member. Only the high-ranked officers can hold their ground against clown pirates' executives. In marine, the gaps in power are very big among ranks. Their low-ranked officers and soldiers are mostly weak. But they have a number that can't be matched by any pirate crew or organization in the world. An overwhelming number has helped them most of the time. Unless when they fight against incredible foes like Emperor crews. That's what happens now when they fight clown pirates, one of the strongest pirate crews in the world. The clown pirates became an Emperor crew with their low number compared to Whitebeard or Big Mom pirates. They only made and expanded their fleet after they started managing territories which they couldn't do by themselves. That's why the clown pirates have high battle power. Even their young members can defeat multiple marine soldiers alone. And the weakest adult is stronger than all the young ones. It's a girl from Manba's medical team, and she can win a fight against a marine lieutenant. So the marine soldiers and low-ranked officers are having a hard time fighting them even with more people. Also, the clown pirates have solid teamwork and strategies. Their weapons are also much better than the marine. That's why Buggy didn't hesitate to have a war with this marine fleet. He has high confidence in his crew's power and their weapons. The only problem is the high-ranked marine officers, especially the vice admirals. Even so, he is still confident his executives can handle these high-ranked marine officers. Their battles will be difficult, but he knows they can win, they will win. They have gone through many hardships, so he knows they can do it. However, a big problem appears before the clown pirates can dominate the war. Magnus has overwhelmed his opponents. Anigamo, Yamakaji, and 6 marine captains can't hold against the fully transformed Magnus. He blasts them all using his 6 Azura arms quite easily. A giant's physical power is very great and he gets stronger after transforming. He doesn't even use his axes because they are slowing his movements and it's a disadvantage against smaller opponents who are more agile. Magnus has injured them greatly and he just needs to deliver the killing blows. However, an unexpected turn of event appears. A gigantic golden figure suddenly jumps toward him and punches his face, sending him flying back quite far. Admiral Sengoku! Shouts the marine soldiers in unison. The one who appears is Sengoku, the Golden Buddha. Buggy gets distracted by Sengoku's unexpected appearance. That distraction makes him get punched by Garp in the face and he flies back, crashing into many ice blocks. Luckily, the other executives and many crew members aren't getting hit by their opponents. Their opponents also stop for a moment by Sengoku's appearance, after all. The vice admirals knew that Sengoku will come, but Garp, who has fought together with him for decades, know how to use the moment. Garp, what takes you so long to finish this? Asks Sengoku as he lands. Oi, what do you expect? These kids are as scary as Whitebeard pirates. Just be glad that we don't lose to them, says Garp. That's not something to be glad about, says Sengoku. The Marines' morale raises immediately because of Sengoku's appearance. If Sengoku is here, that means they get more reinforcements. Sengoku's ship finally arrives and many marine soldiers and some officers enter the battlefield. Damn, they got us, says Cricket pissly. Lord, Magnus, are you okay? Shouts Manhwa. He's still taking his time to joke about Buggy's title while being worried about him. Tisk, another disturbance has arrived, says Buggy while still lying on his back. Buggy gets up with blood coming out of his mouth and left temple. He spits the blood in his mouth while walking toward Garp. He walks beside the lying Magnus who was sent as far as him. Get up, big boy, a warrior always stands up again after being knocked down, says Buggy. Magnus then gets up slowly and cracks his neck before spitting the blood in his mouth. Buggy just walks coolly as a giant gets up beside him. Crew, playtime is over. From here on, this is my battle. Everyone retreat, says Buggy with a low serious tone. Without hesitation, all clown pirates retreat and go to their ship, making the marine confused. Many marine soldiers and officers chase them to the ship. But suddenly they stop when Buggy releases his conqueror haki. All marine soldiers get knocked out and many low-ranked officers also faint. The Iceland even cracks in many spots just because of his haki outburst. Buggy's conqueror haki has gotten much stronger in the last few years. He cracks his fingers while saying, "Let's end this game here, Marine. This is starting to not get fun, after all." "What are you on about, kid?" asks Garp confusedly. "You'll see it soon. Rough. Stop playing with the cat and finish it," orders Buggy. Ruff looks at Buggy with a stupid face before he giggles while scratching his head. Who is laying on the ice ground weakly with burnt fur all over his body. Then Ruff throws a strong bomb at who which defeats the guy. "Will he be okay?" asks Yamato. "No need to worry about him. Just worry about your heart, it won't be ready for what happens next," says Mantis. Buggy keeps walking toward the marine group while stretching his shoulders. There are only high-ranking marine officers left there. Their presence will make people shiver in fear, but Buggy's presence seems bigger than any of them. He looks like a lion in front of some wolves. Borsalino feels his big wound itching while looking at Buggy. He looks at Sengoku and the Golden Buddha nods. So he shoots a strong light beam at Buggy and a big explosion happens there. But everyone knows he won't get hit by that and they all look at the sky. Buggy has jumped very high using his levitation ability. He flies fast toward the marine group and the officers start to prepare their attacks. "Here he comes," says Garp while covering his whole body with armament haki. "Attack!" shouts Sengoku. The marine officers send their attacks at Buggy who still flies in the air. But then he dives down very fast and evades all those attacks. He gets in front of the marine formation with a superhero landing. Borsalino comes forward to attack him using a big light sword. But Buggy evades it and reaches get right in front of the lightman. He punches Borsalino's chest with a haki-covered fist and the lightman immediately gets cut into many pieces after coughing up a lot of blood. Everyone gets surprised, but Buggy hasn't finished. He sends Borsalino's body parts to many different locations. It will prevent Borsalino from reforming his body in a short time because he is a Logia, so he can always reform his body after it gets into pieces. Even so, Buggy has used advanced haki on him, so he received a big internal injury. Buggy then targets Kyuzen and Sakazuki who also has Logia Devil Fruit. He can hit Kyuzen quite easily after evading the guy's attack and does the same as what he did to Borsalino. Then he moves to attack Sakazuki who has sent a big magma hound at him. Buggy swipes his claw-shaped hand at the magma hound and cuts it easily. He reaches Sakazuki's location in a short time and grabs the guy's face. Buggy then slams Sakazuki to the ground while using advanced haki on his hand. Sakazuki's head gets injured by the advanced haki and then Buggy punches his bod with all his power. His punch cuts Sakazuki's body and the ice land into pieces. Buggy picks Sakazuki's heart that gets separated after his body get cut into pieces. He looks back at the other marine officers who now float on blocks of broken ice. The officers watch in horror as Buggy raises the heart in his hand. "You thought you could win, but no, you never had a chance. You guys always called me monster this monster that. But is that monster really me, or you?" Remember O'Hara or other places that you destroyed. Even if you forget them, I will remind you of them, of your sin. This is for those poor people, this is for Robin, says Buggy coldly. Sakazuki is still conscious and he tries to attack Buggy using his separated body parts that he turns into magma. But Buggy crushes Sakazuki's heart first. He just killed the future admiral that easily. Chapter 327, All Out. Sakazuki's death shocks everyone there, including the clown pirates. Buggy never kills people without reason, and he very rarely did it. The only ones who understand him immediately are the early members who have met Robin. I hope this will give that poor girl a kind of peace after what she has gone through, says Mantis. I'm sure she will. She will also know that Captain does this for her, says Jude. Hey, it's Lord, not Captain. How many times should I tell you? You're the only one who keeps calling him that, says Enel. Jude ignores him though, making him furious, but he stops his act when Mantis glares at him. Well, Sakazuki was always on his list to kill for a long time. That guy is more pirate than real pirates like us. Anyway, with his death, magma fruit will be reincarnated. Dion, use all our networks to find that fruit. We can't let it fall on the Marine or WG's hands again, says Cricket. Dion nods and immediately orders his team to contact everyone they can. The others continue to watch the battle that has taken a sharp turn. This is their first time seeing their captain's full power in a battle after a long time, after all. Buggy is now standing on a floating ice block after he destroyed the ice land. The destruction made many unconscious Marine soldiers who got knocked out by him drown. But he doesn't really care about it. This is the consequence and risk that they chose when they became Marine soldiers. The high-ranking Marine officers who now stand on some floating ice aren't happy about it though. They have lost many men and a vice-admiral in a very short time. Furthermore, they lost them because of a single man right under their watch. There are only 23 Marine officers left standing on different ice blocks now. Luckily for them, many unconscious ones were saved by the ice blocks and now float unconsciously in their positions. However, the number of survivors is less than 200. They came with thousands of people and ended with less than 200 people. Even if they win this battle and kill Buggy, they are still losing this war. Just one man has destroyed their entire fleet in a mere minute. If Sengoku didn't appear, then this will never happen. Buggy would just enjoy his battle with Garp and let his crewmates fight to improve themselves. But Sengoku's appearance changed it because he knew that they couldn't play around anymore. He didn't even plan to kill Sakazuki yet because this is not how he wanted to kill the magma guy. What he wanted is a very cold killing after trampling on Sakazuki's pride. A ruthless end is the most suitable for a ruthless guy. But he changed his mind after seeing Marine's real strategy. He knew that if he doesn't make a big impact today, then the Marine and WG will keep taking him as a pushover that won't kill anyone. So he chose to kill someone strong, and there's no one that he really wanted to kill here besides Sakazuki. Life is fragile, right, Sengoku? No one will appreciate the value of life until they lost it. Too bad though, Sakazuki won't have that chance because he died too quickly. He believed in absolute justice, didn't he? Then that means he himself also needs to be punished for all he did, says Buggy. A pirate is punishing a Marine for justice? What a crap! Don't try to blame others, kid, says Sengoku angrily. Is it really a crap? And why can't I enact justice like you? Is it because I'm a pirate? Then let me tell you something before I beat the crap out of your old bones. I'm sure you know this already, but my crew never killed civilians. We never even started a fight ourselves. We always fight those who attack us and kill those who have done many atrocities. But this guy here, he killed so many civilians by destroying towns or islands indiscriminately, says Buggy while stepping on Sakazuki's head. The Marine officers can only grit their teeth as Buggy continues to talk. It seems in your eyes, anything the Marine and WG did is justice while everything pirates did is a crime just because you have that justice word on your back. I don't want to debate about real justice, but I surely know that your justice is justification. If your justice is real, then you should save those poor people in that unholy city. But what can I say? Dogs aren't allowed to bite their owners. Enough, brat! Yells Sengoku angrily as he jumps toward Buggy. Sengoku reaches Buggy's position very fast and prepares his right palm. Then he sends his big golden palm at Buggy and creates a very strong shockwave. But Buggy just stands there and looks at Sengoku before swinging his sword diagonally at Sengoku. Much to every marine officer's surprise, Sengoku's golden body suddenly gets cut in half. Buggy cuts through his shockwave attack and it also cuts his body in half. Right now, there is nothing that can block Buggy's cut because he can cut the world itself, maybe. Sengoku's chopped body then falls into the sea and drowns. Tsuru immediately orders Yamakaji and Momonga to save Sengoku because they aren't devil fruit users. They immediately dive into the cold sea to save their admiral. Right now, everyone in the marine is petrified and they can't say anything. Their admiral, one of the strongest forces in marine, gets defeated just like that. They thought that Sakazuki's death might be a coincidence or the result of Buggy's fast surprise attack, but now they fully realize that it was not. Garp grits his teeth before he rushes to Buggy using his Jeppo. Tsuru shouts at him to stop, but he doesn't listen and keeps going. Buggy also keeps watching him getting closer just like Sengoku until Garp finally sends a punch covered in his strongest advanced haki. Then Buggy also sends a punch to counter Garp's attack. Their attacks hit each other but their fists aren't touching each other. The impact of their clash is far bigger than any impact they've caused in this war. All ice blocks get pushed away from them while the seawater splashes everywhere. The water below them gets pushed, creating a spherical hollow part in the sea. They stay in the air with Buggy levitating and Garp uses Jeppo. The marine officers watch the great clash while using Jeppo to move in the air because the ice blocks where they stood were pushed quite far. All marine officers can use Rokushiki, and they all can use Jeppo with different proficiency. But at least they can use it to not get drowned. Much to the marine officers' surprise, the clash ends in a short time. Garp is being pushed back and he even flies back very fast. He flies to the marine ship destroyed parts and crashes onto them. They all look at Buggy who is still levitating calmly with eyes full of disbelief. Their strongest forces, Garp and Sengoku, have been defeated in such a short time by Buggy. This is beyond unbelievable, this is just absurd. So he can defeat that old man easily. Why didn't he do it before? Asks Enel. Don't talk as if you don't know him. Our Lord doesn't like to fight using his full abilities. He likes to use some abilities based on his opponent's abilities to improve those abilities. It's like how he kept using his pure swordsmanship when he fought against Hawkeye all these years. If he used his devil fruit abilities, then Hawkeye would never win because no swordsman can win against that fruit's abilities, says Cricket. Just like what Cricket said, Buggy has fought against my Hawk multiple times in the last few years. But he only used his swordsmanship and haki. He never used his devil fruit abilities because he wants to improve his swordsmanship. It's also the case when he fought against Garp before. He used his full power, but the full power of his physique and haki. He just wanted to see the gap between his and Garp's physical strength. But Sengoku's appearance ruined that all. Just now, he truly used his full abilities, and that was what sent Garp flying. Buggy used his awakened devil fruit ability on top of his physical power, haki, and technique. That was his real all-out attack and it can even defeat the one and only Monkey D. Garp. Chapter 328, A Message. Sengoku and Garp's defeats are big surprises for the Marine. Buggy defeated both of them alone simultaneously. Furthermore, he did it after killing Sakazuki and defeated Kyuzan and Borsellino before that too. So this is what he meant by a real monster. Surely I can't see him as anything other than a monster now. He's a monster scarier than Roger or even Whitebeard, says Tsuru. That much? says Jun in surprise. Of course, that much. He is still young, but he can defeat both Sengoku and Garp without much effort. How strong do you think he'll get when he grows older? Asks Tsuru. Jun realizes it, and Buggy will certainly be a very scary foe. I just hope that he will be more like Roger and Whitebeard in personality. At least both of them are not cruel despite being lawless pirates, so we won't need to worry about his crew massacring people. It will be a lot more troublesome if he becomes like Big Mom, Kaido, Shiki, or worse, Rocks. We aren't ready yet for the rise of another Rocks, thinks Tsuru. Tsuru looks at Buggy, who gathers some small cubes that float around him. The cubes then form into an arm, which surprises Tsuru. She looks back at Garp, who crashed onto the broken ship, and sees that he lost his right arm now, even though he doesn't bleed there because it wasn't caused by a normal cut. He is looking at Buggy very seriously now as he stands slowly on the floating scraps. Garp can feel his arm that floats in front of Buggy, but he can't control it. So he just stands there looking at Buggy without saying a word. Garp, you have spared my life once, so I will spare yours now to make it even. But there will be no next time, for you and everybody here. Just mind your own business and don't disturb my adventure. Although I'm sure you won't listen. Don't blame me for what happened next though, says Buggy as he throws the arm to Garp's assistant. Buggy turns around and the Marine doesn't even try to stop him as he flies slowly to his ship. Then he suddenly stops and turns back to the Marine, making them nervous. Oh right, I want you to send a message for me, you Celestial Dragon's dogs. Tell those 5 old shits on Mary Gosa that they better not *ck around with me. If they even try something funny, then it will be the last thing they'll ever do. I don't care if they send more people to entertain us. But if they go after our people, then just know that I will make that throne really empty, says Buggy with an intimidating voice. The Marine officers don't know the full meaning of Buggy's words. They just know that he wants Gorosei to not go after his people, his family. But they don't know anything about making the throne empty. Buggy then goes back to his ship and detaches his right hand before reaching the ship. He uses his detached hand to punch the ice that is still stuck around the ship. It seems like a weak punch, but it breaks all the ice and frees the ship. The clown pirates then leave the location under the frustrated Marine's watch. There's nothing the Marine can do after their strongest forces get defeated. They are lucky that Buggy didn't destroy Sengoku's ship too, so they can at least go back now. Tisk, it's our loss, a complete loss. No one was expecting this kind of result. Save anyone you can save, we'll go back immediately and try to control the situation, orders Tsuru. The Marine officers do as she says and they immediately go back. Sengoku has his body getting attached and so is Garp's arm. They are now sitting in a room together with the remaining vice admirals without an ounce of happiness after their bodies get put together. That power, can anything stop it? Asks Sengoku. What do you think? It could even cut through my advanced level haki that can block Whitebeard's power. That kid's power is something beyond anything we've ever seen, says Garp. Sengoku holds his head in frustration because he knows that no one will be able to stop Buggy after some years. He is still young, so he will grow even stronger. With his growth rate, he will surely be stronger than Whitebeard in all aspects. The kid is still not too strong physically and his armament haki is still not as strong as mine. But his Conqueror haki is already on par with Roger and his Devil Fruit abilities may have surpassed Whitebeard, says Garp seriously. Those are scary, but the scarier one is his age. He is still young and he is not even at his peak yet. When he reaches his peak in 20 years or so, no one will be able to stop him. Nothing can stop him even if all Marine and pirates work together, says Tsuru. Their expressions turn grim as they can imagine such a scenario. But then Borsellino changes the topic, he said a few sentences before he left. What should we do with that? We will say it as it is to Kong-san and the 5 elders. I don't know what they'll do, but I know that I don't want to mess with him. His message was clear. He knows we know about his family and he warned us to not endanger his family, says Sengoku. I will never even try if I am the 5 elders. There's no one scarier than someone who doesn't have anything to lose, says Tsuru. Sigh, I don't want to do it either, but we can only do it if an order comes, says Sengoku. Damn, so troublesome, I wish I have freedom like those pirates now, says Garp nonchalantly before getting a hit in the head by Sengoku. Both of them start to bicker, as usual, making the others sigh. They leave the two and check on their men. Many have died in the war and only 169 people survived from thousands. And most of their casualties were caused by Buggy alone. I really don't want to mess with him again, says Borsellino while touching the scar on his chest. Right now, the clown pirates are having a party after they won. Buggy wants to light up the mood after the unpleasant war. Would it be okay? Asks Cricket. What do you mean? Asks Buggy back. I mean threatening them like that, says Cricket. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. They know what's better for them. Those guys will think that keeping my family and your families alive is the best thing to do. That way, they can use them to threaten us anytime they need it. If our families die, they will lose valuable bargaining chips, says Buggy. That's certainly logical although it sounds heartless, says Manba. What do you mean heartless? That's the best thing to do in this situation. To fight heartless people like those 5 elders and celestial dragons, we also need to act like that. They know our weaknesses are our loved ones, so they'll use them against us. That's why we need to show them that we know what they'll do and what we'll do if they do that, says Palu. Well, I also think it's the best thing to do. But what did you mean by the empty throne in your message? Asks Dion. Buggy looks at their curious gaze and decides to tell them. Listen, this will just stay among us. Don't tell anyone who doesn't hear it directly from me, even the crew members. You know that the 20 kingdoms that found the world government made an empty throne on Mary Gosa to show equality between them all, right? Well, what if it's not true? What if someone is actually ruling the world on that throne? The executives widen their eyes in surprise at such a ridiculous story. But they all know it's the truth when they see Buggy's serious eyes. So there's actually someone who rules the world through the world government? Holy bones, says Brooke with widened eye sockets. And who is the one sitting on that throne? A celestial dragon? One of the elders? Asks Cricket. I don't know. But it doesn't change the fact that the person is very dangerous. This fact will also shake the whole world if it's known, so be quiet, says Buggy. They all nod as they know how dangerous it will be if they spread the information. Buggy told them because he believes them and he used it as a message to threaten the WG. If the 5 elders want him to stay silent, then they know better than to mess with his family. Chapter 329, Another Uproar. The clown pirates win over the war against Marine causes an uproar. As usual, Big News Morgan sniffs the news of the war faster than anyone. Well, he doesn't really sniff it, he knew a war would happen between clown pirates and Marine, so he sent some spies to see it. His spies followed clown pirates' movements since the news of their attempt to reach Lodestar Island spread. Morgans knew the Marine won't let them be and would try to stop them. He just didn't know when, so he sent his spies to follow clown pirates from afar. Buggy also knew that some people followed his crew. But he ignored them because they didn't threaten his crew. Also, it will be better if the news spread as fast as possible so that the WG won't be able to hide it. That bird really knows how to make things more interesting, says Buggy while reading the headline news. The True Emperor, Downfall of Marine. Below that title is a picture of Buggy who has some blood on his head standing among the defeated Marine officers who float on the ice blocks while stepping on Sakazuki's dead head. It's a badass picture, but it makes everyone wonders how the cameraman took it. Just the picture alone has shaken the world because not only Buggy killed a vice admiral who is expected to be an admiral in a few years, there were also Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, Kuzan, and Borsellino there. But none of them could stop Buggy from killing Sakazuki. It surely makes everyone speechless because Garp and Sengoku are the strongest pillars of Marine. They also have fought against Roger, Whitebeard, and other big names for years. But they couldn't even stop a young man from destroying their fleet alone. The narration below the picture is also quite provocating, typical of Morgan's. He really knows how to make things bigger. This is already big though, so he just made the news more provocative. The news starts with the narration of what happened before and throughout the war before Sengoku appeared. Then it explains how Sengoku appeared and changed the war. The change is not the one that the Marine expected though. They thought that they will be able to suppress clown pirates easier with Sengoku there. But, what happened was the opposite. With more pressure, Buggy finally showed a shocking power that he had never shown before. He cut Sengoku in half very easily before blocking Garp's attack. Garp also got defeated and got his right arm severed by Buggy's abilities. He defeated two of the strongest Marines in a short time, which also signaled Marine's defeat in that war. Morgans then added a provocation, saying that Buggy might be the strongest man in the world right now, replacing Whitebeard. He wrote it because Buggy could defeat Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, 3 other vice admirals, and their fleet by himself, something that Whitebeard hasn't done. Well, it is just speculation because no one really knows Whitebeard's full power. He prefers avoiding fights against Marine and there aren't many people who can make him show his true power. The last time he used his full power was in his battle against Roger years ago. But Morgan's words also have some truth in them because Whitebeard never defeated Sengoku and Garp alone at the same time. Although those with good brains know that Morgans just want to provoke Buggy and Whitebeard into a fight for the title of strongest man in the world. Other than that provocation, he also critiques the WG for being powerless against a man. The warlord system that they've just made seems to be useless too. They made that system to keep the balance, but they didn't even dare to send the new warlords to stop clown pirates. Can the rising pirates who become warlords of the sea stop a force that can even make the Marine hero powerless? Who are the true lords of the sea? The emperors, Marine, or these rising stars? After that, Morgans also provokes Big Mom and other pirate crews, especially the veterans who get outshined by a young crew. The clown pirates aren't rookies anymore, but they are certainly a young crew full of youngsters. A stark contrast to many pirate crews in the New World that are made of middle-aged people with only some youngsters in their crews. At the end of the news, Morgans also added one more thing. With the Marines' failure at stopping the clown pirates, then their road to Lodestar Island has become clearer. They are quite unstoppable now if they could even defeat the Marine with such formation. The way to the end of Log Pose has been cleared now. Who will be able to stop their march to the last island pointed out by Log Pose? Will the clown pirates find the way to Laugh Tale? Will clown Lord Buggy claim the throne left by his ex-captain and become the next pirate king? Those last sentences cause a stir everywhere because the only one who kept being talked about as the strongest candidate to be the next pirate king was Whitebeard. But now another candidate appears, and Buggy seems more determined to reach the goal than Whitebeard. Guerrera, the next pirate king? That brat can take it if he wants, although that will never happen, says Whitebeard while reading the news. That's right, Buggyjiro is never interested in that title. He always said it is just an empty title that only gives problem, says Odin. Whitebeard is currently on Wano with his crew, relaxing. They moved when other crews also moved after Clown Pirates' attempt to reach Lodestar was known. But Whitebeard pirates didn't move to chase the Clown Pirates. They just wanted to mess with WG and Marine as they went to Wano, which has become an open country now. This country is Clown Pirates' territory because they were the ones who took it over from Beast's pirates. But people also know that Whitebeard is protecting it because of his brotherly relationship with Odin. So in a sense, this country is protected by two emperors. That's why it could open its border without any problem, and WG didn't dare to try something funny. Whitebeard and Odin are amused by the news, even though they are very surprised too when they know Buggy defeated Marine's super strong fleet single-handedly. They know his power growth is monstrous, but it was not this ridiculous. "What do you think of him, Whitey-chan?" asks Odin. "Honestly, I don't know. I can't really judge his power through the news, I need to see it myself. But, I know for sure that if he wants to be the Pirate King, then no one can stop him," says Whitebeard seriously. "An unstoppable force? Don't joke with me!" shouts Big Mom pissly on her ship that sails on the sea. Big Mom pirates are on their way to Lodestar Island too. But they use a different route from Clown pirates. Big Mom is surprised that Buggy could defeat Garp and Sengoku alone, but she is also confident she can do it too. She won't be this mad if the news is just about the war. But Morgans just needs to belittle her by saying that Buggy and Clown pirates have surpassed her and her crew. Big Mom is also an emperor, she has her pride as one. So she can't take such mockery easily. "Clown pirates, I will surely stop them. No one will reach Laugh Tale before me," says Big Mom as she crumples the newspaper. A piece of paper falls from the newspaper, it's a bounty poster. This poster is Buggy's new bounty poster because his bounty was raised after that war. Clown Lord Buggy, 4.75 billion. His bounty raised from 3.5 billion to 4.75 billion. It's still lower than Whitebeard who has more than 5 billion because Whitebeard has operated longer and did more things. Also, there are only 2 pirates in history who have ever received bounties higher than 5 billion, Roger and Whitebeard. So giving 5 billion to a young pirate will show that WG is scared of Buggy now. "Your brother seems to be doing very well, leader," says Ben Beckman on Red Hair Pirate's ship. "Maybe it's time for us to enter New World again," says Usopp. "What's the rush? Buggy has his own plans and things to do, just like us. Besides, he doesn't need to babysit a child like us," says Shanks while looking at a little girl who has white and red hair. The little girl suddenly runs around carelessly, then she falls and cries, making the men on the ship panic. There are no women on this ship and no one can babysit, so it becomes very chaotic immediately. The future Emperor crew looks very hopeless now. Chapter 330, Island. It's been 3 days since the war, but the crew hasn't reached the next island yet. Right now, the clown pirates are sailing slowly because the weather is quite good. There's also something that Buggy needs to do, so they need to slow down. Currently, Buggy and Dion's information team are keeping tabs on the crew's families, Marine, and WG. They've sent men to look after their families since the war ended. The Marine and WG might do something even though Buggy has warned them, so he increased the protection for his and his crewmates' families. There is still no movement from Marine and WG that indicate an attempt to find our families. All Marine bases that we spied on are focused on the increasing pirate activities, says Dion. In the last 3 days, a sudden increase of activities on all seas happened. The Marines' defeat has made most pirate crews that want One Piece hasten their plan. Many pirate crews have entered Grand Line in just 3 days. The crews that haven't moved when the news of clown pirates' attempt to reach the last island spread have finally moved now. They didn't take it seriously before, but Marine's defeat has made them realize that the clown pirates' success rate is high. If they don't move now, they won't have any chance at all. Also, the defeat of such a strong marine fleet led by both Garp and Sengoku has dropped the Marines' and people's morale. So this is the best time for pirates to move, or so they thought. These small pirate crews from Blues just don't know Grand Line's horror yet. The challenges on Grand Line aren't just marine, there is still weather, the sea itself, and even other pirate crews. Most of the time, the marine doesn't even need to move, and the number of pirate crews will reduce naturally. Even so, the marine still needs to move and maintain peace. The defeat of their strongest fleet didn't make them depressed. Instead, it made them even more motivated, or angry to be precise. The world is looking down on them right now, so they want to prove to the world that they are still as tall and firm as ever. Sengoku is very good at speech and he could prevent Marine's morale from dropping too much. He made the soldiers realize that he and Garp are still humans, and they can lose. However, if they stop enacting justice just because of a loss, then peace will never be created. His speech was sent to all Marine bases and it made the Marine gets motivated to get stronger as a whole. So right now, in contrast to what these small pirate crews thought, the Marine doesn't get weaker. They get more determined instead and they want to stop all these pirate crews. So now, the Marine is busy with the pirate crews, and they leave the clown pirates alone. Even so, Buggy needs to stay vigilant because he knows that WG can always make dirty moves, dirtier than what pirates can do. So his crew keeps updating their information 24/7. They are so focused on it that they don't realize a week has passed and they arrive on an island. This island is a medium-sized island without any town or even a village from what the clowns can see. There are only ruins here, maybe the result of a long war on the country that once stood here. But this island looks normal with many green trees growing on it. Damn, it's hot here, says Palu as he takes a step on the island. Yeah, I'm amazed this place isn't a desert despite having this level of temperature, says Enel. What should we do, Lord? There's no village or town from what we can see. These ruins also seem untouched for a long time, says Cricket while looking at the ruins on the coastline. Maybe there's a small town or village hidden behind that forest. We need to explore it and get information. At the very least, we need to refill our supplies while staying here to charge the log pose. Everyone except for Dion's team explores this island in groups. Find as many things as you can and return before night. Dion, you stay here with your team and keep up the work, says Buggy. Everyone nods before they start working on their tasks. They all know they need to act fast on such an unknown and strange island. The crew has visited many uninhabited islands, so they already know what to do. While his crewmates do their tasks, Buggy stays on the ship with Dion's team. He wants to keep updated on the situations around the world. He plans to keep doing this for a month to make sure that everything will be fine. But suddenly, a blizzard appears on the island even though it was very hot just a moment ago. Buggy tells Dion to call their crewmates back immediately because the blizzard is strong. Then right after they all returned, the weather changes again into a very strong rain. What the hell? It changes again, says Enel. This is New World, so this can happen, says Cricket. But this kind of change always happens on the sea. It's the first time we find an island that gets its weather change in an hour, says Enel. Enel is right, usually, such a fast change of weather happened on the sea. Even on Grand Line's islands, weather can last for quite a long time. The weather will last for at least a few days before it changes, not an hour. Buggy orders his crew to stay on the ship first and observe the island's weather for now. They do as he says and keep looking at the weather. After observing for a day, they confirm that the weather changes almost every hour, it changes 25 times a day. The weather types range from mild ones to horrible ones. This island is really absurd. We haven't explored the whole area, but I'm sure there's no one living here, says Enel. You don't hear any voice? Asks Palu. No, at least not from people, I only heard animals on a few locations since yesterday, says Enel. It's good enough if there are animals here. That means we can hunt and there are edible plants on this island. There should also be water here, so we will gather all of them. The only problem is we don't know how long it will take for the log pose to set, says Buggy. How will we gather them if the weather keeps changing like this? Asks Manhwa as the weather changes from warm to thunderous. Ruff and Della are working on suits that will protect us in all weathers so we won't need to change clothes. It will take a while, so we'll stay on the ship till he finishes, says Buggy. They agree and stay on the ship that floats near the island. The next day, something happens, but it's not Ruff and Della finishing the suits. A ship approaches the island and surprisingly, it's a marine ship. The clowns are looking at it calmly as the ship approaches them. They don't attack because the marine unit on that ship has announced their arrival and they don't want to fight. So Buggy tells his crew to just watch for now. Surprisingly, the marine unit is led by an old vice admiral that will retire soon, Vice Admiral Ankit. Well, he is in charge of the closest marine base from here, so it's understandable. However, there are also some WG agents, CP0 agents to be precise. So, what do Marine and CP0 wants from us? Just a warning, but we aren't in the mood to play around with you, asks Buggy. Clown Lord, we don't want a fight, we just want to offer a proposal from the 5 elders, says an agent. Buggy stays silent for a moment before saying, go on. 20 years, we offer you a 20 years treaty. We won't touch any of your territories and your families. In exchange, you need to stay silent about what you know. After 20 years, we will discuss it again, says the agent. Buggy is quite surprised before he grins. Well, would you look at this? The 5 elders are scared, aren't they? Still, they want to negotiate with me through these puppets? They are not taking me seriously. Tell those old bastards that if they want to talk to me, they better those wrinkly feet of theirs in front of me. Don't think that they can just tell me what to do while they sit on their rotten chairs on Mary Gosa. They better come down here or I will drag them down along with that Fukin sinful city. I will wait here for a few days. Chapter 331, Negotiation. The CP0 agents are troubled by Buggy's request, so they call the elders. Of course, the elders are angered by what Buggy said, but they also know they can't ignore it. So they ask if they can talk with Buggy through Denden Mushi. The most they can do is talk with him on the G1 base, which is right under the red line. Buggy smirks when an agent tells it to him. Then he suddenly jumps onto the marine ship and he reaches it easily even though the distance is quite far. He snatches the microphone amidst the scared marine and agents. What's your real offer? The elders get serious and one of them says, just like what our men said, 20 years of treaty. We won't touch your territories and your family, and you keep what you know. We don't know how you find that out, but you should know that we won't let you go if you spread it. Is that really what you want? I know you want more than that, says Buggy. Obviously, but we also know that you won't accept the other terms, says an elder. Just spit it out, says Buggy. The elders get silent for a moment before one of them says, do not touch Marine, our agents, and the warlords. Also, don't try to go to Laugh Tale. Buggy scoffs when he hears that. Do you take me as an idiot? You want us to not touch them, but you didn't say they can't touch us. Don't play with me, geezers. The elders get silent again for a moment, then tell us what you want so you'll sign the treaty pact. Buggy grins and says, 10 years of treaty. I won't spread that information and we won't attack Marine, CP, and warlords unless they do something against us. We also won't go to Laugh Tale during that period. In exchange, you won't touch our families, territories, subordinates, and business. You will also let us explore any other island we want including the marine bases. The elders get rather angry at the last term, marine bases? Are you crazy? 15 years, you won't attack us and you'll leave the marine bases alone. We will let you visit any place affiliated with us, but you will sell your weapons to us. Buggy thinks for a moment before he answers, fine, but we will destroy any one of you who attacks or provoke us. We will also limit the weapons you can buy to be the same as what we sold to Big Mom and Whitebeard, with a higher price too. The elders look at each other for a moment before one of them replies, all right, we'll take the deal. You better keep your words or we won't hold back at destroying you. Buggy smirks and says, just be worried about fulfilling your ends of the deal. It's not like I don't know how you do things. He suddenly closes the call without waiting for any answer. Of course, it pisses the elders, but they have expected such behavior from a pirate. 15 years, it will be enough for Vegapunk to finish that planned project, says the long-beard elder. Yeah, then we won't need to worry about these pirates anymore, says the Sword Elder. But how did he know about the empty throne? Asks the Big Mustache Elder. Maybe it was really him who get involved in the slave incident, says the Blonde Elder. There's a high possibility, but it doesn't matter now. That person has told us that it's not the time to make a big move yet. We will just focus on gathering our power until the time comes, says the Big Beard Elder. Back to Buggy, he is smirking after finishing the negotiation. He knows what the Elders aim in 15 years, Pacifista. The first Pacifista will appear in 13 years when the Straw Hats are on Sabayati. He is sure that in the next 2 years when the Straw Hats are training, the Pacifista will have some improvements. In the series, Pacifistas were said to be WG's secret weapons. So there's no way those weak Pacifistas that get destroyed by Luffy with one punch are what they really want. Vegapunk also won't be satisfied with those Pacifistas. They must be the first generation and Vegapunk will improve them massively in 2 years. I'm sure they just haven't shown it yet when I died in the previous life, thinks Buggy. Buggy wants to return to his ship, but then the old Vice Admiral tells him something. This island will need half a year to fill the log pose. There are also strong creatures here. Oh ho? Then was it those creatures that destroyed the civilization? Asks Buggy curiously. The cause for that is a different thing, but I can't tell it to you, says the old Vice Admiral. Well, thanks for the information, says Buggy as he walks away. Will you stay here for half a year? Asks the old Vice Admiral. Why not? The exciting part of an adventure is feeling everything the world offer, says Buggy while smiling before he jumps back to his ship. Fweovalom. The old Vice Admiral scoffs before ordering his men to leave the island. They leave immediately because they've waited for that order since the beginning. No one there wants to stay any longer with a pirate crew that has defeated their admiral and hero. Buggy then tells his crew about the deal he made with the 5 elders. No one is against it because now their families will be safe for at least 15 years and they can explore the world without any disturbance. Will you really do all those things? Asks Cricket. Of course, I'm a man of my word. But it doesn't mean that I will just trust them blindly and won't do anything. We will keep tabs on them to know what they do because they might do something. There are also loopholes in the agreements and we will use those loopholes, just like them, says Buggy while smirking. Everyone has a face that shows they have expected it. They've wondered about it since the negotiation went too fast. There's no way a peace treaty could finish that fast if both sides didn't have ulterior motives. Cricket then sighs and says, well, that's that, it's good enough for the next few years. But what about that half a year? You heard it? Asks Buggy. The long-eared man heard it, says Cricket while pointing at Enel. Well, that old man said we need half a year to fill the log pose's magnetic energy. So we need to stay here for at least half a year before we can go to the next island, says Buggy. Do you really plan to stay here for half a year? Asks Mantis. Of course, we've agreed that we would only follow the log pose. Half a year isn't that long and we have many things to do here. He said there are strong creatures here and the weathers on this island are great, says Buggy while grinning widely. Everyone becomes suspicious, so Manhwa asks, do you want us to train here? Buggy's grin becomes wider, you know me so well. Everyone's face becomes dark and they want to protest. But they stop when they see their captain's excited expression. They all know that he won't change his mind no matter what they say. I don't know how strong the creatures are or if they can help you get stronger. But the weathers are crazy enough to temper your body. In 6 months, I want you all to be tough enough to stay on this island wearing casual clothes. Rough, finish the suits soon, they will need it to start as soon as possible, says Buggy before laughing like a maniac. Everyone can only accept and does it because they know how stubborn Buggy can be. Now after they accept it, they have different reactions. Some are depressed, some just accept reality, some just don't care anymore, and some are getting excited. 6 months on a crazy island with crazy weather. Can I live through this? Ah, wait. I'm already dead, yo ho ho ho, jokes Brook happily. What if the creatures here like bones? Asks Palu. Ya ha ha ha, maybe you will die for the second time, says Enel. Brook suddenly has an expression of horror. No. Not dogs. He is reminded of the dog minks in Pedro's crew who were chewing his bones when they have a party. There weren't many of them, but it's enough to give Brook a trauma. They were licking and chewing the hell out of his bones. Enel and Palu are amused by his reaction and they laugh before getting hit by Mantis. She tells them to take care of their scared teammates before they joke around. They do as she said and take care of their teammates because tomorrow, their new lives will start. Chapter 332, The Woods. Clown Pirates' new lives on the crazy island have finally started now. They all are wearing clothes that look like astronaut suits. Ruff designed it because it is the suit that can protect them in any weather. There are 3 dials inside each of the suits. Breath dial that provides air, heat dial for cold weather, and cool dial for hot weather. With these 3 dials, they all will be comfortable in those stuffy suits in all conditions. But there weren't enough dials for 107 people. They didn't buy that many of those dials on Sky Islands and it has been a few years since they visited any Sky Island. So there are many dials that get broken after being used for a long time. But dials are never a problem for them now because Ruff has found a way to create dials from normal sea seashells. He needed a long time to get a result because the seashells on Sky Islands are different from the ones here. Anyway, the clown pirates explore the island after wearing suits. They split into 11 groups made of around 10 people for 10 groups and 7 for a group. Each group is led by an executive so they will be safer and more organized. The 7-people group is led by Buggy, and Della is in the group too. The other 5 are the 4 kids and a girl from the medical team that isn't as strong as the other adults. Buggy takes the weakest members with him because it will be easier to protect them himself. Alan, Elin, Yamato, Jack, don't move on your own and stick to the group. I will hang you upside down for a week if you disobey, says Buggy while walking. Don't worry, Lord, I will keep an eye on them, says Alan smugly. Why are you the one doing it? I can do it too, protests Yamato. Well, because I'm the strongest. Asks Alan as if it's so obvious. Strongest? Do you want to prove it now? I will beat you up, says Yamato pissedly. That's a good idea, says Alan. Both of them want to start fighting in their astronaut suits. But then a shadow looms over them and they look at the source. They gulp their saliva when they see Della's stoic expression as she looks intensely at them. Well, the Lord is the team leader, so he is the only one who can command us. Let's do as he says, shall we? Asks Alan nervously. Yeah, I think so too, says Yamato. Both of them then walk away following Buggy while whistling innocently. Elin and the nurse sweat drop at them while Jack doesn't really care about their antiques. The group then walks into the forest in the direction that has been decided. They finally reach the forest and the trees here are a lot taller than they thought. It might be 3 times the height of a giant like Magnus. The trees are wide too, around 5 to 8 meters in diameter. It's similar to what they saw on Skypiea. Wow, how old are these trees? Asks Yamato. Maybe hundreds or thousands of years old, says Elin. They're so thick, they should be very tough. Hey Jack, Yamato, let's see who can make a deeper dent on the tree, says Alan. Sounds fun, let's do it, says Yamato happily. Jack doesn't say anything, but he already walks toward the tree. This guy doesn't talk much, but he is actually very competitive and likes this kind of thing. Della wants to stop the kids so they can enter the woods immediately, but Buggy stops her. Let them have their fun, we aren't in a rush anyway, and it's better than them fighting. I also want to see just how tough the trees here are. If they are tough enough, we can use them as supplies. Palu will be more than happy to have good wood, says Buggy. Della sighs and just nods, then lets the kids have fun. The three kids then start their little competition, starting with Jack. Jack doesn't transform and just punches the tree using his bare fist in normal form. However, he only cracks the skin and doesn't even dent the wood. Everyone is surprised by this because Jack is strong enough to break a normal tree in his normal form. So at least he should be able to make a dent, but he can't. Jack is dissatisfied, so he transforms into his full mammoth form after taking off his astronaut suit. He takes some steps back before running and ramming himself onto the tree. The tree gets shaken by the impact, and now Jack can finally make a dent, but it's very shallow. He is still not satisfied, but it's Yamato's turn now. Just like Jack, she tries hitting the tree without her devil fruit first, but it doesn't work. So she transforms into her hybrid mythical dog form and hits the tree using her metal club again. She manages to dent the tree, but it's also around the same depth as Jack. It's just around 2 or 3 centimeters at the deepest spot. That shows just how tough the tree is, and it should also be the case for all the trees in this forest. Alan then goes for it too, but he also just manages to make the same dent. Elin doesn't even want to try it after seeing the other 3 getting such disappointing results. She can see that it will hurt so much after seeing the others' reactions. What the hell? This tree is so hard, we could barely dent it. It must be the hardest tree in the world, says Alan. No, it's not, the hardest tree is still Atom. You couldn't even scratch a log that made of atom wood in the training room, says Elin. Ah, that's true, says Alan dejectedly. Buggy suddenly approaches the tree and touches it, making the others curious. Step back, says Buggy. What are? Alan can't even finish talking as Della pulls them back quite far. Buggy spread his legs a little and lowers his body to get into a stance. Now the kids understand what he's going to do and immediately hide behind another tree. The nurse, Poppies, also hides there with the kids. Bam! Just as they expected, Buggy punches the tree too. He doesn't use his Haki nor Devil Fruit abilities though, it's just a pure physical punch. His punch is still very strong though, and it shakes the entire area. Many leaves and dead branches even fall because of that. Everyone widens their eyes though, because even Buggy's punch can't break the tree completely. He succeeds to make deep damage, but it doesn't pierce through the tree. His punch only breaks 4 meters of this 6 meters tree's wood. Damn, this tree is tough. I've used all my physical strength into that punch and I could only make it this far. It doesn't even fall even though it only has a third of its base left, says Buggy with a very impressed tone. What do you think about this wood? Asks Della. It isn't as hard and tough as atom wood, but it's certainly harder than any other wood that I've ever seen. Paulu might have found this out too, so he will know what to do. Maybe we can finally start that project, the project that will make Black Pearl an ultimate ship, says Buggy while grinning widely. On another location, Paulu also grins as wide as Buggy. As a shipwright, the first thing he does is, of course, check the trees for their woods. He found out the tree's hardness before Buggy does and has thought about many things because of that. Everyone in his group including him has tried hitting a tree with all they have. Even so, they only manage to break a total of 3 meters deep of the wood. The tree they hit is around the same size as the one Buggy hit, so it really shows just how tough the wood is. The Lord will be pleased by this. Who would have thought that we would find a type of wood that is close to Atom's level? And maybe this whole forest is full of the same trees. Even with this island's weather, I am still surprised that no one actually harvests and uses or sells these woods, says Paulu. Buggy also thinks the same, but it doesn't matter to him. If no one wants this island, then he will take it and use the wood for himself. Ships are sailors' lives, after all, so making ships from good woods is never bad. Buggy grins as he ponders, 6 months? That's really not a bad thing now. Chapter 333, Trap. While Buggy and Paulu are excited about the wood, someone else is excited about another thing. Enel finds a broken treasure chest covered by grass that grows tall around it. Magnus, who comes across him, tells him that he should be careful of the treasure chest. What do you mean dangerous? It's just a broken chest with some pieces of treasures in it, says Enel. There might be something dangerous hidden among the treasures. I once found a stack of fruits in a forest on an uninhabited island. But when I tried to take some, a snake came out and bit me. The snake has an apple on its head which it used to lure its prey. Luckily the snake was very small and its venom was weak, so I was fine, says Magnus while recalling his unlucky experience. Enel's expression turns blank and he ignores Magnus. The other team members also seem unimpressed by his story. They all focus on Enel, who is approaching the treasures now. Yahaha, we have just getting started, but we've found treasures, says Enel gleefully. Maybe there are more treasures around this island, says a man in Enel's group. Yeah, the ancient civilization might have left many treasures like these, says a woman in Enel's group. It's quite strange that the treasures are in the forest instead of the ruins though, says a woman in Magnus' group. No, it makes sense actually, they must have hid it in the forest for safety, says Enel while crouching in front of the treasures. The others now think the same and some people follow Enel to look at the treasures. Enel picks some before he calls Magnus, "Big boy, why don't you dot?" Before Enel can finish the sentence, the ground below him suddenly collapses. Then a gigantic round mouth with a lot of giant fangs appears. Enel and the ones who were looking at the treasures fall into the mouth and get eaten. The others get surprised and Magnus says, "I told you to be careful." Sigh. There's no look of worry on Magnus' face and the others. They are surprised, but none of them are worried for their crewmates' safety. There's no reason to be worried with Enel there, after all. They all just take some steps back after Magnus gives the order. Right when they step back, a massive lightning pillar appears from the big hole. It disappears after half a minute, and only then do Magnus and the others peek at the hole. Enel flies out of the hole while cursing at the thing that ate him angrily. Then the others also come out by climbing the wall. They seem quite terrified and their hair also seems to get burnt. The thing that terrified them wasn't getting eaten, it was Enel's lightning that almost killed them. Team leader Enel, you almost killed us. You should just hit that thing, not your crewmates too, protests a man. Enel answers pissedly, "Shut up. Just be glad that you are still alive. Don't whine just because of a small hit. And stop laughing, Magnus, you bastard." Magnus, who tries to hold his laugh, finally burst out and laughs out loud. "Gahahaha, I've told you to be careful, but you didn't listen." Enel then shouts pissedly, "Arg!" As if anyone would expect that a giant monster like that would appear. Well, that's true, but the concept of carefulness is the same. Anyway, what was that thing? It was under you, but you didn't feel its presence, says Magnus. No, I felt presences before. But I thought that there were many underground creatures in the forest. I didn't expect it to be a gigantic thing like that, says Enel. You mistook the presence, hey? It must be very big. Let's check it out, says Magnus before asking his crewmates to back off. Enel then strikes the ground using his lightning a few times. The ground gets destroyed and then big stairs to enter the giant hole appear. Magnus uses the stairs and some time later, he comes out with something. When he comes out, Magnus is dragging the gigantic monster behind him. The monster is as big as Magnus, but it's very long. When all its body comes out of the hole, everyone is speechless. What the hell is this? A worm? Asks Enel with a puzzled expression. It looks like a worm, but a very massive one, says Magnus. What does this thing eat to grow this big? Asks Enel. Maybe the creatures here are gigantic too, says Magnus. Probably, they must be in the deeper part of the forest. Hey, can someone cut this guy? I want to check if the treasures are real, says Enel. You still want to take them? Asks Magnus. Of course, I don't know why it used gold as bait, but I won't let this opportunity goes to waste. It is the compensation for eating me, says Enel. You just like gold too much, says Magnus. A samurai then moves forward and cuts the giant worm into a few parts. The samurai is not as strong as the red scabbards, so he needs to cut it a few times. Any of the red scabbards would be able to cut it in half in one slash, but it's not the case for other samurais. They all then check the worms inside and they find a lot of treasures along with bones of the creatures that the worm has eaten. Just as they thought, the bones are big, so the creatures that become its prey are big as well. But Enel's focus is not on that. Ya ha ha ha, gold, treasures. It's been a long time since we found so many of them. The Lord will like it because treasure hunting is one of his hobbies. Although it's really strange that a giant worm has this many treasures in its body and even uses them as bait, says Magnus. Of course, that's what being pirates mean. And don't mind the small stuff, anything can happen in Grand Line. So let's go find more worms, I mean treasures, says Enel excitedly. Sigh, alright, but me and my group will return first with this chopped worm. Someone in Ruff's team will like to do research on this thing, says Magnus. Do as you please, says Enel before taking his group to go deeper into the forest. Magnus orders his group to tie the worm parts so he can pull them. Then they go back to the ship while Magnus drags the giant worm parts. The group also keeps their vigilance in case another giant worm suddenly appears. Luckily, no giant worm targets them until they reach the ship. The same luck doesn't apply to Brooke's group though. They don't meet a giant worm, but they meet a giant snake that fights a giant weasel. Just like what Enel thought, most of the creatures here are gigantic. Even the snake that Brooke's team finds is tens of meters long while the weasel is a few meters high and almost 15 meters long. Brooke's group hides behind a tree while looking at the fight. They look at it in amazement because both giants are very strong. Although they need to be very careful with the snake's poison that splashes around. The snake tries to attack the weasel using its potent poison that can even melt the grass. But the weasel is very fast and agile despite its gigantic size, so it can evade the poison spray. Brooke's group even has a hard time following the weasel's movements. After some minutes, the weasel catches the snake from behind and bites its neck. The snake wraps its body around the weasel and tries to squeeze it. Now it's a battle of who can endure longer, and without any surprise, the weasel wins, just like how it usually goes. But then the weasel drops the dead snake and stares at where Brooke's team hides. They all hold their breath and suppress their presence. The giant weasel still looks in their direction, making cold sweats run down their back. Luckily, the weasel decides to go after hearing a very loud squeak. Brooke's team knows that it must be another gigantic creature, probably a bird. So they look up and see a shadow of a giant bird with a massive wingspan among the leaves. My goodness, how could we miss something like these gigantic creatures on our first exploration? And a gigantic bird like that should be seen even from the ship, says Brooke. Sir Brooke, I think it's because the weather doesn't change drastically like the first day. The temperature has changed a few times, but not to the extreme level. Even the rain this morning is warm. Maybe those creatures come out because the weather is stable today, says a woman who is a part of Jude's navigation team. They've gotten used to these weather changes, aren't they? Let's return first. The deeper part of this forest must be more dangerous, says Brooke. The others agree and they return to their ship. This island seems to be more dangerous than they thought. Chapter 334, Planning. After exploring the island for hours, the clown pirates return to their ship. A day isn't enough to explore this island completely though as it's big. A medium-sized island like this is enough to build a kingdom as big as Dressrosa, after all. Everyone returns to the ship and shares the information they get. Most of them found the gigantic creatures and ruins of the ancient civilization. They also found some treasures like Enel, but only he found the giant worm. It seems there are many of those giant creatures deeper in the forest. They all also seem strong, and they don't just live on the ground. They also live in the sky and even underground, says Buggy. What should we do about them? Asks Dion. What do you mean, what should we do? They are our food supplies, so we will hunt them, says Enel while grinning. You just want to find treasures in their bodies just like that worm, says Magnus. Enel clicks his tongue because he gets exposed immediately. If we plan to make them our food supplies, then we need to hunt them responsibly. No one wants to run out of food while being trapped on this kind of island, right? Asks Mantis. Everyone nods and Buggy says, then only kill them when we need their meat. When we still have meat, we will just use them as our sparring partners. You all know that they are stronger than any animal we've ever seen. Even pirates with bounties higher than 100 million might not be able to win against those creatures. So they are perfect partners for our training in these 6 months. Don't get killed and don't kill them unless it's necessary. Sounds good, that means we'll hunt tomorrow, right? Asks Enel excitedly. Unfortunately no, we will explore the island again. Our focus right now is exploring the whole island first before we do other things, says Buggy. What? But we need food, right? Asks Enel. We still have a lot of supplies, and the worm meat that you killed is edible. In fact, it is one of the best meat that I've ever tasted, says Mantis happily. Ruff has a dark face and asks, really? Worm meat? We'll eat a worm. Can't be picky with our food, mate. We need to eat anything that can be eaten to survive in a place like this. Also, you know that we can't waste food. Someone really hates it, after all, says Cricket while smirking. Ruff gulps when he hears that and he looks at Mantis who stares dagger at him. As a cook, she really hates wasting food, and she will discipline those who waste food. That's why she always serves small portions so everyone can finish them, then those who still want more can ask. Now that she knows the worm meat is edible, she won't waste it. Ruff can only accept being served worm meat for the meal from now on. But Mantis isn't that heartless, so she will serve the normal meat in their remaining supplies for those who can't eat the worm. Well, food aside, we also found something else. Palu, you've checked the wood, right? Asks Buggy. Of course, that's the first thing I did, says Palu excitedly. The wood? What's with the wood? Asks Brooke confusedly, followed by the other's confused gaze. The wood here is very hard, harder than almost every wood. Maybe only atom wood is harder than it. I've tried to hit the tree with my strongest attack, but I couldn't break it completely. I could only break around 3 meters of the wood, says Palu. Now everyone widens their eyes in surprise. They know Palu's strength, he is the 3rd strongest in the crew, after all. So the fact that he could only do that much damage is surprising. Someone who could level a mountain with some hits couldn't even break a tree. Then Buggy makes them even more surprised when he tells them that he also couldn't break the tree. He just used his physical power, but it is still shocking because he is still the strongest in the crew even with just his physical power. Do you have a plan with that wood? Asks Manhwa. Yeah, we'll replace every wood on our ship except for Atom. We'll make Black Pearl stronger than any ship in the world, says Buggy while smirking. Even that ship? Asks Jude. What ship? Pluton? Well, why not? Asks Buggy while smirking. What an ambitious plan, I like it, says Cricket while grinning, followed by everyone else. The crew has seen Pluton, which actually is hidden in Wano. They didn't enter it though and just looked from outside. But that ship is really impressive. Palu even called it a moving fortress just by looking at its exterior. Palu wanted to enter it actually, and Odin allowed it. But Buggy forbid anyone to enter that ship, so none of the crew members enter it. Buggy was also curious about Pluton, but he never desired it, he was already satisfied that he could see it. Pluton is said to be the best ship as it still can threaten the WG just by existing for 800 years. But for Buggy, the best ship is the one that he and his crew build themselves. Besides, with Buggy's ideas from Earth and Ruff's genius brain, the Black Pearl can have the strongest weapons in the world. After talking for an hour, they agree to start all their plans after they finish exploring the island. They are explorers, so they prefer doing exploration before work. It will also make their daily lives easier when they stay here for the next 6 months. In their exploration, they move carefully to not provoke the giant creatures. Even so, the creatures will still find them from time to time. So they fight against the creatures every once in a while, but they avoid killing, they just focus on expelling those creatures. The giant creatures here are like small animals that grow into giants. So far, they've found a giant worm, weasel, snake that should be a small species, rabbit, squirrel, and chicken. Those creatures were normally small and they haven't met any creatures that are normally big like an elephant or giraffe, not even a cow. Anyway, they finish their exploration after 2 weeks and 4 days. It takes longer than they thought because of the giant creatures' disturbances. But now they can finally start their main plan: upgrading their ship, and training on the island. Most of the stronger members and executives have adapted to the harsh weather changes. So they have discarded their astronaut suits and wear their usual clothes. Only the weaker ones are still using the suits, but they will adapt soon. The clowns go to the forest now to harvest some trees. They need many people to carry the trees and process them before Palu can use them. These trees are very big and hard, after all, so they all need to work. The first thing they do is check which trees they can use. They check the trees by attacking the trees' lower parts. Although all the trees here look the same, there might be some that aren't as strong as they want. Luckily they do it because they found some weak trees. And after some inspections, they find out that these weak trees are different from the hard ones. So not every tree in this forest is a super hard tree. After selecting the trees as best as they can, the clown pirates take the tree closer to their ship. They have cleared the area so that it can be used to work. A massive building with only pillars and a roof also stands there to protect the woods from the weather changes. Buggy cuts the softer woods that won't be used and Palu's team built this massive building using those woods. Now, the gigantic super hard trees are placed under the roof. After 3 days of work, they get 30 of these gigantic super hard trees which are enough to make a few ships. Why'd we need this many? Asks Enel. You'll know soon. For now, work together with Jude to dry these things, says Buggy. Enel sighs before going to work with Jude. They use their lightning and ash to raise the temperature and evaporate the water in the woods. Jude's ash doesn't just make the water evaporate by heating the ash, but it also absorbs the excess water, making the drying process faster. The others don't just stay idle, they make fire around the giant woods to raise the temperature. It takes a week of continuous work for them to dry the wood completely. They need the wood to be very dry for the plan, after all. Buggy smirks when he sees the dry woods, then, shall we start it? Chapter 335, Upgrading. The woods have been dried perfectly and they've shrunk a bit. Buggy takes out one of his swords, Pollux that has press fruit. His plan is to use Pollux to compress the woods and makes them as hard as steel, maybe even harder because they are very hard, to begin with. Buggy has used Pollux and Castor a lot and improved their abilities. He still can't awaken them though, as it is very difficult to awaken devil fruits that aren't his. It doesn't matter though because he isn't in a rush to achieve that. Then using Pollux, Buggy compresses the woods by touching them with Pollux one by one. White light covers the woods as Buggy uses Pollux's power on them. Then they shrink considerably until they become just a third of their initial sizes. Oh, I didn't think they would shrink this much. Will these be enough? Asks Buggy while looking at the woods that become rather black. I think they're enough. These woods are still big even though they've become much smaller. We can always cut more trees if these aren't enough, after all, says Palu while inspecting the woods. Well, you're right. Now, let's test the hardness. Magnus, take one and put it outside the shed, says Buggy. Magnus nods and takes a wood before putting it outside of the shed. Buggy then asks his crewmates to try punching the compressed wood. They get excited and start making bets on how deep they'll dent the wood. The kids start first and obviously, they can't damage it at all even when they use their devil fruit abilities. Then the adults start taking turns, but only men participate, the women just don't get interested. The crew members start punching the wood in turns and to their surprise, none of them can damage the wood too. They even use their weapons, but they can only scratch the wood at best. These guys can break or cut steel, yet they can't damage the wood. Isn't this wood become harder than Adam now? Asks Manhwa. Probably, says Dion. Then how if we compress Adam too? Asks Brooke. I don't think that's a good idea. The atom wood is the base structure of our ship. If we shrink it, then our ship will be far smaller. And we can't replace Atom 2 because that means we are changing our ship, says Ruff. Ruff is right, and even if our Lord can compress Atom without reducing the ship's size, we still won't do it anyway. If Atom gets compressed, the ship will be too stiff, and that's not good because it might break in some situations. Also, I want to apply the method that Wano's swordsmiths use to make a sword. They use softer steel inside the sword and the harder steel outside, which makes their swords stronger, says Palu. So you will encase the base structures that are made of atom wood using these woods? Asks Enel. Correct, that will be better than replacing the atom wood, says Palu. Well, leave the ship upgrade to Palu and his team. We just need to focus on other things. Don't forget that we still have 6 months here, and we will fight giant beasts at that time to get stronger, says Cricket. The clowns have just remembered, and then Buggy adds, before we start that, we need to take out every stuff in the ship. Palu, make a place to store everything today, we will start taking out the stuff tomorrow. After Buggy gave his order, Palu's team start to build a place to store the stuff on their ship. They will also build sheds for the crew's sleeping places later. When their ship is getting rebuilt, the crew will need places to sleep, after all. While Palu's team work on those, the others are making a dock for Palu's team to work on the ship. They dig a wide area of the coast with Palu's instructions. His team can build the buildings on their own, so he can instruct the others. Then the next day, the crew takes out everything on the ship and put the things in the storage that Palu's team made. It takes a full day to move everything. They could finish it faster, but they needed to sort the items too while moving them. While the crew moves everything in the ship, they find something surprising. In their big refrigerator that Ruff made to store food ingredients, they find 2 strange fruits in the stack of fruit. There are 2 devil fruits in there, not just 1, but 2. What the hell? Isn't this magma fruit? We have searched for it intensely and haven't gotten any news. To think that it is on our ship all along, what a surprise. And this one is, I don't know what it is, check the devil fruit Padilla, says Buggy. Della checks it and finds it after a while, that one is a Zoan devil fruit, Marsa fruit, model, kangaroo. The Marsu is from marsupial, but they thought it was too long so they changed it into Marsu. Kangaroo? I understand that the magma fruit was from Sakazuki, but what about the kangaroo? Asks Buggy. Actually there was a CP9 agent who has this devil fruit. I thought he just passed out, but it seems he was killed at that time, says Ruff. Oh, then that means these 2 devil fruits were from those 2 devil fruit users who get killed in that war. It seems that theory is correct. Devil fruits get reincarnated in the closest fruits that have high compatibility. If it originated from an apple, then it won't get reincarnated in a banana or other fruits. We are very lucky that we have 2 compatible fruits for these 2 devil fruits, says Buggy. But maybe there were other devil fruit users who were killed at that war and we didn't get their devil fruits, says Dion disappointedly. Don't be greedy, this one magma fruit is worth more than a few normal devil fruits. We can always use our connections to find more fruits, but even if we use them, we might not get this magma fruit, so don't complain, says Buggy. Rol.c. Dion sighs and nods in understanding before asking about Buggy's plans with the fruits. Buggy will keep the magma fruit for now. As for the kangaroo fruit, he will give it to the one who found the 2 fruits. The one who found them is a fishman from Mantis's cooking team. But he doesn't want to eat the devil fruit because he won't be able to swim. So he gives it to his best friend, a man from Magnus' team who uses boxing as his main fighting style, so the kangaroo fruit will be very good for him. Well, that gets resolved fast, and then they continue to move the stuff. After everything in the ship gets moved, the crew pulls the ship into the dock that they made yesterday. The compressed woods also have been moved beside the dock. Buggy has chopped them into planks just like what Palu asked. Then from now on, it's Palu's shipwright team's work. They will do their job to upgrade the ship while everyone else will do their own tasks. The next 6 months will be the time for clown pirates to reach another level. When Palu's team starts working on the ship, the others are entering the forest to fight giant beasts and get stronger. A group is left behind to guard their storage and lodgings though. There might be creatures or even people who come and attack their place, after all. The ones who enter the forest to fight giant beasts are going at it from morning till evening. Mantis's team has prepared a lot of food for them every morning, after all. They all bring food for lunch, so they don't need to go back and forth every noon. Everyone adapts to the island's extreme weather changes fast. After 3 weeks since they arrived, no one needs to wear the suit that Ruff made, even the kids. They all now can handle the coldest or even the hottest temperature on this island. 3 months after they arrived on the island, their ship finally finished getting upgraded. It could be faster, but the new woods are very hard, so Palu's team has a hard time using them. They even need to use armament haki just to nail the planks, which makes their armament haki masteries improve a lot. From the appearance, there is no change in the Black Pearl. It's because they really want it to look exactly the same. But this ship is far tougher than before. Normal cannonballs won't even put a scratch on this ship now. After the ship is upgraded, the only thing left to do for them is training and get stronger. They spend the remaining time on this island while waiting for the log pose to set. Then 6 months and 12 days after they arrived on this island, their log pose finally points to the next island. Chapter 336, After 6 months. Their 6 months on the Wild Weather Island have changed the clown pirates completely. They now look like hardened JoJo characters with more buffed bodies and tough faces, even the women. The faces only last for a day until they hold a party though, but that just shows how tough their time on the island was. They sail to the next island with their upgraded power and ship. Now they feel like they can go against the whole marine themselves. They have improved so much in the last 6 months, after all, to the point that their old selves look weak. Now, almost everyone in the crew can already use haki. Among the kids, only Alan can use it because he is the only one that has been taught. Well, they can't really be called kids, they are teenagers already. Alan, the oldest, is 19y.0 now, Elin is 16, while Yamato and Jack are 13y.0 already. Every adult on the ship and Alan now can use both armament and observation haki with different masteries. Alan has been taught haki for 2 years now, but he has just gotten proficient with it in the last 6 months of intense training. The others haven't been taught because they still need to improve their basics. Yamato and Jack are still focusing on their power, skills and devil fruit abilities, so Buggy hasn't taught them haki. While Elin only needs to improve her power, her battle skills are already good for her age. She just needs more experience though. Buggy is very impressed by his crewmates' growth in the last 6 months. He didn't specifically search for talented people, so their growth is very impressive. Even other Emperor's crews might not be able to achieve this feat. He knows the reason for their impressive growth though. Not only because he made them train harder than any pirate crew, they all are very competitive. They just can't see their comrades getting much stronger than them. Also, the crew is obsessed to be able to use the basic two forms of haki. They knew haki's usefulness, so they really wanted to use it. Being able to use haki can save their lives, so they all really wanted it. They can't always choose their enemies, so they need to do anything possible to make sure they survive. As the crew gets stronger and infamous, their enemies will also get stronger. Unless they get stronger, they won't survive in this sea. The executives also help everyone in the crew to get stronger. They often train and spar with them while giving advice. Also, Enel always gives them electric therapies every month to boost their growth. They all like to train almost every day, just like now when they are on their way to the next island. Many people are training in their free time in the ship's training room. They have a big gym in their ship that has been upgraded too. Buggy also trains with his crewmates today to bond themselves. But then Della calls him and tells him that there's something that needs his consent. So he leaves the gym and goes to the captain's room. "What happened?" asks Buggy. "The Caribbean found a devil fruit, they've identified it to be round fruit," says Della. "What's that?" asks Buggy curiously. "It allows its user's full body or some body parts to become round like a ball," says Della. "Oh, that's not a bad devil fruit, it will be very useful as long as its user can use its ability well. Do they found it in the wild or someone sold it?" asks Buggy. "They bought it from a farmer who found it in his garden. Just like what you've instructed, they bought it at a fair price for that level of devil fruit." "They are asking you what to do with the devil fruit," says Della. Ask our crew first if someone is interested in it. They need to pay though because we didn't find it. If no one wants it, then offer it to anyone in the Caribbean. Anyone from our organizations can pay it at a discounted price. Just take half of the profit if we sell it normally. If no one is interested, then keep it for now. That fruit is good, so I don't want it to be sold," says Buggy. "Understood," says Della before giving Buggy another report. "The Caribbean also have found the devil fruit that you've instructed to get for a few years. However, it has been eaten by someone on East Blue. The eater's name is Bentham, 17yo. They don't know how he gets it yet because they haven't interrogated him. They ask for your instruction on what to do with that person," says Della. Buggy is surprised that they've found Bentham this fast. Bentham A.K.A. Mr. Tu Bonchan is the user of clone fruit after Kurozumi Higurashi died. After building the Caribbean, Buggy instructed them to search for clone fruit. It would be strange if he asked them to search for Bentham, so he asked them to search for the devil fruit instead. They've just found it recently and it has been eaten by Bentham. It's a piece of good news for Buggy because what he needs is Bentham with the devil fruit ability. For now, keep an eye on him and get as much information about him. Then try to recruit him into the Caribbean first, says Buggy. Della nods before telling Buggy a few more things that need his approval. All of them are business-related stuff and they are quite important for the Caribbean's development. "What about my family?" asks Buggy. "They are fine, and your children are growing up well. But young Lord Leo has started a rebellion," says Della. "A rebellion?" asks Buggy with an eyebrow raised. "Yes, he said he wanted to capture you and get your bounty after young Miss Nami told him your bounty. She told him that he can buy every music tape and instrument in the world if he capture you. So he asked his uncle Jimmy and Burton to train him," says Della while giggling. Buggy's face darkens as he sighs. Just what did that 5Y.0 money lover teach his 3Y.0 brother? Damn, she loves money too much. Well, that's also your fault. You kept giving her money to buy things since she was a toddler, says Della. How couldn't I? I rarely go home, so I couldn't give her nothing. Besides, I also gave money to Nojiko, while Leo was too young, so Belmir managed his allowance. I couldn't just give the money to Nojiko too because Nami was always with her, says Buggy. Well, you could just give the money to Madam, but you just wanted them to leave so you could spend time with your wife, says Della with a look of disapproval. Buggy looks away with a guilty expression and doesn't say a word. He doesn't actually mind Nami being such a money lover because that's her character in the series, and she will be like that sooner or later. However, he never predicted that she would influence her brother like that. Leo likes music a lot since Buggy always held a party when he went home. So Leo has heard Brooke's music since he was a baby and it made him like music and also dance. I named him after Leonardo DiCaprio and Leonardo da Vinci, which are artists. But I never thought he would like art too. The art is different though, but it is still art nonetheless. Sigh, well, it's better than him liking evil things, thinks Buggy. Well, let him train. I also want him to be strong, but I don't want to force him. It's good that he gets motivated on his own even if the reason is stupid. If he wants to capture me, then he needs to surpass me. Tell Burton and Jimmy to train him seriously. Let's see if that brat has what it takes to surpass his father, says Buggy while grinning. Della nods without any surprised expression because she knew Buggy would say that. There is no way a person who pursues power will let his son be weak. Also, Buggy can't always be there to protect his family, so they need to be strong and be able to protect themselves. Chapter 337, Rainstorm. As the clown pirates get closer to the next island, the weather becomes more extreme. Right now, they are facing a very strong rainstorm. It's the strongest rainstorm they've ever faced since they start sailing. Even Buggy never met this kind of rainstorm when he was still on Roger Pirates. Enel, give that rudder to me. You need to redirect the lightning strikes so they won't fall on us. Jude, find the best way to get out of this place. Everyone else, take the stuff on the deck and move them inside. Check if everything has been tied perfectly, especially the cannons. Move. 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 Shouts Buggy while taking the rudder from Enel. Everyone in the crew executes his order without asking a question. This is their first time facing this level of rainstorm, but they have faced strong rainstorms many times. So none of them are panicking as they know what to do already. Buggy takes the rudder and controls the ship skillfully, following Jude's navigational instructions. Right now, he is the second best helmsman in the crew after Enel, after all. Enel is standing on the crow's nest to redirect the lightning strikes that keep raining down on the sea. The other executives are giving instructions to their crew members who execute the orders fast. They work efficiently although they still make a few mistakes because the ship is rocking hard. But no one makes a fatal mistake, they are already a professional crew, after all. Captain, there's a massive wave coming from behind, shouts Dion who keeps watching their surrounding. Behind their ship is a massive wave with a height of around 500 meters. It's almost half a kilometer, basically a tsunami, and it's right on their tails. Cricket, handle it. Orders Buggy. Aye. Replies Cricket without any hesitation before he goes to the rear deck. Cricket stands on the rear railing and lowers his body. He gets into a punching stance and covers his right hand with advanced armament and conqueror haki. Then he punches forward as strong as he can. Ultimate art, World Breaker. Cricket's punch creates an energy shot that flies fast toward the giant tsunami. This is a skill that Cricket created himself after observing how swordsmen shoot their slash attacks. He used the same principle on his punch and now he can also shoot an energy attack. Cricket once thought that it didn't make sense that only swordsmen can shoot their attacks. He never met anyone who can shoot their punches, even Garp. So he learned it very seriously and finally created the method to shoot his punching energy. His energy shot hits the tsunami. It's a small energy shot, but the effect is by no means small. A great explosion happens upon contact and the tsunami now has a massive hole in it. Because of the hole, the water can't stay in that form and breaks. It doesn't destroy the tsunami completely though as the tsunami is very long to the side. But the part that almost hit their ship has been broken. So now the tsunami gets split into two and the two parts move past the Black Pearl. Their problem hasn't finished yet though as the storm is still very strong. The water current also gets stronger as they move further. There are even massive whirlpools that keep hindering them and big waves appear every once in a while. The crew keeps sailing in the super strong storm for hours. They can't rest for even a minute and need to keep working. The ship finally gets out of the storm area after 19 hours, so they've worked non-stop for that long. Everyone drops on their knees or backs after they get out of the storm. It's their first time facing a storm for this long. And this storm is the worst they've ever faced, so this is very exhausting even for them. However, everyone is smiling. They've just faced the worst storm in their lives so far for the longest time, yet they are smiling. Well, who won't smile after surviving something that could kill everyone on that ship? But the clown's smiles aren't just smiles of relief. Those are also the smile of excitement, the smile of people who have just felt something very exciting. For the clowns, fighting that storm was a very exciting thing, more exciting than just surviving. They don't go to the end of log pose just to see Lodestar Island. The challenges on their way there are also the things that they anticipated. An adventure can only be great if it's difficult and full of hardships. An easy adventure is very boring, it's just kids' play. It's not that they hate easy adventures. They will still enjoy it because they still can find new things. But maniacs like them always prefer something more challenging, something more dangerous, something that can thrill their tough hearts. Damn, I thought I would die, says Enel while laying on the floor. Then you can accompany me if you die, yo ho ho ho, says Brooke happily on the side. Spare us some slacks, Brooke. We want to rest peacefully after death. So don't bring us back to life like you, says Paulu. Peacefully? Do you think pirates like us can die peacefully? Everyone says we will go to hell, and I never heard hell to be a peaceful place, says Cricket. Cut the crap, Cricket. You don't even believe in God, so you don't believe in the afterlife, just like us. Hell or heaven, none of us will go there. We will just wander on the sea again as spirits, says Ruff. Pfft, a scientist is talking about being a spirit. It's the greatest joke I've ever heard, says Manhwa. They keep bantering about that while those who aren't interested in that strange topic just stay silent. Things escalated from facing the worst storm into spiritual stuff in an instant. That's just how they usually interact with each other. But then Buggy finally decides it's time to stop. Alright, enough with your nonsenses. Time to work again. Mantis, prepare food for everyone. The others, check everything on the ship. Check if we got damaged by the storm while the food is being cooked. Now go, says Buggy. Everyone stops talking and starts doing his orders. They often joke around and even mock their captain many times. But they know when to play around and get serious. If Buggy gives orders as a captain, they all will execute those orders. They are very professionals even though they are just lawless pirates. The crew has a feast after finishing all their work in an hour. They are tired after facing a strong storm, but they always have the energy to hold a party. Only after the party finishes that they fall asleep because they are tired. Some people still stay awake to control the ship and keep watching for anything. They take turns as usual so everyone can rest. Rest is important because they need to always be ready for any situation. Without enough rest, they might mess up something and it can kill everyone here. Luckily, they don't mess up anything, but the nature is the one that messes up with them. Just 7 hours after they got out of the worst storm, they face another worst weather. It can't even be called weather, it's a phenomenon, a very bad phenomenon. In front of them is a sea full of white cloudy stuff. It looked like fog from afar, but as they get closer, the clowns can feel the strong heat from that area. So they realize that it's not fog or even cloud, it's steam, thick steam made of evaporated seawater. They stop their ship right when they realize that because they never faced something like this, so it might be dangerous. The crew then discusses what they'll do and decide that they'll send some people to check first. But then they see something big floating on the sea and it moves from the steaming area toward their ship. They check it and see that it's a dead seeking with a steaming body. They are curious, so they hooked and pull the seeking body closer. Buggy cuts the seeking in half and they all are surprised when they see it's inside. Mantis even makes it clear, holy crab, it's overcooked. Chapter 338, Steam Wall. The clown pirates are in a dilemma right now because their way is blocked by a very hot sea. It's so hot that the seawater is evaporating and the steam is very thick like a cloud. Even a seeking that entered the arena gets cooked by the hot water. There is no doubt that the water in that area is boiling hard. Even from a 1 kilometer distance, the clown pirates can feel the heat already. It already felt like they are in a desert, so the steaming area must have felt like the inside of a volcano. What do you think, Ruff? Asks Buggy. I could make heat resistance clothes for all of us here, but it will take time. Also, we don't know how wide that area is and how hot it is in the center. The clothes might not be able to work if the heat is too strong. Besides, there will be a lack of oxygen there because of all the steam. We will inhale water vapor instead of oxygen, which is very dangerous. And even if somehow the clothes can help us through, our supplies will get cooked by the heat. The ship is strong so it should be able to handle that heat, but our food, water, or even clothes won't, says Ruff. What if you just cover the entire ship? Asks Yamato. Everyone looks at Yamato strangely and she doesn't understand why. What? Asks Yamato confusedly. Yamato-chan, you know how big our ship is, right? Do you think that we have enough materials to cover the whole ship? Asks Elin. Sorry, says Yamato in realization. Well, we still need a solution, so anyone has an idea? Asks Buggy. Everyone is silent and thinks of what to do, but they can't think of anything to cross the steaming area safely. I guess the safest way is going around it. The problem is we don't know how long and wide this steaming area is, says Cricket. Will that be possible, Jude? Asks Buggy. Yes, I can still navigate just fine even if we take a detour. But just like what Vice Captain said, the problem is we don't know how long and wide the area is, says Jude. Then let's try to check it. Fishman Squad, can you guys check underwater? The source of the heated area might be some underwater volcanoes or something like that. No need to get too close, just try to find the range, says Buggy. The fishmen on the ship nod and then they jump into the sea. They've expected it, but the sea is quite warm here. Luckily, it's not too hot yet, so they can swim without any problem and dive into the sea. Sometime later, they come out and tell the crew what they saw. There's only one volcano down there. But it's very long and the lava stream is all over the place. Also, it seems that the volcano is shaped into a circle, but we can't see the other side, says an orca fishman. Yeah, it seems like something is blocking our view. We couldn't see it well because there are many air bubbles from the boiling water. But we should be able to see the glowing lava quite easily. So there must be something that blocked our view. And we speculate that it's an island, says a shark fishman. The others get surprised because most probably it's the island that the log pose pointed to. We need to check if it's really the island. Enel. I choose you, says Buggy while pointing at the thick steam wall. He calls Enel as if he is choosing a Pokemon. Enel doesn't know it but it's still pissing him off. No way. Says Enel pissedly. Come on, you are lightning, you can move through that thick steam wall in a flash to see what's on the other side, says Buggy. No. Why is it always me who needs to do this kind of work? Ask someone else, says Enel in protest. Fine, anyone want gold? Asks Buggy. Me, says Enel immediately before he transforms into lightning and flashes into the steam. Everyone's sweat drops at how easily Enel gets himself manipulated. Buggy always did this whenever Enel refused to do something and it never failed. That guy just loves gold too much that he even coated his room with gold. Some time later, Enel returns with a report. It's really an island. The steam wall is all around it, so we need to pass the steam wall to reach the island. Damn, that's really troublesome, says Buggy before he realizes that Enel's face is quite strange, as if he is thinking of something. What's wrong? Asks Buggy. Well, that island is surrounded by hot steaming water, so I thought it would be a hot island. But it's actually a winter island. The island is covered by white snow, and I even saw a blizzard happen there, says Enel. Don't think too much about it. Anything can happen in Grand Line. Let's just focus on how we'll pass through that steam wall. For now, why don't we go around it? Maybe there's an area with lower heat and thinner steam that we can use, says Buggy. Everyone agrees and they move again, following Buggy's instruction. The fishermen swim under the ship to see if there's a place with fewer volcanic activities. Enel also phases through the steam wall every once in a while to find what they search. After moving in a full circle, they finally find the spot. However, it is still very thick, as the thinnest steam wall is half a kilometer, while the thickest wall is around 3 kilometers. This steam wall is thicker than any man-made wall. So, what's the plan? Asks Palu. We will make a big hole in the steam wall, then use our airjet to fly through it. That's the best method that we can do right now. We only have one chance, so we need to succeed in one try, says Buggy. They all nod and start preparing everything. The airjet is the name of their ship's air propeller. It's Black Pearl's version of coup de burst. But they named it airjet because their ship can move very fast with 4 compressed air shooters. After everything's ready, Buggy gets ready in the ship's front deck. Buggy holds Pollux and feeds Haki energy to it. The other executives are doing other work, like Enel, who holds the rudder. Palu and Ruff are getting ready to activate the airjet, and the others are securing stuff. Then after everything's ready, Buggy shoots highly compressed air at the steam wall. It looks like a white ball, and a moment after the white ball entered the steam wall, it explodes. The explosion is very big that it pushes the ship back a little. The air explosion pushes all the steam and even the water in the area, then a big hole appears. Cricket immediately gives an order to Palu and Ruff, who then activates the airjet engines. The Black Pearl gets shot forward and moves past the massive hole in an instant. Everyone on the ship can feel the heat a little, even though they don't touch the steam. They all now know that entering the steam without any kind of protection will kill them. Enel has high heat resistance because of his lightning power, so he was fine, and it was also Buggy's reason for sending Enel before. Anyway, they've passed through the steam wall that blocked their way. The steam wall reverts back to normal a moment after their ship lands on the water again. If they couldn't move faster, then they will get boiled alive. They sigh in relief before they all finally take a look at the island that gives them such a hard time to reach it. Just like what Enel said, it's a winter island. Everything is covered by snow, everything is white. It's not just because of the snow that the island is white. The sand is white, the trees are white, the mountain is white, the rocks are white, everything is white. There's no other color that can be seen by the clown pirates. The temperature drops significantly as they get closer to the island. It's such a strange thing to feel such coldness after such intense heat. Buggy gets reminded of Punk Hazard, which will become a similar place as this in the future. This place is very cold, yet there's no ice at all on the water around the island, says Palu curiously. The water is actually warm here even though the air is very cold. Probably because the volcanoes are down there. So the water temperature follows the volcanoes while the air follows the island, says Ruff. Well, at least we will have hot water to keep ourselves warm. Let's get ashore, I want to explore this place immediately, says Buggy excitedly. This island seems to be untouched by men, so Buggy is very excited now. Exploring a new place is always an enjoyable thing to do. Chapter 339, White Island. After seeing the White Island, Buggy cancels his idea to get onto the island immediately. He orders his crew to sail around the island first to see its overall view from the sea. They go around the island and they see that it's completely white everywhere. The island is also smaller than they thought. Its size is only half of the Sabayati archipelago. There is no mountain on this island, there are only 3 hills that can be seen from the sea. The trees here are normal in size though, unlike the previous island, but all the trees are white. The crew then docks their ship on the coast of the White Island. The clown pirates are looking around curiously at all the white stuff there. Everything is really white here and this place is also very cold. It's actually as cold as the deeper parts of the Arctic and Antarctic, but not as cold as the center. The clown pirates, or at least the early members, have gone to both the Arctic and Antarctic, so they know just how cold those places are. This island is almost as cold as the deepest parts of those 2 places that they've ever reached. On the coast, the temperature is already at -50 degrees Celsius. So the center of this island should have a lower temperature because the effect of the hot water and steam is the lowest there. But the temperature difference shouldn't be that high because this island is small and the highest place isn't that high too. However, even in this temperature, the clown pirates are still wearing their casual clothes. Even the teenagers only wear thin jackets, not thick winter jackets. They've adapted to this level of temperature that often felt on the previous island that has extreme weather changes. The temperature on that island could drop to this level so suddenly. It happened often and it made the clowns adapt to this level of cold. Their bodies are also far stronger now, so they can handle this cold. Save for the teenagers who are still not strong enough to handle it. Buggy then orders his crewmates to explore the island as usual. They are moving in groups and each group carries books and cameras to document everything they find. This is what they've always done in explorations. The crew has a lot of journals about their adventure in many places. But the early journals aren't too detailed and not as good as the new journals because Buggy wasn't that good at making journals at that time and they didn't have enough manpower to explore the whole islands completely too. So Buggy plans to explore those places again in the future after he finishes exploring the world. He doesn't know when they can do it again as it will take a long time, but that's not a problem. He never thought that he can explore the world in just a few years, after all. But he will make sure to do it because that's his goal, his dream. Furthermore, most of his crew members haven't explored the 4 Blues. So he wants to show them all those places that he has seen in the past. Back to the White Island exploration, Buggy is exploring it with the teenagers and Della. They take pictures and write their observation results. Buggy also takes some samples like leaves, barks, or even pebbles. The kids even start competing on who can get the most samples with the best conditions. Well, it's just their way to not getting bored because Buggy and Della are focusing on their observation. Doing boring stuff like writing or observing the item's characteristics isn't something that these kids like, so they do their own kind of observation. Are the tree's inner parts also white? Asks Yamato so suddenly. Well, let's check it, replies Buggy before he chops a tree using his awakened devil fruit to not kill the tree. Unsurprisingly, the wood inside is also white, although it's not as white as the outside. It's rather clear as if the white color is a little diluted. Della assumes that probably the water content inside the tree is the cause of the rather diluted color. Lord, let's see the soil. We haven't seen it because the snow covers the ground completely, says Elin. All right, replies Buggy as he reattaches the tree. Buggy stomps his left foot at the snow and it gets chopped into many cubes. Then Buggy levitates the cubes and moves them to the side. Surprisingly, the snow is more shallow than he thought. After only digging a meter, he already finds the ground. However, the ground is not soil, it's not even sand, it's stone, deep white stone. These trees aren't growing on soil but stone. Well, it's not that rare to find trees growing on stone and their roots breaking the stone as they grow, so it's not strange. The strange thing is the stone's white color, which is rare, and he never saw this level of whiteness. Buggy cuts the white stone into cubes and it's still white deep down there. Everything they found here is white and those eyes are the only colorful objects here. Are there other colored islands like this in the world? Wonders Alan. I don't know, at least I never found something like this before. But it will be interesting if we can find similar places to this island. Let's continue our exploration, says Buggy. They continue to walk while observing the objects around them. After walking quite deep into the white forest, they finally find an animal. It's a white rabbit with red eyes. This is the first time they see another color other than white on this island. The teenagers are looking at each other before they run at the rabbit together. They are racing to catch the rabbit first, it's their usual competition. But none of them can catch the rabbit because it enters a hole in the snow and disappears very quickly. Then they see some other rabbits and they immediately go to catch them. The same thing happens again and none of them can catch it even after targeting a few more rabbits. Buggy and Della just watch them amusedly because it's really funny to see them can't even catch a single rabbit. Alan, the oldest and strongest among them, can't even get close to the rabbits. He is already as strong as the new supernovas, but he doesn't have any bounty because all the adults in the crew outshine him. Yet, someone like him can't even catch a small rabbit. What's the matter, kids? The power that you're so proud of is worthless in front of these rabbits, hey? Asks Buggy mockingly. They are too fast and small, says Yamato. Yeah, I'm sure you won't be able to catch them too, says Alan out of frustration. The others are looking at him strangely and now Alan also realizes that he messed up. Buggy smirks and says, what a famous last word. Then, if I can catch one in a few seconds, you will do anything I ask. Ah, that's, Alan can't finish his sentence because Buggy suddenly crouches. They all are confused as they see Buggy stab his right hand into the snow. Then they get surprised when Buggy pulls his hand. He already caught a rabbit by its ears just by crouching and stabbing his hand into the snow. This is why you need to strengthen your observation, Haki. This rabbit was running away from you and entered the hole that leads to this position. If you could feel its presence under the snow, then you would have found it easily, says Buggy before throwing the rabbit at Alan. Alan tries to catch it, but the rabbit suddenly opens its mouth, which is full of long scary fangs. It surprises Alan and because of his reflex, he punches the rabbit's body. The rabbit flies back to Buggy, so he caught the rabbit that is still alive even after getting a strong hit from Alan. What a tough little guy, says Buggy before he breaks the rabbit's neck by twisting it. It seems they will have this freak rabbit for dinner. Chapter 340, Can't Catch a Break. The White Island exploration goes very well for the clown pirates. There isn't any trouble at all in their 5 days exploration. But it's also not as exciting as they thought it would be when they found such a unique island. They don't have any good action in their exploration as there isn't any real danger here. There is no strong creature that can give them a good fight on this island. Everything here is weak and can't threaten them. But they must admit that this island is very interesting with its uniqueness. Almost everything here is white except for the animals' eyes and insides. Their skin or fur are fully white, but their inner parts are normal, unlike the trees that have white inner parts. The animal meat tasted really good though. All the animal meat here is high quality and there's no meat that tasted bad here. Even the bugs tasted better than normal beef, so the crew collected a lot of meat for their supply. Their log pose has been set onto the next island in 3 days. But they only leave after 5 days because they haven't finished their exploration yet in those 3 days. So they are leaving now after 5 days passed. They move past the steam wall with the same method as 5 days ago. Then they sail again and meet crazy weather again. Just 3 hours after they left the White Island, they come across a reverse rain. It's called reverse rain because the water bits aren't falling, but they're shooting up from the sea. They can't reach the sky though, although they still shoot up very high. The reason for the water to become like this is unknown, but it doesn't change the fact that the clown pirates need to pass them. What should we do? Asks Dion. What else? We just need to keep moving forward, says Paulu. Is that okay? The water shots look very strong. Our ship might be strong enough to withstand those, but it might flip or something, says Brooke. Don't worry about that, this ship has a very good balance. It might shake, but it won't flip from those water bits, says Palu while smirking confidently. Well, let's trust our ship that has gone through a lot of ridiculousness with us. Let's break through that reverse rain, says Buggy. Everyone nods and then they move into the reverse rain. When they enter the reverse rain area, Black Pearl gets lifted a little. The water shots are stronger than they thought, but the ship is still heavy enough to not get lifted completely. Palu checks the ship's bottom by jumping out on a rope. He protects himself using armament haki because the water shots are strong and they keep hitting his body. Normal humans will get their bodies pierced by these water shots because they are very strong. We're safe to go, the ship only gets lifted a little, so there won't be any problem. The water shots also lifted the ship evenly on both sides, says Palu. The crew then moves their ship forward rather slowly. They still don't dare to move fast because it is not too safe. Jude gives instructions to them as a navigator while looking at the situations around them. Around the ship, they all see the water shots that look like rain. It's quite strange seeing rain but none of the water drops on them. But it's also a very good sight to experience because they have never seen anything like this. The crew needs a full day to get past the reverse rain area. It is very wide, but it won't take that long if they used their normal speed. Still, it's not a problem even though they were slow, their safety is the most important in this wild sea. They are very relieved after passing the reverse rain area. But just an hour later, they come across a more ridiculous area. It's a sea full of rotating saws made of water. This is surely a dangerous area, the reverse rain is nothing compared to this. Damn, this sea is getting more absurd, says Cricket. Are they real water saws? Asks Magnus with a doubting tone. Well, let's test it. Throw an empty barrel at one of the saws, says Buggy. Some crew members take an empty barrel and throw it at the closest water saw. The barrel hits it and gets cut very cleanly without any resistance. Many crew members have their jaws dropped after seeing that. How will we get past that? Asks Manhwa. Maybe we can move through the gaps between the water saws, says Ruff. I agree, but we need to be very careful to not let our ship touch even one of them. Even if our ship was built from super tough materials, avoiding to get any damage is still the best thing to do, says Jude. But it will be difficult because the saws are quite close to each other. Our ship barely fits on a few gaps and many gaps are even narrower than our ship, says Buggy. Can we break the water saws? Asks Magnus. I don't know, let's try it first, says Cricket before getting into a punching stance. Cricket then sends a strong punch and shoots the punching energy at the closest water saw. His punching energy hits the seawater because he targets the saw's center. The seawater explodes and then the saw disappears. But a moment later, the saw appears again, but now it's in a different location close to its initial location. The crew is disappointed that it appears again just a moment after getting destroyed. But then they are happy that it moves to another location. Well, that's unexpected. It seems we have a better way to get past this place. Prepare the railgun and cannons. Orders Buggy while grinning. The crew then moves to prepare their ship's weapons. They load their railgun and cannons while the ship stops moving. Then they get ready to shoot the railgun and cannons at Buggy's command. Move the ship back quite far and position it at 1120 from the current position. Aim the railgun rather low and use the pointy bullet to make the piercing easier, says Buggy. The crew nods before Enel moves the ship around while Ruff and Palu prepare the railgun. After they get into position, Buggy orders his crew to shoot the railgun. They shoot it and it moves right on top of the water. Rebol.com. The bullet travels at a very high speed above the water and it parts the water apart as it moves. It breaks the water quite deep and wide, so it can break all the water saws on its path. But there are still many left on the path, so they shoot another one to widen the path. They wait for a moment after that to let the destroyed saws appear again. The water saws appear again shortly after getting destroyed. They appear randomly, but now the clown pirates can see a wider path to take. Some water saws are still blocking their path, but they can destroy them using cannons. They move through the path while destroying the saws that block the path. Sometimes they just move between water saws if the gaps are enough for their ship. It takes a rather long time to pass through the water saw area. The crew needs 10 hours to pass the area safely. They couldn't even take a break in those 10 hours and they haven't fully rested after moving past the reverse rain area, so they are very tired now. That's why Buggy orders them to stop the ship so they can eat and rest. They rest for a full day before sailing again. But just 2 hours after they sail again, they come across another absurdity. They come across an area full of giant whirlpools that sometimes turn into small-scale knock-up streams. Buggy sighs and says, "This sea is just. Sigh, come on, give us some break." Chapter 341, Finally a break. Buggy is not happy with what they meet right now. An area full of massive whirlpools that can turn into small knock-up streams isn't something that anyone will like to come across in their path. These whirlpools can suck their ship and the upstreams can flip or break their ship. Even the clown pirates who have gone through many crazy things are unhappy now. The biggest problem is that they come across this area right after passing through another crazy area. It makes them think that the sea really tries to kill them now. "How is it?" asks Cricket. "I think it's doable. We'll still do it either way because it's our only option right now," says Buggy before he goes to the rudder. Buggy takes the rudder and tells Enel to look at their path. They will move through the whirlpools, so they need Enel to watch their way while Buggy controls the ship. It's the crew's best combination to use in this kind of difficult situation. "Spread the sails. We'll move at full wind speed. Everybody get into position. Let's go," shouts Buggy, giving orders to his crew. "Aye aye sir," replies everyone. The crew spread the ship's sails and the ship starts moving again. It moves very fast because the wind is very strong. The whirlpools suck the air in the surroundings and it makes the wind around them to be very strong. But it also makes it very dangerous because ships will get sucked into the whirlpools. Even skilled crews might fail to cross this place, not to mention unskilled crews. So the clown pirates need to be very careful and brave enough to take risks. Buggy controls the ship to enter a whirlpool that spins counterclockwise from the side. Then he spins the rudders so the ship can move on the whirlpool's edge. The ship moves on the edge while the crew members stay on the right side to balance the ship. Enel looks at the situation ahead from the top of the front mast. Then when he sees a chance, he shouts to inform his crewmates. "Way ahead. Right side, clockwise." Everyone understands Enel's codes and Buggy immediately spins the rudder to the right. The crew members run to the ship's left side as the ship moves out of the first whirlpool. Right when they reach the left side, the Black Pearl jumps out of the first whirlpool and enters the second whirlpool. This whirlpool is rotating clockwise, so they have momentum and the ship doesn't flip over. Enel chose this whirlpool to move for this reason. It's the safest path to take for them who have just done this kind of thing now. Their plan is to ride the whirlpools on the edges and jump over to other whirlpools. Enel is looking for the best path to take while Buggy controls the ship. The other crew members are balancing the ship so it can keep moving on the edge. They keep doing that while Jude keeps track of their path and tells Enel if they go in the wrong direction. But they need to go around many times because they are following the whirlpool's directions. Sometimes, they need to turn around because they don't have any choice. When they jump over the whirlpools, they use jet dials to push the ship's front and rear in the direction that they want. It is a very dangerous move because the ship can flip, but it needs to be done, so they take the risk. But the turns aren't the real problem now, it's the small knock-up streams. Those things can suddenly appear and when they appear, they suck the water around them to move up. It will cause the ship to get pulled too, so the crew needs to prevent that. Luckily, they have strong engine propellers that can overpower the pulling force. It's just that the small knock-up streams always appear without any sign. So they need to always be ready for them. After struggling hard for 17 hours, the clown pirates can finally leave the whirlpool area. But they really can't get any break because right after they come out of the whirlpool area, they are welcomed by a heavy storm. The clown pirates are still relieved though because it's just a storm. Even if the storm is strong enough to make any crew that has just entered New World piss their pants, it's just a normal storm for an experienced crew like them. They can relax now because it's just a storm that can sink many ships. The crew takes a break while some people still need to work. They still need to control the ship in this situation, but they just need 5 people, so the others rest in the cabin. Mantis's team prepares food while the others rest or clean themselves. Buggy is taking a shower, then he changes his clothes. He hasn't been able to clean himself thoroughly in the last few days because of the weather. Some people also clean themselves and others are waiting for their turns. Cleanliness is one of the many things that need to be maintained in this crew. Buggy really hates having unclean crew and ship, so they all need to stay clean unless the situations don't allow them to clean themselves. The crew eats and rests in the stormy area for a full day. Then they continue their journey and meet another extreme weather. In front of them is a sea covered by super white thunder that strikes everywhere. Every meter square has a thunderbolt striking. Well, this is unexpected. Ruff, Palu, set up the anti-lightning devices, says Buggy calmly. Ruff salutes before he calls his team to set up the devices together with the shipwrights. The devices that they set up are 8 long poles made of some materials. They set the devices on all sides of the ship. The devices are taller than the masts and they are also submerged deep in the sea. There are cables too that connect the poles to their ship's batteries. It's a good chance to recharge their batteries easily. They enter the thunderous area and no thunder strikes their ship. All thunderbolts that strike near their ship get pulled by the pole's tips and move into the sea directly. Some of the power also enters the ship's batteries. The crew is relaxed now, although they still can feel some electricity in the air. But it's not that strong and they are used to electricity because of Enel's lightning therapy. This level of power is nothing, although the effect is funny. Their hair is standing now, making them look funny. The only one who doesn't get affected at all is just Enel. He is the lightning himself, so no electricity can affect him. This is just a boring situation for him, but it's also an opportunity. He can use these thunderbolts to feel natural lightning and understand it better. Enel has tried to feel natural lightning many times and based on him, each place has a different kind of lightning. So by understanding them, he can increase his understanding and improve his devil fruit mastery. His lightning now has some different properties that no one ever thought of. He has his normal blue lightning, super hot red lightning, super destructive black lightning, and super fast violet lightning. The other types are actually just improving a property of lightning, but it also makes the other properties weakened. Still, now Enel can use different lightning for different situations. The crew let Enel plays with lightning and they just enjoy their break. They finally come out of the thunderous area after 6 hours. Their batteries also have been charged fully, but a strange thing happens on their poles and batteries, they are covered in ice. What the hell happened? The temperature wasn't so cold, so ice shouldn't appear. Besides, it's just the batteries and poles that get frozen, says Ruff curiously. It's because of the lightning strikes, says Enel, who finally gets down. What do you mean? Asks Ruff. The lightning strikes were cold, it's lightning without any heat in it, says Enel. The others are quite speechless because it shouldn't be possible scientifically. But this is Grand Line, New World at that. It's a place that defies logic and even known science can be wrong here. Ruff's scientist team immediately asks many things to Enel. The others ignore them and continue to sail away. The weather is quite good now, but they need to stay focused because anything can happen so suddenly. However, the weather stays nice for 2 days, which is very surprising for them. They also finally see an island and Buggy recognizes it, it's Lodestar Island. It's just that the island is surrounded by a sea full of fire. Chapter 342, Sea of Flame. Lodestar Island, the endpoint of log pose in the whole Grand Line. The crew knew it is Lodestar Island because all three needles of their New World log pose are pointing at it. This island is their destination in their current journey and they will set a new destination after this. The Lodestar Island is already in their sight, but it is still quite far. There is a long distance between them and the island. They just need some minutes to reach that island using their fastest speed. However, there is a literal sea of flame that separate them from the island. Lodestar Island is surrounded by blue fire that burns on the sea. And the sea of flame is very wide, it spans around 10 kilometers, which is the distance between sea and sky. It is the last thing that prevents people from reaching Lodestar Island. After going through many types of crazy weather that can sink most ships, they need to cross a 10 kilometers wide sea of flame. It's like the world itself tries to prevent people from reaching that island. The strange thing is, there was no sea of flame when Roger pirates reached this island in the past. They also didn't meet the previous types of weather, but other types with similar and more intensity. The Roger pirates were blocked by massive snake-like currents that completely surrounded the island. Those massive snake-like currents are very close to each other and the area was also very wide. Buggy doesn't know why and how it changed, but it's not something that he wants to think about. He only cares about how his crew will move past this sea of flame. Roger pirates passed the snake-like currents by riding them. Their helmsman was very skillful and their navigator was very smart, so they could find a way through without getting crushed by the currents. But now, he can't just enter the flaming area because his ship will get burnt. His ship also can't fly past it using its technology because it's too far. They also don't know how hot the flame is and how high the heat effect is. After all, some fires can be so hot that the heat can reach quite high above it. Palu, Mantis, prepare a long rope and a big chunk of meat. We will test the heat of that fire, says Buggy while looking at the fiery area. Palu and Mantis nod before preparing what he asked. They tie a big chunk of seeking meat on a very long rope. Then they throw the meat into the fire before pulling it immediately after entering the blue fire. When the meat returns, they all get speechless because it's already cooked. It only touched the fire for a few seconds, yet it has been cooked already. They all know that blue fire tends to be hot, but not this hot. Damn, the fire isn't that big even though the area that gets burnt is very wide. But the heat is no joke, says Cricket. How will we move past that place? Even our upgraded ship won't be able to withstand that heat. And even if it can, we won't. We will get cooked as soon as we enter that place, says Mantis. Everyone starts thinking and they propose some ideas. But everything gets rejected after the others point out the flaws of those ideas. In the end, they can't find any solution even after thinking thoroughly for hours. So to avoid getting stressed out, they decide to eat and drink. They all eat until they're full and drink until they're drunk. All of them want to relieve their stress after going through some absurd types of weather and now they even need to cross a sea of fire that will surely kill them just by entering it. Hey Palu, why don't you pour water on that flame to put it off? Ya ha ha ha, says a drunk Enel. I will do it after you touch that fire, says the drunk Palu while smirking. Don't bother, we just need Brook to freeze the sea using his cold death power, says the drunk Dion. Yo ho ho ho. I will do it if I can, but I can't create ice as strong as Vice Admiral Kuzan because it's not my main power. Also, we've talked about this and tried it, and it failed, says Brook, who's also drunk even though he is just a skeleton. Why so serious? We're just joking, you know, joking. Even Kuzan won't be able to freeze that place. His ice will melt instantly because of the heat, says Manba. Yet, not even Whitebeard can solve this problem. The only one who can destroy that place is our Lord, Buggy, says another drunkard, Cricket. Gah ha ha ha, how will our Lord solve this problem? His power is cutting, not firefighting, says Magnus, who's also drunk. Hat, you are underestimating our great lord too much. There's nothing that he can't solve with that cheat power, says Ruff. Ho ho, I bet my broken shoes that he won't be able to solve it, says Magnus. Then I'll bet my unused gauntlets for his success, says Cricket. The others start to join the bet using their unused or worthless stuff to joke around. Buggy just watches them while sighing. He is the only one who still thinks about how to get through the sea of flame even though he is also drunk. Buggy still can't find a solution when his drunk crewmates suddenly approach him. They ask him to cut the sea of flame and make a path for them. He refuses it because it's too absurd, but they start to get noisy, so he complies and goes to the front railing. Everyone gathers on the front deck and some are climbing the masts because the front deck is packed with people. They all want to see Buggy's attempt because they all are betting on it. Only a quarter of the crew bets on Buggy's success while the rest are betting that he'll fail. Buggy is quite pissed that they involve him in their game even though it's them who want to have fun. But he also wants to relieve his stress by releasing some steam. So he will go all out with his attack to release some of his full energy. He takes out Pollux and charges it with his Haki energy to activate its press power. Then he adds his awakened chopping power and combines it with Pollux's press power. He even adds his advanced Haki into his attack to make it stronger. Everyone flinches and trembles when they feel the power of the attack that Buggy prepares, and it sobers them up. They see Buggy raises his sword and his eyes become white as he swings it with full power. He aims a little to the left to not hit the island to avoid cutting it in case his attack reaches it. The world becomes monochrome for a moment when his full-powered attack gets released. Everyone on the ship takes a step back unconsciously because they all can feel the power of that attack. It isn't aimed at them, but they can feel the horror of that scary attack. Nothing happens for a moment, but then the sea around them starts to get violent. Then under everyone's widened eyes, the sea gets split into two sides, including the sea of flame. An empty part appears in the middle of the sea in front of them, and now they can see the seafloor from the surface. Everyone's jaw drops and they can't say anything, including Buggy, who did it. No one there, even him, thought that he can do something like this. Buggy never did something like this, after all. He has cut the sea many times when he tested his power, but the result was never this amazing. The most he could do was cut the sea into 1 kilometer deep and 4 kilometers long. But now he achieves something far beyond that. This only proves to him that he still has a lot of potentials to grow stronger than he thought. He just hadn't realized it yet. The sea stays like that for a moment before seawater starts filling the gap that appears. It takes a moment before the gap gets filled, and when it's filled to the full, a clear path appears in the sea of flame. There's no flame in that straight path that cut the circle sea of flame into two. Everyone gulps their saliva, and Dion finally able to mutter something. This. Gulp. All hail the Lord. Chapter 343, All hail the Lord. All hail the Lord. All hail the Lord. All hail the Lord. All hail our Lord. Every man on the ship starts prostrating and praises their captain. It all starts with their awe of Buggy's power, and now they start joking around. But it doesn't change the fact that they are very amazed by his feat. The women aren't following them though because it's too crazy. But they aren't stopping the men because they are very stunned by what has just happened. This is something that they've never even imagined because it's an impossible thing to do even in their mind. They all know Buggy has a world-destroying power, but this is just too much. They don't even know if this is Buggy's limit or if he can still grow stronger. But they all know that this is not something that they want to face. Seeing Whitebeard creating tsunamis was scary enough. But now they see someone who splits the sea, splitting the world itself in front of them. In their eyes, Buggy has taken Whitebeard's top spot for someone who can destroy this world. Is there even someone or something that can stop him now? Asks Mantis, still with a shocked face. I don't think it's possible to stop that power even if the Marine and Emperors work together. I already thought that no one can stop that power, and this only proves it further, says Jude. It certainly is a world-defying power, but we shouldn't exaggerate it too much. Our Lord always said that every power has weakness and every strong person will always get weaker. We never know what might happen in this vast world. Even the great Pirate King could fall, then the great Whitebeard has been surpassed by our Lord. So there will be a time when someone with a more ridiculous power will appear and surpass our Lord, says Della calmly. The others realize that it's very possible. Just because that someone doesn't exist or known now, doesn't mean that they won't appear. There were cases where very powerful people who were feared by the world fell by other powerful forces that appeared later than them. Della is right. Even if he looks invincible right now, someone or some people that can match him might appear in the future. That's why we can't just rely on the fact that he is the strongest right now. We need to keep getting stronger and become his power when he needs it. A single person can't do everything by himself, that's what he always said, right? That's why he formed this crew and gained allies, says Mantis while smiling. The other women smile and get more determined to get stronger. As for the men, there's no need to worry about them. They are the most competitive people in this world. None of them want to be left too far behind by their comrades, even by their captain who they believe to be the strongest. They all are very amazed by what Buggy did, but it also sparks their spirits to get stronger. All of them don't want to just being carried by their captain. They want to be the main pillars of this crew's strength, their captain's strength. Buggy also knows this, and he isn't worried about discouraging his crewmates because of his feat. He's more worried that his power will make the world government treat him as a target that really needs to be removed. He isn't worried about himself, but he's worried about his and his crewmates' families and friends. Stop your game and listen. We will keep this a secret. No one should ever tell this to anyone, even people that you trust. This thing will stay on this ship and I won't tolerate anyone who talks about it to others. I'm also sure you all know that we need to have trump cards to be used in dire situations. This will be one of our trump cards, and I hope you all will prepare yours too, says Buggy. Everyone gets serious and nods because they all also have thought about it. They know just how dangerous this world is and their enemies will do anything to make them fall. Alright, let's move and get to our destination. I'm sure you all are itching to get on the last island that gets pointed by log pose. We will be the second crew that reaches this island after the Pirate King's crew, says Buggy while grinning. Everyone gets excited as they hear that and they cheer happily. They move immediately and enter the clear path that Buggy just made. But when they enter the path, they find out that there's no wind in there, and there's no wave at all even though there are big waves in the surrounding. My power must have cut the space and made this path located in an isolated space. This path is not in the same space as its surroundings despite being side by side, says Buggy after pondering about it. Then we need to use our propellers, right? Asks Cricket. Buggy nods and the crew activates their ship's propellers. The ship starts moving again and it enters the area between the sea of flame. Luckily, they don't feel the heat of the flame because they are in a different space, so the heat gets blocked by the space itself. The Black Pearl moves in a clear path between the sea of flame at normal speed. Everyone in the crew wants to enjoy the sight of moving in the middle of a burning sea. Ruff and his team also want to do research by observing this unique phenomenon. Sometime later, they finally cross the sea of flame safely. They want to go to the island immediately, but Buggy wants to do something else first. He commands the crew to move the ship out of the isolated space and enters the normal space that is quite close to the island. Then he goes to the side of the ship and tells everyone to get ready. No one knows what he wants to do, so they are looking at him. They see Buggy extends his arms to the sides and opens his palms. Everyone can feel strong energy radiating from him again. Then they see Buggy closes his arms slowly as if he is compressing a very hard and heavy thing. His veins even pop out and his expression turns very wild. Then under everyone's amazed eyes, the path that Buggy made is closing. The water inside that path is raising and creating a wall because it gets pushed from both sides. The sea of flame gets closer to each other as the water wall gets higher and thinner. After some time, the separated sea finally merges again. Then the very high water wall breaks and the water drops back into the sea. That break is creating something similar to a tsunami and the ship will get engulfed by it. But then Buggy cuts the tsunami and saves the ship. The effect still remains though as many big waves start raging on the sea. It's now the crew's task to control their ship so that they won't get pushed into the sea of flame. As a very experienced crew, they can handle it easily until the sea calms down. They all sigh in relief because they are still alive. But then they all see Buggy leans on the railing tiredly. Closing the space that he has cut is far more tiring than cutting it, especially because it is very big. Buggy then orders the crew to move around the island while he rests. They do as he says and move around the island first. Everyone is quite stunned by what they find when they are just moving around the island. Lodestar Island has the shape of a star. But that's not what surprises them, it's the weather on the island that surprises them. This island has 5 different types of weather on the 5 sides of the star. Cricket then says what everyone wants to say, I know it's useless to even think about it in grand line. But I still want to say it even though we've come across so many absurdities. How the hell is this even possible? Buggy grins and says, Welcome to Lodestar Island. Chapter 344, Lodestar Island. Lodestar Island's weather surprises the clown pirates a lot. Even though they've seen many types of absurd things in Grand Line, they will still get surprised by other absurd things. They all just can't understand how these absurd things can happen and why there will always be different types of absurdities. This is also the case now when they see Lodestar Island's weather. They've just moved around the island, but they've seen its strangeness already. This island that is shaped like a star has different weather on each of its sides. The first side is very hot that everything is dried. The second side is very cold and everything is frozen. The third side is very dark and rain keeps pouring there. The fourth side is a disastrous place with tornadoes and lightning strikes. While the fifth side is full of healthy plants and flowers. The first to fifth sides are placed sequentially in a clockwise direction. So the first side is between the fifth and second side and so on. That's why it's very strange to see plants grow healthy between a dried place and a place full of natural disasters. The other combinations are as weird as that and it becomes weirder because the weather on each side seems to be separated by straight lines in the center area. It really makes them curious about what the center point where all those 5 types of weather meet look like. Buggy is also looking at the island strangely because it seems different from his memory. Sure, his memory of this place is very hazy because it's the memory of the old Buggy's soul before the current him lived in this body. However, he believes that the weather combination wasn't like this in the past. The types of weather are the same as back then, but the positions were different back then. He isn't sure about the detail, but he's sure the current weather positions are different than some years ago. Well, even the snake-like currents that surrounded the island in the past have changed into a sea of flame. So the weather on the island can change too, even if it's just their positions, not the types of weather. Anyway, the crew lands on the calmest side of the island, the side with a lot of trees and flowers. It's an obvious choice because the other side's weather is bad. They don't want to make their lives more difficult by docking their ship on those sides. The crew gets out of their ship, and every one of the crew members. This island is uninhabited and there is a sea of flame as a barrier that blocks the ones who try to enter. So they don't need to guard the ship because there won't be unwanted people who will enter their ship. Alright, as usual, we will go in groups to explore the island. There might be no humans here, but there are animals, and some of them are dangerous, so be careful. Always remember what I kept saying to you. Don't underestimate anything just because you've gotten much stronger, says Buggy. The crew nods before they form their usual exploration groups. Then they start exploring the good place with a lot of plants first. Even this side is quite wide, so they already move separately with their groups. As usual, Buggy is taking the teens and his secretary, Della with him. These teenagers are troublemakers, after all, so they need someone who can make these four behave. Buggy is the best option for this because he can make them behave and protect them from anything as well. They explore the nice side and find many animals living there. The herbivores dominate this place because they have enough food here. Of course, there are carnivores and omnivores, but their numbers are quite low, especially the carnivores. The animals in this place will scare normal people, but they're nothing for the clowns. These animals are even considered weak because they are just normal wild animals. There's nothing scary in this place, at least on this side of the island. Buggy knows that the scarier and stronger animals live in the regions with crazy weather. He can't remember the animals, but he remembers that they scared him and Shanks when they came here. Those weren't just animals, those were beasts, strong beasts. While exploring the green area, Buggy's group finds something good. They find a poneglyph, just a normal poneglyph. It's a very interesting finding, but they can't read anything there, so they aren't too excited. Besides, this poneglyph has been translated by Odin when Roger Pirates arrived here. But Buggy can't remember its full contents and only remembers that it's filled with history. It also explains the road poneglyph, so it's not that interesting to Buggy. Still, Buggy takes some pictures of the poneglyph to keep. These pictures might be useful one day, and even if they're not, he's still satisfied by collecting them. He prefers collecting pictures instead of collecting the poneglyphs themselves like Big Mom who kept a road poneglyph. Lord, you should be able to cut anything, right? Can you cut this poneglyph? Asks Yamato with sparkling eyes. The other teens' eyes also sparkle and they look at Buggy with anticipation. Well, I never tried it, but I'm sure I can, says Buggy calmly. Buggy then approaches the poneglyph calmly and swipes his flat right hand diagonally at the poneglyph. Then a moment later, half of the poneglyph slides through a diagonal cut. Buggy has just cut a P9 glyph in half without any effort even though the world government has failed to destroy them in 800 years. That's why the teenagers are speechless and their jaws drop. They've seen Buggy cut the sea itself, yet they get surprised by this. Well, it's because the poneglyph is known to be the world's hardest item. But they also need to know that Buggy's power is the definition of cut itself. There shouldn't be anything he can't cut or chop right now. Even if he can't cut the poneglyph, he can cut the space itself to cut the poneglyph, which is more difficult. Buggy had never done this before, but he was sure this would happen. He understands his power more than anyone, after all. So he's not surprised at all and then he just merges the poneglyph again to return it to its original form. He's a little disappointed though because there's nothing inside the poneglyph. He thought that there would be secret items inside the poneglyphs. But there isn't any, so he is quite disappointed. There might be items inside the other poneglyphs, but he doesn't want to deliberately search them just to find them out. Even if there are ancient weapons there, it's just not worth his time. He rather explores a new island rather than just searching poneglyphs. After the kids wake up from their shock, the group continues to explore the island. They find some ruins along the way, but they can't understand anything from them. Too bad though, they can't find any treasure there even though the teens are very excited. You will be very lucky if you can find anything worth selling here, says Buggy. Have Roger Pirates taken everything? Asks Alan. What do you think? Will pirates like us let go of precious treasures that are scattered on an uninhabited island? Asks Buggy. Sigh, no, says Alan disappointedly. But well, who knows? Maybe there are some leftovers, says Buggy. The teens get rather spirited by what Buggy says. Even if there are only scraps, treasures are treasures, and they love treasures no matter how little they are. So the teens start their treasure hunting again. The crew that explores the green place separately then moves to different sides too. Then when Brooks' group explores the dry area, they find a hidden door that was blocked by a big stone. They found it after being chased by a giant mole and the mole hits the underground room's wall, which made it faint and Brooks' group found the hidden door. They are looking at it and Brook says, "Someone please call our Lord." Chapter 345, Discovery. Buggy has arrived at the hidden underground room location with his group. They don't open the door immediately because there might be some traps there. Brook also thought about that, so he waited until Buggy comes. This is a very nice finding. When Roger pirates were here, we didn't find this place, so the inside must have been intact, says Buggy. Then, there might be treasures down there, says Alan excitedly. Maybe, but don't get your hopes up too much. It may just be a bunker filled with rotten food, says Buggy. If it's a bunker, then they could have stored some precious items inside. There's always a possibility, says Alan stubbornly. Well, you're not wrong. Then let's open it to find it out. Everyone step back. I will open it, says Buggy. The others step back quite far to avoid unwanted things. Then Buggy opens the door, but he doesn't open it normally. Buggy cuts the door using his power to avoid triggering the traps if there are any. His cutting power separated the space without severing the connection, after all, so it is safer. However, the people of the past were very smart, and they've anticipated this kind of method. They've prepared a trap that would get activated when the trigger gets in contact with outside air. There is a big bomb that explodes when it gets triggered. Poof! Too bad though, the bomb can't explode properly and only creates some smoke, it's a dud. Well, it has been hundreds of years since this trap was set. So the mechanisms have deteriorated over time and they can't work properly now. Lamp, says Buggy to his crewmates without any sign of worry even though he almost gets caught in a massive explosion. The crew looks at each other and says, we don't have it. Buggy sighs before telling them to take some lamps in their ship. Some crew members run to take the lamps while the rest are looking at the dark underground room. They can't see anything other than the stairs leading down. Maybe the lights will lit automatically when someone enters it, says Yamato before trying to enter. But suddenly, Buggy grabs her back collar and pulls her away from the door. Don't enter it yet. We don't know if there are still active traps. The previous one was a very lucky case because the trap has been broken. But there might be some that are still active. Yamato giggles nervously while scratching the back of her head when she hears that. Alan also takes a step back because he almost followed Yamato. These teens are too rash and don't think too far ahead. Some time later, the ones who take some lamps return. They also bring other people with them, it's Ruff's group. Ruff's group also returned to the ship to store some samples of strange substances they found in the dry area. Buggy doesn't mind them and just asks for a lamp that he requested. His crewmates give him a lamp and then he enters the underground room after lighting the lamp. He tells his crewmates to enter after him so they'll know that it's safe. They enter the room and walk down the stairs. Nothing happens when they walk down the stairs. No light gets lit, no traps triggered, nothing happens, it's just normal stairs in a dark room. But the stairs are quite long and the design is spiral. It takes the clowns 10 minutes to finally reach the bottom. But it's still not the room they expected. They encounter a door again, so the stairs are in their own room. Well, if the real underground room is in the same room as the stairs, then when the previous bomb explodes, the whole place will get destroyed. Anyway, Buggy cuts open the door again, and now no trap gets activated. They enter the room and some light sources are lit automatically. The technology of the past is very awesome and it makes Ruff's eyes sparkle. He wants to inspect the technology in this place immediately. But he holds himself because he still doesn't know the danger here. So he just follows as the group walks forward while looking around. This room is a corridor, a very long corridor with some pictures engraved on the wall. There's a picture of people sculpting a big square stone, a picture of a man and a giant mermaid, a picture of a gigantic ship, pictures of devil fruits, pictures of war, etc. Some symbols and words are engraved too, but no one knows the meaning. This must be the events of the past, but I don't understand what they meant, says Yamato. Don't worry, none of us here understands any of these things. We are pirates, not historians, says Buggy. Even Ruff doesn't understand the engravings on the wall. He is a scientist who is more interested in technology rather than history. Even though he can understand a few of the pictures, he doesn't know their full meaning, just like Buggy. They keep walking and then find the path branches into three. Of course, it confuses them because they don't know which path is correct. Taking random paths can endanger them, but they don't have any clue which path is correct. It will be good if all paths lead to different rooms. But we'll be doomed if this place is actually a maze, says Buggy. For now, why don't we retreat and call the others? Asks Brooke. Well, I just need Enel to use his lighting to explore all the paths and make a map. But I guess the others will be jealous, so let's call everyone, says Buggy. They come out and call the other groups, and as Buggy thought, everyone comes. This is a new discovery, after all, so no one wants to miss this. Even Roger Pirates didn't find this place, so of course, they are very excited. However, someone can't enter the underground facility. Magnus is far too big to even enter the door, and the rooms inside are still too small for him. So he doesn't have any choice but to wait outside, which of course, makes him disappointed. Don't worry, big boy, we will record everything inside so you can see everything later. This is also our achievement, so we will share the loot with you, says Buggy. Sigh, okay, I will just sleep here while you play inside, says Magnus with a disappointed face. Everyone consoles Magnus before they enter the underground facility. They arrive at the branched path after half an hour later and proceed to use Buggy's plan. Enel streams his lightning on the floor, walls, and ceiling of all the paths, making the room bright. Some time later, he finally finishes the mapping of this place, and as Buggy thought, it's a labyrinth. Luckily, it's not too big and not too complicated for them. Enel makes the map in the air using his lightning because it is very hard to memorize the whole structure. Jude draws the map on paper as Enel projects the paths with his lightning. Enel even finds some hidden rooms, which makes him even more spirited. They finish in a rather short time and start to search for the correct path. Alright, let's go to the main goal first. We can check the hidden rooms in the other paths later and checks the ones along the way first, says Buggy. Everyone agrees and they proceed to follow the correct path. Buggy and Cricket walks in the front to protect the others. Enel has triggered all the traps when he used his lightning to explore the labyrinth, but they still need to be careful. They find the first hidden room after walking for a few minutes and enter it after Buggy cut the wall that blocked them. Most of them are excited because they thought that it is a treasure room. And they get disappointed when they find out that it's just a lab. Ruff's team is the one that gets excited by this finding. They immediately inspect everything there, and Buggy knows it will take a long time. So he orders them to just take everything and learn what they find later. Chapter 346, Big Finding. The clown pirates follow the path on their map and start finding more hidden rooms. Unlike the first hidden room, the other hidden rooms have valuables inside them. Of course, they all take everything they can, even scraps. They find some armories filled with many armor and weapons. Many of those items have rusted, but many are still in good condition because of their high quality. They take everything, even the rusted ones, because they still can use the materials. Other than armories, they also find rooms with treasures like jewelry, valuable metal bars, etc. They find food storage too, but most of the food has rotted, so they leave them. The only things they can take are barrels and bottles of alcohol that have aged for too long, that their amount has reduced a lot and their alcohol contents have increased so much. At the end of the path, they find a big door that looks very thick. Buggy cuts it without any problem though, and nothing is happening. So they enter it and find something amazing inside there. What they see is a whole town with buildings carved on the walls, and many are standing on the ground normally. The buildings also have many designs. Every type of design the clowns have ever seen is here. It's like they see the types of buildings from all over the world, from all cultures. These buildings also seem very sturdy even after hundreds of years. There's no broken building here, not even a hole can be seen from where they stand. Maybe there are some broken parts somewhere, but right now, they don't see any. This massive underground room is also very bright despite being very deep in the ground. The sources of the light are many glowing bulbs on the ceiling. Just looking at the glowing bulbs has made the scientists' eyes sparkle, just like how the shipwrights' eyes sparkle when they see the sturdy buildings. There are even plants here, green living plants like those on the surface. These plants can live here even though there's no sunlight. Maybe the light from the ceiling replaces the sunlight, so it makes sense for the plants to live healthily here. The crew can even feel living beings which are either animals or people here. Although the chance for people to still live here is very low, maybe there's a miracle. Considering the advanced technologies in this place, making people survive for hundreds of years might be possible. Buggy doesn't even need to give any orders because they all immediately explore the town. Such a place surely piques their interest because it's the first time they see something like this. There's no way they will not explore and plunder this place that must be full of treasures. Seeing his crewmates explore the town vigorously makes Buggy giggle. They all think the same, so he doesn't even need to tell them what to do. Well, they've done it many times that they know what to do without any order. Buggy then also walks to explore the town with Della, who didn't go with the others. She is his secretary, after all, so she always needs to move with him. Besides, Buggy often finds interesting things, so moving with him is often the best choice. As usual, Buggy takes pictures of everything they find while Della notes them. They documented everything they find in this underground town. There are many ancient items that looked old but also advanced at the same time. The crew doesn't even know the functions of many items they find there. So they take samples of those items to be researched. Maybe they'll find useful knowledge from learning these ancient items, or at least satisfy their curiosity. They explore the underground town for hours, but they still haven't finished yet. There are too many new things they find here that make them unable to finish fast. But it's not a problem at all for them because this is very fun. They find many interesting things here because many things are new to them. Foreign and unknown technologies on many subjects are the most interesting things here. It's just like how people from modern Earth find incredible things about ancient civilizations that they can't understand to this day. Other than those, they also find that there are animals here too. These animals were probably livestock and pets that survived and multiply. Almost all of them have evolved to survive in this condition, so they look rather different from their initial forms. The most noticeable traits are their smaller sizes, less colorful appearances, and their glowing eyes. But the crew isn't too focused on the animals because they aren't animal lovers. Seeing these evolved animals only makes them impressed, and that's it. Then, the crew also finds a very wide graveyard that has many graves in it. Everyone who lived here in the past must have been buried here, everyone but the last person who couldn't bury him/herself and didn't have any choice but to not get buried. The clowns find that last person in the graveyard too, as a skeleton. That person must have died here while sitting in front of a grave because that's what the skeleton looks like. It must be a very lonely time to live in this place alone and die after everyone else left this world first for who knows how long. Buggy orders his crewmates to bury the skeleton beside the grave that it faced. It must be the grave of the Skelly's loved one, that's why the person chose to die there. So it's only right to bury the skeleton there as a form of respect by the crew. Anyway, the crew takes a break after 10 hours of exploration. They also find something after 7 hours of exploration. The light bulbs on the ceiling dimmed as if night falls on this place, so the ones who lived here won't lose track of time. After 10 hours of exploration, Buggy orders half of the crew to return to the surface and bring their loot there. They are also tasked to take food and drinks for the ones who stay here. Buggy then asks Della to make shifts for the crew in this exploration so they won't be exhausted. No one knows how long they'll stay here, so they need to plan it from now on. Food and drink aren't problems for them because they can hunt and there are water sources here. They've used to survive in the wilderness, so they can stay here for months. There are many things they can get from this place. So they will stay here as long as possible to maximize the benefit they get. This place is also their goal in this journey, so spending time for a few months here is not a problem at all. Besides, leaving too fast is such a big waste because they've found so many things that can help them. Even in a few days, Ruff and his scientist team have found ways to improve their weapons. Palu and his shipwright team find a way to strengthen everything they make too. The others also learn new things even though they can't understand the ancient writings. They learn from analyzing the stuff they find using their own interpretations. What they got here may be incomplete, but they still got a lot, so it's not a big problem. The crew stays on Lodestar Island for 5 months before deciding to leave. They get a lot of benefits here that really satisfy them. There is still much they can get from this place, but this is their current limit because they don't understand the ancient writings here. They have a plan for it though, and they also have made an eternal pose to this island, so they can return anytime they want. For now, they want to rest after a very long journey. And the place that they choose to rest is none other than East Blue. Underscore 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 un. Guys, I don't know if you've realized it, but I have changed the cover picture. It's the face of our beloved main character of this story that was drawn by my sister's friend. I've posted his half-body design in my Patreon. I will post more pictures of MC in my Patreon for my patrons. Artist name, Fatma, Instagram at fatmacn underscore. Underscore 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 un. Chapter 347, Return. East Blue, a place Buggy hasn't seen for more than 2 years. It also means that he hasn't seen his family for that long. Well, his crew spent almost a year just at the last 3 islands, and they've spent months since they entered New World, and they've also sailed in Paradise for a few months. Buggy actually gives his crew a few months breaks after sailing for a rather long time, but none of them want to return to their homeland yet. Most of them don't have families, or their homelands are not as peaceful as East Blue, or they aren't attached to their homelands. They prefer having a break in a peaceful place like East Blue where they can relax. After all, the crew arrives in East Blue in 2 months, which is quite long for their current speed. Their slower movements were caused by the extreme weather around the last islands of the New World. They also needed to go to Paradise first, which made them need to travel a far longer distance. The clown pirates also caught up to the world's current situations as they travel. They couldn't get a lot of information in the last year since they were on the island with very hard trees where they upgraded their ship. Some news still reached them through Denden Mushi calls from their organization, but many things still weren't heard by them. The biggest piece of news that Buggy get is the completion of Sea Train by Tom's workers. It was done when the clown pirates were isolated on Hard Trees Island. The Sea Train became big news in the half end of Paradise, but it didn't too important in New World. With the completion of Sea Train, Buggy knows that soon he'll need to protect Tom from that damn Spondam's scheme. It will surely affect Frankie's and Icebug's development in the future, but he couldn't care less. For him and his crew, Tom is a very important person who has helped them build Black Pearl. The next interesting piece of news is Sun Pirates' attacks on celestial dragons. Well, they don't attack directly, rather, they attack slave traders' ships and freed captured people many times. Of course, the celestial dragons and world government treat those as attacks on them. Surely, many fishmen in Sun Pirates are against it to this day. Fishmen like Arlong want to dominate the world and enslave humans to show their race's superiority. However, Fisher Tiger, who was a former slave, thinks differently. Tiger knows the pain of being a slave, and he also knows that not all humans are bad. Most of the slaves on Mary Gosa are actually humans, after all. So there's no difference between humans and fishmen in the eyes of celestial dragons, they are just objects. Besides, conquering the human world and enslaving humans will make them the same as those they hate. Tiger doesn't want to be like that even if he dies. He knows who his real targets are, the celestial dragons. But our Long and Co, who never felt what being slaves were like, couldn't understand all of those things. Luckily, Tiger still can suppress them and make them follow his orders. Although Buggy is sure that it won't be long before Sun Pirates break apart. Our Long and Co will surely leave that crew and maybe go to East Blue like the original story, but the result won't be the same. Then the next big news come from Red Hair Pirates that made world government and Marine angry. They attacked a world government's ship last month and stole many precious items. Among those items, there's a devil fruit that Buggy knows since his childhood when he was still living on Earth, rubber fruit. So it's the time already. I can't remember everything that well now, but I'm sure that things are going faster than they should be. It seems all my actions in the past have changed the future a lot. That means I can't keep using my knowledge as my guide. Well, not like I relied on it every time, ponders Buggy. All important things happened just like in the real story. However, their time or details changed, which may be the result of Buggy's actions in the past. It's not a problem for him though, because this is what he actually wants, changing the future. Buggy keeps reading all reports and news from all over the world. Then he remembers something very important, Ope fruit, Doflamingo's most desirable fruit. Buggy isn't interested in the fruit itself, but in the people involved with it. He goes through all the reports and can't find anything about it. Buggy feels relieved because that means the fruit is still not found yet. So he sends an order to the Caribbean to watch over Don Quixote family's movement because that group is interested in that fruit. Buggy goes through all the news and finishes catching up before they reached East Blue. The crew reaches East Blue after passing through Com Belt. Then, they arrive at Konami Island the next day. The Black Pearl docks on a designated port that the cruise shipwrights made for themselves, which is located where Arlong Park will stand, but this port is bigger than that. There's a big building with a Japanese ryokan style on the port that the crew uses as their base. They visited this place frequently, after all, so they need a place to stay that won't disturb the locals. The crew also has rebuilt the public port and it looks very good now. But they never used it since they made a personal port to not make public who don't know them uncomfortable. It's not just the port that got rebuilt, the crew also rebuilt all the buildings on the islands. Still, this place actually doesn't change much besides having better buildings. It's still a peaceful and calm place because Buggy forbade illegal activities here. So even his underground business doesn't operate here. The clown pirates come here to relax, after all, so they want this place to be as peaceful as in the past. No one on the island objected to it too, and they even supported that decision. The villagers are very glad that the clown pirates protect their villages, so they don't want the crew to leave because this place changes. Well, anyway, this place looks better now, and so is Kokoyasi village. It doesn't look like a village of poor people anymore. All buildings are new and look very sturdy, the road is paved, and the villagers are wearing good clothes. The economy here has gotten better, but it's not because the clown pirates just give money to them. Buggy actually made the villagers work for his family business. Belmere is good at raising crops, so he bought all the empty lands here and hired the villagers to raise the crops with Belmere's lead. They planted rare crops that aren't available on East Blue because Buggy brought crops that originated from Grand Line. The crops are just fruits or grains though, not dangerous plants to make drugs. Buggy wanted to have a clean business as a family business, after all. They couldn't get any results for almost 3 years because the climate here is different from where these plants came from. But after many trials and errors, they finally succeeded a few months ago and have their first harvest. Since then, their crops became highly demanded items all over East Blue. Even without the Caribbean's help, they can always sell their crops easily. The villagers have many merchant acquaintances, after all. All these merchants won't let such rare goods slip away, so they buy all of the goods. Now, the villagers are working in Buggy's family's fields while also planting the core in their fields. Of course, they do it with Buggy's permission. He only has one requirement, which is for them to sell their harvest only to his family, and they agree easily because his family gives a fair price. So now, those who want these crops can only get them through Buggy's family. Well, the result of this farming business is still very low compared to his underground business and piracy. However, Belmere is happier to use the legal money, so it is worth more for him. Anyway, the clown pirates have arrived on Konami Islands. Buggy gets down from the ship and sees his family already waiting for him. His wife, his daughters, and his son are waiting at the port since a few days ago. Buggy smiles and says, "I'm home." Underscore 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 un. Chapter 348, Kids. Dad/Daddy. Shout the three children while running at Buggy, followed by their mother. After Buggy gets down from the ship, his family is running at him. His children look especially happy by his return. Buggy hugs and kisses Belmere before lifting his children to hug and kiss them one by one. "Ha ha ha, Daddy's home, kids. You've gotten bigger now," says Buggy happily. "Of course, it's been 2 years, after all," says Nojiko. They talk happily while the crew ties the ship to a post and takes out some stuff. Mantis and Jude join the family and talk with Belmere. They just talk normally after not meeting for more than 2 years, so there are many things to catch up on. But then suddenly Nami seems to remember something and she nudges her brother. Leo looks confusedly at her before he finally realizes what she wants. Both Nami and Leo suddenly asks to be put down, but Buggy refuses and keeps rubbing his cheeks on theirs. He only puts them down after he's satisfied and they immediately run a few meters back. Nojiko looks at them confusedly just like Belmere and the crew. Leo looks around his waist but there's nothing there, so he runs inside the base. Sometime later, he returns with a wooden sword and a wooden staff for kids. He gives the staff to Nami and holds the wooden sword for himself. Then they point their weapons at Buggy who has realized what they want to do. Perpeb. Preeple. Leo tries to remember what he needs to say, but he's confused. "Prepare yourself, pirate," says Nami. "Yeah, that. Prepare Dad," says Leo, who finally remembers his line, but it's still wrong. "What are you on about?" asks Buggy as if he doesn't know what they want to do. "Hee, we will catch you and get your bounty," says Nami smugly. "That's right, we get money," says Leo. "Oh ho, you want to catch me? Can you really do it?" asks Buggy, as he plays along with their game. "Of course, we have trained while you went. Right, Leo?" asks Nami. "Yeah, me strong," says Leo. The crew stops what they're doing when they hear them and look at the kids interestedly. "Really? Then why don't you show me how strong you are now?" asks Buggy. "Humph, you will regret that. Come on, Leo," says Nami. "Go!" shouts Leo before running toward Buggy with Nami. When they run, Buggy suddenly says, "Sigh, it seems I need to fight you because you want my bounty. I guess you don't need the souvenirs I've bought because you are more interested in my bounty." "Gifts!" shouts Nami and Leo excitedly. They immediately throw their weapons and hug Buggy's legs. "Hee, we are just joking. There's no way we'll catch you and give you to Marine," says Nami sweetly. "My gifts," says Leo bluntly with a hopeful gaze. Everyone's sweat drops seeing that scene because they thought Buggy would play a fighting game with them. These kids' convictions are too weak that they let go of 4.75 billion for some souvenirs. Well, they're just kids, after all, not real bounty hunters. "Jack, Alan, bring them out," orders Buggy. Jack and Alan nods before they take the gifts that Buggy has prepared for his children. There are a lot of gifts that have been prepared. Both Jack and Alan even need to use a wide wood plank to carry them. The kids are excited to see the mountain of gift packs. They want to immediately open the gifts, but Buggy tells them to open them in their home later. It disappoints them, but they agree after Buggy tells them that it'll be difficult to carry the gifts home if they open them here. "What about mine?" asks Belmere. "Of course, I've prepared some for you, babe. But I need my payment first, if you know what I mean," says Buggy while blinking an eye flirtatiously. Belmere clicks her tongue while blushing because she knows exactly what Buggy means. The kids are confused though because only adults understand it. But the kids don't really care about it because they already get their gifts. Buggy then orders his crew to finish what they do and asks Cricket to take the command. After they agree, he lifts the wood plank with the gifts on it. Then he goes home with his family to enjoy his rest and meet the villagers. "Welcome back, Boss Buggy." The villagers have waited for him outside Kokoyasi village. They even prepared a banner and some confetti to welcome him. He is basically their boss because he gave them jobs and raised their economies, after all, so they're very happy with his return. "Where's your crew?" asks Genso. "They're still at the base unloading some stuff," says Buggy. "You brought more crops, aren't you?" asks Genso. "Well, there are some good plants that can be planted at bad times like winter," says Buggy. "Damn, you're just giving us more work," says Genso grumblingly. "You can skip on those plants if you want," says Buggy. "I never said I won't plant them," says Genso hastily. "Damn, what a tsundere. It's not cute when an old man does it though," says Buggy, making the villagers laugh. "Tch, I may look old, but I'm just 9 years older than you," says Genso. Yet, you kept saying that. Anyway, the village looks very good now. You've really worked hard, weren't you?" asks Buggy while smiling. The villagers smile shyly after getting praised by their boss. They talk for some time until the crew finally comes. Then they go to the village to have a party, but Buggy goes to his home first with his family. The kids want to open their gifts immediately, so they go home first. Buggy gives them the gifts in an order that he has thought of. They open the gifts happily and become happier when the gifts are everything they like and want. Most of the gifts are items that aren't available on East Blue. Half of them are children's toys that can only be found in Grand Line. The rest of them are items that Buggy bought based on his children's interests. Nojiko likes farming and business, so Buggy gives her books about them, unusual farming pieces of equipment, and rare seeds. For Nami, he gives her books and items about navigation and weather. Then for Leo, he gives him musical instruments, books, and song clips that he bought with Brooke's help. They are very happy with his gifts, but there are still 6 more gift boxes that he hasn't passed. These 6 boxes are their birthday gifts that he couldn't give for 2 years. So he can only give them now, and it makes the kids tear up before they hug him happily because he still thought of their birthday while he was busy. Buggy tells them to open the gifts and they open the gifts immediately. Each 3 of them gets a gold pendant that can be opened and they can put 2 small pictures there. Then for the other birthday gifts, each of them gets a card. "A dog!" shouts Nojiko happily. "A grand piano!" shouts Leo happily too. "An expensive drawing table!" shouts Nami happily. There's no expensive word there, but well, if Palu sells it, it will be expensive, says Buggy while sweat dropping. Right when the kids finish reading what is written in their cards, some crew members enter the house with their gifts. These things can't be put in the boxes, so Buggy wrote them in cards. The kids are very happy with their gifts because they always want these things. They immediately rush to their gifts happily and ask the men to pass the gifts to them. Buggy then coughs and the kids immediately rush to hug him. They thank him and kiss his cheek, making him laugh triumphantly as if he wins something big. "Cough, we need to talk," says Belmere while staring dagger at Buggy. Buggy stops laughing and says, "Ah, right. Underscore 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 un. Chapter 349, Doggy. Belmere is clearly angry at Buggy about something. She is angry because he brought a dog for Nojiko. After all, Belmere has refused Nojiko's request to raise a dog for a long time, but now Buggy suddenly brought one home. It's not without reason that Belmere doesn't allow Nojiko to keep a dog as a pet. She is just worried because she thinks that Nojiko isn't ready yet to take care of a pet. There are many things to think about and consider while taking care of pets, after all. Her biggest concern is if the pet dies, she's worried that it will make Nojiko devastated. A pet needs a lot of care, and if something goes wrong, it can get sick and die. So she's not hating the idea of having a pet, she's just worried as a mother. She wasn't this worrywart in the past, but after having Leo, she became easier to worry about things. Well, how can she not? Her husband can die anytime and her family also can be attacked at any time by Buggy's enemies. Even with all things that Buggy does to ensure their safety, she is still worried about her children's safety. Don't worry, Belle, this dog was chosen carefully and Manhwa has checked its health thoroughly. It's a tough dog that can live in many extreme conditions that are imaginable in East Blue. This place is basically a paradise for its species because it's very good here. It also lives long, almost as long as humans, as it can reach 50 to 60 years old, says Buggy to ensure Belmere. Are you sure it won't die in a year? Asks Belmere. It won't, unless it gets killed, says Buggy. No one will kill Fries, shouts Nojiko while hugging the puppy. Fries? Asks Buggy and Belmere confusedly. Yeah, Fries. She has golden brown fur, which reminds me of the fries that Auntie Mantis made once. So I named her Fries, says Nojiko happily. Oh, alright, that's a cute name, although it makes me hungry. But darling, that puppy isn't her, it's a boy, says Buggy. Eh? Really? Asks Nojiko in surprise. She looks at the puppy and it looks back at her normally. But Nojiko imagines it as the puppy being sad to be mistaken for a female. So she hugs it and apologizes to the dog, but still doesn't change its name. Don't worry too much, Belle. The most important thing is the kid's happiness, says Buggy. Nojiko looks at Belmere hopefully with puppy eyes. Nami and Leo copy her because now they also want to keep the dog after seeing how cute it is. Even Buggy joins the kids to have fun, which makes this 4 vs 1. It's actually 5 vs 1 because the dog also looks at Belmere with real puppy eyes. The hopeful gazes stab her chest and eventually, she gives up. She agrees to keep the dog that looks similar to a golden retriever. The kids and Buggy dance happily because Belmere agrees to keep the dog. Belmere can only sigh seeing it even though because she has just lost. But seeing her family happy removes her disappointment of losing instantly. There's one thing that Buggy doesn't tell her and the kids though. Fries' species can grow as big as horses and cows or a little bigger than them. Its species also can become very strong that even strong pirates in paradise will have a hard time fighting it. But it's a loyal dog once it follows someone as its master. Making this dog follow someone as its master is also quite easy. As long as one raises it since it's a baby, it will follow them till death. That's why Buggy brought a very young puppy. It's not an aggressive dog too because unless it gets disturbed, it won't attack anyone. Basically, it's a normal dog that can become a pet. People are just afraid of it because it's big as an adult and furthermore, it eats a lot. This dog needs a lot of food because of its adult size. A lot of food means a lot of money, and many people can't afford it. That's why not many people raise this dog, but it's not a problem for Buggy's family who has a lot of money. The most important thing for Buggy is this dog can protect his family. It will protect its owner with everything it has, and with its power, no pirate in East Blue stands a chance against it when it matures. So this is a security guard disguised as a pet. Anyway, after that problem is solved, a big party is being held in Kokoyasi village. Everyone on Kanamai Islands joins the party, so it's very crowded in the village. They all can still enjoy the party though, a little crowd isn't a problem at all. The people from other villages who come here brought food and drinks too. So the party doesn't lack any food or drink even with so many people there. They all just need to worry about consuming everything. Everyone sings, dances, eats, drinks, and does anything they like. The party is chaotic because everyone does whatever they like. But it's also very enjoyable because they all can enjoy it to their heart's content. One of the top events at the party that night is Brooke's duet with Leo. The little blue-haired kid is singing well even with his still bad pronunciation and shyness. He already sings better than most adults, showing that his musical talent is great. But he only sings 3 songs because he gets sleepy already. So Belmere takes him home to sleep while Buggy stays at the party with their daughters who are still lively. Nojiko and Nami finally get tired at midnight, so Buggy takes them home while the party still goes on. Cough, I've put Nojiko and Nami on their beds, says Buggy while standing behind Leo's room's door. Belmere comes out from the room and looks at him standing there coolly. She sighs and says, it's because they've slept that it'll be a bad time. You don't want to wake them up, aren't you? That's right. Let's go to our room in the base then, says Buggy. And leave the kids home alone? No way, says Belmere. Then I'll ask someone to accompany them, says Buggy, still not giving up. Who? Asks Belmere. Sometime later, Buggy brings Genzo who has a sour face. Why me? Well, the kids know you're like their grandfather, after all, says Buggy. What do you mean grandfather? At least consider me as their uncle, says Genzo angrily. All right then, uncle. So as a good uncle, you need to guard your nieces and nephew while their parents have some businesses. Then, we'll leave them to you, Uncle Genzo, says Buggy before picking up Belmere and running away. Genzo's eyes twitched as he says, he got me. Sigh, I hope he doesn't break her waist again. Buggy and Belmere now can enjoy their night sport without any worry. There are 5 people on guard duty on the base, but none of them dare to disturb the 2 of them. They all emptied the building and hang out on the ship to keep the 2's privacy. Well, they don't need to do that though because Buggy's room in the base is the most secure room. It's also soundproof, so no one can hear what happens inside. But they still feel that it's better to leave the building. Man, I really want to hook up with a girl now, says one of the men. Yeah, it's been so long since I felt a woman's warmth, says another man. Right? We just need to be on guard duty today, damn, says someone else. They all sigh after thinking about it, but then they leave that thought after remembering how long Buggy has waited. Unlike them who could hook up with any girl they want on any island they want, Buggy can only do it with Belmere. The last time they did it was around a year ago. But the last time Buggy did it was more than 2 years ago. It makes them a little better now, so they stop grumbling. Though it also makes them realize that they aren't ready yet to make a big commitment like Buggy. One of them even says, he is a lord for a reason. Underscore 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 un. Chapter 350, Parents' Worries. Days passed since the clown pirates arrived on Kanamai Islands. Buggy is the only one who stays there after 2 months. Everyone else is on a trip around East Blue. They go to places they like because they are on a break. However, they go using passenger ships, or even boats. The Black Pearl is staying quietly on their port in Kanamai Islands. There's no way they can use the Black Pearl without its captain on it, and Buggy never permitted them to use it without him. The ship is captain's, so no one can use it without his permission. Besides, this is the crew's break, so this is also the Pearl's break. They only use Black Pearl when they are on duty because it's their symbol as a pirate crew. East Blue is also not so dangerous for them that they need Black Pearl to go around. Even Buggy never used Black Pearl when he has a family trip. He used a small ship that Palu made a few years ago with a similar design to their old ship, the Little Hunter. Buggy even named this ship the Young Hunter in memory of the Little Hunter. In these 2 months, Buggy enjoys his time with his family. He went on some trips with them and also play with his kids. Their play? It was the game where Nami and Leo tried to hunt him to get his bounty. Of course, the kids are seriously trying to defeat him and he isn't even 1% serious. He still beats them up though, but only with some little knocks on the head. Some parents might pretend to get defeated in their kids' games, but Buggy doesn't want to lose to his kids even in games. Although the main reason is he wants to use these games to train them. Kids like them don't like serious training, so he uses their games to train them. It will be fun and the kids will learn a lot while playing. Buggy's method is by giving them advice while handling their attacks. He tells them their mistakes, what they need to do, what their opponents can do, what they're lacking, etc. He engraves those lessons to them while they practice them. Both Leo and Nami are still young, so his lessons will stick strongly in their minds. But he doesn't use this method to train Nojiko because she has trained for a longer time. She now can take more serious training without games and she prefers that method. Currently, Buggy is lying on the beach alone while looking at the sky. He is pondering about something and it looks serious. Belmere comes when he's still thinking deeply and so she asks him. "What are you thinking about so seriously?" asks Belmere. "It's about the kids. I'm wondering whether or not it is necessary to give them that power," says Buggy. Belmere widens her eyes a bit and asks, "Are you thinking of giving them devil fruits?" "Just Leo, I have removed the possibility of giving devil fruits to the girls. But I am still considering giving one to Leo," says Buggy. "The kids aren't us. They don't need to live in the face of death like you or me when I was still a Marine," says Belmere firmly. Buggy also looks at her seriously and says, "Trust me, I want that too, but that's a difficult life to achieve, at least for the next years. This world is full of shit from top to bottom. Those who are powerless won't survive, and even if they can, they'll always be at the bottom of the pyramid, living by the mercy of those on top. I've seen countless lives disappear because they were powerless. You've seen it too when you saved the girls. Something like that can happen anywhere at any time. So rather than hoping for peaceful lives, I'd rather prepare my kids for the worst situations. I'd rather see them cry while I beat them up in training rather than hold their dead bodies in my arms," says Buggy very seriously. "But do they really need devil fruits? They can just train to be strong without eating devil fruits or go on a dangerous journey, right?" asks Belmere. "Yeah, devil fruit doesn't assure someone to be stronger than others. Cricket and Palu are the best examples for this case. But devil fruit gives someone a wider range of abilities, and it has great potential that can't be reached without having devil fruit ability. That's why I consider giving one to Leo, but I won't give any to the girls. It's not because he is my biological child that I favorited him. But he has the best fighting talent among them. I'm also sure the girls will prefer something else rather than devil fruits," says Buggy. Belmere ponders for a moment before asking, "When do you plan to give it?" "As soon as possible. It'll be better for him to get that power when he's still young so he would have raised his mastery to a high degree when he's older," says Buggy. Sigh, "All right, let's do it this way. We will ask them if they want to eat devil fruits. Nojiko and Nami also need a chance to choose. They will throw tantrums if we only ask Leo, after all. Then we will follow their decision," says Belmere. "Sounds good to me," replies Buggy. Both of them finally agree with it and they ask the kid that night. Unsurprisingly, only Leo wants to eat a devil fruit. Nojiko and Nami don't want it because they will lose their swimming ability. Leo still can't swim, so he doesn't mind it at all. Besides, Leo likes fighting, just like his dad, the fighter's genetics is in his blood. He also wants to surpass Buggy, and he does it by copying some of his dad's abilities, like swordsmanship, in which he uses two swords like Buggy. Leo is still using wooden swords, but it will be interesting to see his choice of swords in the future. Anyway, Leo likes to copy his dad's power so he can surpass all of Buggy's feats. But there's one major power that he misses. He already copies Buggy by being a swordsman, now he just needs to have devil fruit like Buggy. So when Buggy offers the chance, he takes it immediately. Buggy grins after the kids made their decisions. He tells them that he won't ask again, so this will be their only chance to get devil fruits from him. But their decisions are already set, so Buggy doesn't ask them again. The next day, the family goes to the base's training ground. Buggy and Leo stand in the middle while Belmere, Nojiko, Nami, and Fries stand on the side. Fries the dog is already as big as a normal adult dog right now, even though it is still just 3 months old, as it was 1 month old when Buggy brought it here 2 months ago. No one minded though, and they thought that it was normal. They thought that it was because the dog eats so well that it grew so fast. Only Buggy knows the truth and he doesn't want to reveal it yet. They might choose to leave the dog if they know it can be as big as a bear, after all. Anyway, Buggy is holding a small cloth bag right now. He opens it and reveals what he stored inside, which is a devil fruit. It's an orange devil fruit with flame-shaped components with swirling patterns on its skin. This is a very famous devil fruit among One Piece fans, the flame fruit. Buggy actually didn't want to take this fruit even though he has seen it many times when he visited Sixus Island. It was still stored in a chest of a wrecked ship. Buggy still wants this fruit to be eaten by Ace, so he let it be. But he changed his mind last month after seeing his son's talent. Buggy decides to give flame fruit to Leo. As an exchange, he replaced it with the magma fruit. If nothing changes, then Ace will find that fruit and eat it. Buggy's reason to choose flame fruit rather than magma fruit is simple. Leo will be a swordsman and fire can be used along with his swordsmanship, but magma can't. As for Ace, he fights using fists, so magma will be more powerful for him. Buggy extends the fruit to Leo and says, "Every time you're ready." Without any hesitation, Leo takes and eats the devil fruit. Ugh, disgusting. Underscore 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 un.